Bum, bum, bum. Bear with me, bear with me. Where's young Jacko? What screen do I need up here, Josh, so I can see what's going on? Just flick that on for me, there you go. So I can see what's happening, and then we'll start. Oh, did we work off that one, do we?
Yeah, I think so. And then
Oh yeah, flick on there.
click on that.
That on there.
There you go.
Is that it?
Yeah, and then just arrow there.
Oh yeah. Does that one also show you the bids that are on there then as well?
Depends.
Does it? Right, okay. We shall see. Right. Are we ready, Will? Are you ready?
Ready to go.
Born ready, says Will. Right, good morning everyone. Day 2. Pardon? Are we all done? Are we all right? Nick, Tom, yeah, we're okay, yeah. Ladies down the front there, you all okay? Mark? Your turn today, Mark. Your turn to shine today. They are. Yeah, Dave's going to show, Mark's going to show Dave, shall I say, how it's done today. Right, so good morning. Like I say, day 2 of our 3-day 900 lot sale. Had a really good day yesterday and managed to rehome quite a number of cars, motorbikes, memorabilia items, you name it. Had a really good night last night at the Indian as well. Thank you very much. Where's Morland? Have we given him his card back yet? No, keep that then. Keep that till next time. Yeah, I might need that on Saturday night if we go out again. I mentioned this yesterday, but obviously we have a different audience each day, so I'll just go through the basics if I may. When I find them, bear with. Here we are. So 3 ways to bid, ladies and gentlemen. Absentee bids, you'll see we have a lot of those throughout the day. They're either on my screen or on my notes as they come through from Josh and so forth here. Phone bids, that's actually my favourite. So the phone bid system, you'll see the guy sat in the front row here. We moved the camera back earlier in the year just to give you guys a bit of a feel for what's happening so you can see who's bidding for you. And there'll be a number of those throughout the day. That's actually my favourite platform is that, because you can actually sort of, it's remote control. You can see who's bidding for you. You can step in, step out, and so forth. And then number 3, which is the internet bids, which you'll see they'll ping up as we go along. Obviously, that's super popular nowadays. The world changed, did it not, a few years ago with the COVID situation, and we all had to adapt and change. And the world did, as requested. So consequently, we have a huge online presence as well, which again is very, very easy to do. Set up your account. Just keep an eye on your thresholds, on your limits on your account, guys, because we all start off with a £10,000. If you would like that increasing, just have a word with the team in the office. So just keep an eye on your threshold and make sure you've got enough leeway there to enable you to move forward with anything that you're interested in. Provisionals, a quick explanation on provisionals. I always do the same one, and this is how it goes. So MGB is entered for the sale with a £4,000 reserve. We put it under the hammer. The best offer on the day is £3,500. That will be sold on a provisional basis. We will then, or the girls in the office then, will then speak to the vendor of said MGB, explain the situation, and what you will see happen over the course of today and tomorrow, and again all day yesterday, 95% of those are converted into a sale. What normally happens, if there is a normal procedure, is vendor reduces a little, buyer goes up a little, they meet in the middle, and we do a sale. That's how it works. It's all fairly straightforward. They're really important, those provisionals, because what it basically means is you have first option on that car. So when the hammer goes down at 3.5, if it's sold provisional to John, then John has first option on that car. It is important, and the reason I say that is because that means that Bert can't ring up straight away and say, oh, I'll beat that offer, I'll give 3,600. That's not how it works. You know, we've gone through the process, 3,005 provisional, that's how it works. And then when they are then converted into sales later on, which thankfully most of them are, you have to book your collection. We try and accommodate as many collections as we can early part of the week. We've got to be a little bit selective on Monday, Tuesday, leading into Wednesday. For obvious reasons, we've got 3 units, best part of 500 cars on site. That by default means at times cars are blocked in by 20, 30, 40 others. By the time we get to midweek and onwards, we've got a path into each unit. The lads have made a roadway in. We can then basically say, fine, But that first few days, we have to be a little bit selective for obvious reasons. So please book your collections. You'll need your release code anyway, so we make sure we release the right car to the right person. Any issues throughout the day, something's not working, I don't know, account's not playing, I don't know, whatever, just ring through to the office. They'll try their best to sort it straight away for you. If it's something you're interested in and you haven't got, the thing working properly, give them a ring. They'll pass it on to one of the lads down here, and they can handle it for you. That's about it, I think. I think that sort of sums most things up. I'll leave that down there till tomorrow because I have to go through that tomorrow. The one last thing I will just touch on, which there was Mark and his colleagues yesterday. That was my last note on that piece of paper, who made quite a sizable charitable donation to Yorkshire Air Ambulance to attend the auction for the day with us yesterday, which was very nice of them. Thank you very much. And that leads me right on to our charitable donations that we continue to do. Jill takes care of this for us in accounts down there. So we raise the money through the donations that are made during the viewing period. So last year, I think we topped £100,000. I think the biggest beneficiary was £25,000-ish to the Yorkshire Air Ambulance. There was also some big numbers as well. But we like to support the smaller local charities who haven't got a huge PR system running in the background. So again, mixed bag this year so far. The Brain Tumour Charity supported those guys. The Wheels for Archie's Cancer Journey. If you've got a moment, have a look on Archie's page. Poor lad, young lad, lives over in Filey. Just basically had an incident, I think, just knocked his leg. Thought nothing of it. That's grown into a cancer situation. Honestly, the poor lad is up against it. He really is. He's doing well, thankfully. We've just assisted with a scooter for his wheelchair for him to get about with that. But have a look on Archie's journey on there. It's if it doesn't bring a tear to your eye, I don't know what will. Ayton Library, they need to raise some money to continue running down there. We've supported those. Meningitis Now, and that's one that's close to us. I mentioned yesterday my brother contracted that when he was very little, and we thought at one point we were going to lose him. So again, that's close to the family. Mum and Dad will back me up on that one. Thorntondale Cricket Club, again, we've contributed down there towards the general running. Staintondale Village Hall, they're raising some money for a new boiler and so forth, so we've contributed and helped those guys out. And then round the corner, Pickering Memorial Hall. They are, again, we've just contributed there towards some running costs to keep that up and going and running for the local residents. Anyhow, that's the gist of it. That gives you a background to where we are, what we do, and we will start on. We will go. Thank you ever so much, Josh. Brilliant. So we're going to go 301 today through to 600. So 301 is the lovely pump there on your left, on my right. We've got some bids on the screen already. We've got £1,500 at 1,005 in Nottingham. At £1,500 then, at 1,500, 1,005, £1,600 bid, 16, £1,600, 16, 1,700, at £1,700 we've got, 17, 1,700, £1,800, 19, 19 back in Nottingham, 19, at 1,900 there, at 1,009, £2,000, what a lovely, lovely, lovely ornament, 2,001, 2,001, 2,2, 2,3, 2003, 2,400, at 2,004 and 5, 2,500, £2,500, at 2,005 and 6, £2,600, 27, 2007, 28, 2008, 29, £2,900 bid we've got back in Nottingham. Who's that, Will?
This is Gary.
Gary, well done, Gary, thank you. 2009. At £2,900, are we all done? I'm going to bring the hammer down. It's going to Nottingham. I think you've got it, Gary. At £2,900, fair warning. Oh, £3,000. Oh, Gary's back in 31. £3,100. 31 at 3-1. £3,100 we have. 31. Giving you a chance. I don't want to be accused of rushing it through. £3,100 we've got. Are you sure you're all done? I'll bring the hammer down if you are, giving you time. £3,100, and it's off to Nottingham. Thank you ever so much then. Opening bid today, thank you. Oh, 32. 32. Was that Mark, did you say? Yeah. 32. You just jumped in there briefly, Mark. 33. You're not there now, though, sadly. 33 we've got. Batting back in Nottingham at 33. 33. 3,300 then. I'm going to pull the lever. Are you sure? Giving you a good few seconds then. 10 at least now. 15 seconds to bid. If not, I'm going to drop the lever then. It's off to Nottingham. Get ready, Will. It's going to go. It's gone. Thank you very much. Just dab that on my screen there. It's telling me something I don't need to know. There we are. Where we go then? 302. Oh, the little Nissan Almera. There we are. She's missing a wheel trim there, but anyway, nice set of wheel trims will lift it. Where are we going to be on that? Right, genuine little car there. You tell me where we're going to be on that. £300 bid, £400 there, thank you, at £400. At £400 then, at £400, at £400 then. Very easy to run little car that. £400 then, at £400 we've got. At £400, at £400, 450, at £450, 450, at 450, at 450, £450, 450. Should be a super reliable car that, shouldn't it? £450 then. £450 for the little Almera. At £450 then are we all done at 450. At £450 then are we all done at 450. Moving on to lot number 303, the Land Rover Discovery V8. V8 Discovery, this one, boys and girls. There we are. Nice car, says Michael. Michael looks after unit 3, 4, let's have to count them now, we've got that many. And he will interject and tell me if there's something I'm not aware of. We've got a Cornwall bid of £9,750. Thank you, Michael. At 9,750. At £9,750. At 9,750. 9,750. £10,000 we've got with young Mark there. At £10,000. At £10,000 then. At £10,000. It's provisional mark at 10,000. 10,250. Alan's in 10 and a quarter. 10,250 is Alan. 10,500 is Mark. 10,500 is Mark. 10,005. 10,005. Yes. 10,750. Cornwall, you're back in now at 10,750. 10,750. Mark, 11,000. £11,000 with Mark. 11,250. Cornwall's in. 11 and a quarter. Mark, 11,500. 11,005. 11,750. Who's in Cornwall, Will? William. 11,750. Back with Mark. 12,000 with Mark. On sale. It's going to go. Yes. 12 and a quarter. William. 12,250. 12,500. Mark. 12,500 is with Mark at 12,500. Mark's bid. Thank you for your bids. 12,750. Back in Cornwall. Mark, you're out. £13,000. 13,000. £13,000. Mark's telephone bidder at 13 and a quarter in Cornwall. 13,250. 13,500 with Mark. 13,500. 13,500. 13,500. I'll take 100 if it helps anywhere, because if you're in here today, you might be shouting out 100. 13,500 I've got with Mark at 13,500. 13,500. 13,600. 13,600. 13,700. 13,700. 13,700. Thank you all for your bids at 13,700. It's going to stay with Mark at 13,700, I believe. Thanks for trying, William. At 13,700, it's Mark's bid. At 13,000, he's back in. 13,800. It's not finished yet. 13,900. Mark's in at 13,900. 13,900. 13,009 with Mark. 13,900 then. Thank you again. I'm going to drop the hammer down at £13,900. It's going to be Mark's bid, with him as the underbidder there at £13,900. Mark 13,900. Thank you for trying. The little Mini. Here we are, little Rover Mini. Little Mini Cooper, incidentally. The little Mini Cooper. Sensible again. Lost me glasses then for a minute. Sensible again, look, on the money. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Who's going to start me? £3,000 bid. Thank you. 3,000, 3,250, £3,500. That's a cheap little Mini Cooper. At 3,500. At £3,500. 3,750. Thank you. At £3,750. At 3,750. At 3,750. At 3,750. That's not an expensive car. 3,750. At 3,750. £3,750. At 3,750. 3,750. He needs a little bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. I think it is worth a little bit more. Limpton's Lipton's tea sign, there we are, you've got it there, Michael, well done. There we are then, where are we going to be on that? £100 bid, 110, 110. At 110 then, on sale, £110. At £110 we've got. At £110, at 110, 110, at £110 then. Hammer's coming down, I'm going to sell it at £110, 120. Moulton, 120. Whitley Bay, 130. 130 we've got, 130. At £130 then, at 130. 130 then. Are we all done at 130? Then off she goes at £130. Sold 130. 306 is a little mini minor. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? £6,000 out the trap straight away. Thank you. 6,000 at £6,000. 62, 6,002, 64, 66, 6,600 at 6,006. At 6,600 we've got £6,600 at 6,006. At 6,600. Cheap little mini that for a 61 mini. 6,006 at 6,600. At £6,600. 68. 6,008 at 6,008. 6,008. 6,008 we've got. Internet bid at 6,008. Are you sure? 6,800 then? I'll take 100 if it helps. If not, we'll put it down provisional at 6,008. £6,800. 6,008, that's provisional then at £6,800. 68 provisional, Josh. 307 is the B Oil Wise enamel sign. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £30 there, thank you. 30, £40 we've got. £40 bid at 40, at £40 then, at £40 then, at 40, at 40, £50 we've got. At £50 bid, at £50 then, £50 then, nice little sign then, at £50 are we all done? We're going to sell at £50 then, off she goes at £50 then, be warned. Sold 308. Oh, this is a lot of car for the money. Look at this, what a lovely majestic car. Nick's got it on the YouTube camera there. There you go. What a lovely, lovely car. Yeah, these should be worth more than they are. They're an elegant car. They're equally as elegant as a Rolls or a Bentley, aren't they? Look at that. Lovely, lovely car. We've got some interest here. I've got bids on my sheet here, Will, but I've also got 7 bids on my screen that takes me to 7,500. So the 7 bids there, which finish at £7,500, at 7,500, at £7,500 then, at 7,500, 7,600, 7,700, 7,700 we've got, 7,700, 7,800, 7,008, £7,800, 7,900, 7,009, at 7,900, £8,000 bid, £8,000 we've got, 8,100, 8,001, £8,100, 8,100. £8,100 then, what a lovely majestic car. At £8,100 she's going to go. 8,200, 8,300, 8,300, 8,300, 8,300. They look like they should be £25,000 these cars. 8,500, £8,500, 8,600, 8,700, 8,700, £8,700, 8,800, 8,900, £8,900 we've got, 8,900, £9,000, at £9,000 bid, 9,100, 9,100, 9,200, 9,300, 9,300, 9,400, 9,400, 9,500, 9,500 we've got, £9,500, 9,500, are we all done then? We're going to bring it home at 9,500 then. Hammer's going to all 9,600, 9,700, 9,700, £9,700, 9,800, 9,800, 9,008. It'll go into long-term ownership again, this car, I would think. 9,009, 9,900, 9,009. Who's going to fill it up to 10? We've got 9,900 on the table at the moment. At £9,900, then I'm going to pull the lever. The hammer's coming down, be warned. At 9,900 it's going to go. Get ready with that button, Will. 9,900, it's off. It's going to go. £10,000. £10,000. £10,000 we've got. £10,000. You do right. You don't want to lose it for 100 quid, do you? No, you've come this far. At £10,000 then. Same applies. I'm going to pull the lever. The hammer's coming down. Be warned. 10,100. 10,100. 10,001. £10,100. I'm just going to have a mouthful of tea while you guys just think if you're going to bid again. What do you reckon then? 10,001. £10,100, then off we go then at £10,100. You've had ample time now, guys. Get ready, Will. £10,100, off she goes. Sold. Thank you ever so much for your bids. 309 is the Fina Globe. There she is, Michael. I know she's lovely. Look at that thing of beauty and a joy forever. We have got 120, 140, 160, 180, 200, 220. At £220 we've got 220, 240, 260. At £260. At £260 then at 260. At £260, lovely piece that. 260, £300 bid at 300. 320, 320. 320. Can I go a tenner, Will, for my figures? 320. Oh, 340. I'm okay now. 340. 340. At £340. 340. 340. Very unusual is a Fina one. 350. We were Fina agents for a number of years. Dad, Fina agents? Fina agents for a long while. Dad had a site with Fina for many years. 360. 370. 370. 370. 380. 380. 380, 390. They were good to work with, weren't they? Best petrol company you could work with. There you go. At £400 then at 400. At £400, 410. 410. £410, 410, 420. At 420 we've got 420, 430. 430. £430 we've got 430, 440. £440, 450. 450. Should have kept some of your old globes. 450, 450, 460, 460. Should have kept the pumps, yeah. 460, 460 we've got. 470, 470, 470. Yeah, we had loads of Fina branded stuff when I was a kid growing up. 470 we've got. At 470, 480, 480. At £480, 480. At 480. Used to pull my little motorbike up to the pumps. Fill it up for 50p. I did, yeah, that's it. Yeah. £490, 490, 490. No, you should go and tell Dad. So Dad, I've just put 50p in that. 50, it's crazy, isn't it now? 50p. Yeah, yeah. 490 we've got, £490 at 490. At £490, 490. At £490. Fond memories then. At £490, are we all done? I'm going to pull the lever then. Hammer's coming down at £490. Enjoyed that little trip down memory lane. Thank you very much. 310 Ford Transit Courier. Arnalia, local company entered. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? We've got £10,000 bid straight away. £10,000 out the traps there at £10,000. £10,000 then at £10,000. They've just renewed it. They've just got a new van. That's all. Slightly bigger van. It's just gone a bit bigger. That's all. But a local company then at £10,000 we've got. £10,000 at £10,000 then at 10. I can sell it, I believe, at £10,000. I think it's going to go at £10,000. Cracking little van at £10,000. At £10,000, are we all done then? I'm going to pull the lever down. Are you sure you're all done at £10,000 then? Lovely little van at £10,000. £10,000, 311. Scarborough dispenser and cardboard sign. Oh, that's a nice little thing. That's a nice little touch. There we are then. Again, where are we going to be on that? 50, 60, £70 we've got. £70 then. At £70 then at 70. At £70 then. At £70 then. At £70 then. At 70 we have. At 70. At £70 then. At 70 we all done at 70. Nice little touch there at £70. £80 we've got. Thank you at 80. £80 then. At £80. £80 we have. £80 bid. £80 then. We're going to sell it. Are you all done? Are you sure? £80 then for the first, second, third and last time. Sold. 312 is the Ford Mondeo ST220. Here we are then. 3 or 4 of these around today, and I'm just about to okay another one for next month. Where are we going to be on that? We've got 8 bids on there, Will, already. So we go all the way up, all the way up to 5,750, Will, please. At 5,750, 5,750. 5,750. We have got £6,000 bid. Then I'll take hundreds if you wish. At £6,000 I've got £6,000 bid. At £6,000. £6,000 I've got. At £6,000 then. At £6,000 are we there? At £6,000. £6,000 then. At £6,000. 6,000. Are you sure? You're all done? At £6,000 then. Are we all there? 6,1. 6,001. 6,002, Will, please. 6,002. at 6,200. £6,200 we've got, 6,200. 6,200 at 6,200. Are we all done at 6,200? I'm going to pull the lever then at 6,200, and that's bidder number 600,248 at £6,200. Then off we go at £6,200. Sold. 313 is the Land Rover Range Rover illuminated box there. There we are then. Cheap and cheerful box. Where are we going to be? Who wants to start me at £40? At £40 then. £40 then. Thank you at 40. At £40 then. At £40 we have 40. At £40 then. At £40 then. At £40 then. At £40 and we all done at 40. At £40 then. At £40 then, and we all done and dusted at £40. 314. Moving on, please, is the Motorbike. Here we are, the little pedal and pop there. I've got some bids here. We have got 300 on that screen there, Will. 300, 320 if I may. £320. At £320 bid, at 320 we have. At 320. At £320 I'm going to sell it. A cheap little bike. At £320 then. At 320. At £320 then. At 320 it's going to go. At £320 then it's off. At £320 then. Cheap little bike if you're all done at £320. 330. 330 Cornwall. Good morning. 330. 330, 340, Will please, 340, at 340, at £340. Thank you very much, Charles. At £340, at 340, at £340. Then Hammer's coming down, 350. Moulton, local bidder, thank you. 360 we've got, £360 bid. At 360, thanks for your bids. At 360, £360, 370. Moulton, you're in now. At 370, who's that?
This is Graham.
Graham, you're in, mate. Only just 370. At £370 then. At 370 then. Looks like it's staying local then. At £370. Are we all done? At £370. Off to Graham in Moulton. Thank you for your bids. And lot number 315 is a Sonocal Oil Keeps Motors Knockless. There you are. You like knockers, Michael? You like knockers, don't you? You told me you like knockers. I'm sure you did. There we are then, where we're going to be, you tell me. £30 we've got, at £30 then, at £30 we've got, at £30 bid, £30, £40, at £40 then, at £40 then, at 40. At Michael, look at his little face. At £40 then, and we've got £40, at £40 then, at £40 bid, at 40, at £40 then, at £40 we've got, at £40. At £40 then, at £40 are we done and dusted? Oh, we're not. £50 then, at £50. At £50, at £50 then down in Cornwall at 50. At £50. At £50 we'll try for you. At £50 then, Hammer's coming down. If you're all there at £50 we'll try for you. Provisional to Cornwall. And we have got lot number 316, the little rally runabout. Just refresh my screen. We have got, oh Will, we've got bids here, there and everywhere here. There's some there. We've got 6 over here, so I won't start right the way down. I might as well start where we finish here. Look, 750 on here, Will. So 750, that top trumps them ones there, doesn't it? So we're back on 750. So 750 we've got at 750. Have we? 750. I was only going to go up in 50s, but anyhow, we've got 850 there. £850 we've got. 850 there. £850 bid at 850. At 850, that's soon shot up, isn't it? £850 we've got. At £850 then 850 we have. At £850. At £850 then 850. 850. 850 then. Some of these lads didn't get a chance to bid then here with on my sheet, bless them, but anyhow, they're trying. At £850 we've got. £850 then. 850. Are we all done and dusted then? At £850 I'm going to pull the lever, you sure? At £850 then. Hammer's coming down at £850. Bosh, gone. 317. We call these wall fillers, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard us talk about them no end of times. They're cheap and cheerful. Ray does them, does half a dozen for every sale, donates most of it to charity, bless him. He's a top lad. We have them round our units and so forth, and just take your eye off a plain wall. Where are we going to be on that? We have got 40, 50, £60 bid. At £60 we've got. At £60 then. At £60 then, just a cheap and cheerful sign. At £60 then, are we done? At £60 then. At £60 bid. At 60. At £60 then, off she goes. At £60 be warned. £60 Josh. 318 is a little mini clubman there. Lovely bit of information there, tells you all about it. There you go then. Thank you for that, Linda. Look, tells you all there. The whole caboodle, I think. The basics, what you need to know. We've got a £4,000 bid there in County Durham. Hartlepool, thank you for that. At £4,000 we've got. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 we have. At £4,000. At £4,000 bid. At 4. We'll submit it for you, Hartlepool. We'll see what we can do. We'll have a word with Linda and the family and see what they want to do. At £4,000 then, are you sure? We're all done. Hammer's going to drop down then if everyone's finished at £4,000. Provisional 319, 4 parts sold here. That's a nice little size sign. Look at that, that's lovely, that, isn't it? That's a lovely little sign. We have got 30, 40, £50 bid. At £50 we've got. At £50 bid. £60 then at £60. At £60 then. Nice little sign then at £60 then at 60. At £60 bid. At £60 then at 60. £70 we've got. At £70. At £70 bid. At 70. At £70. £80 bid. £80 bid. £80 bid, £80 then. Hammer's going to come down at £80. If everyone's done, off she goes at £80. Be warned. £80, 320. Another little rally run around. Look at that. Nice little lightweight bike. Again, we've got some interest here. We've got interest there, Will. We've got 300, we've got 320, we've got 340, 360 we've got at £360, it's on sale. At £360, it's on sale at £360. 380 says Mark, 380, £400 I've got, £400 bid. I've got 400 earmark at 400, do you want 420? 420 he does, £420. At £420. At 420. At £420. Your bid mark at 420. At 420, 440, 440, 440 I've got, 460 says Mark, 460 says Mark, at 460, at 460, that's Mark's bid at 460. Are you all done, boys and girls? At 460 then I'm going to knock it down to Mark's telephone bidder at 406, 480. Who's that now, Will? Kenneth. 480, Kenneth, you're in. Oh, only briefly. 500 says Mark, £500. At £500. At £500. £500. Are we all done? At 500. £500. Mark, you're in. Kenneth, you're out. £500. It's Mark's bid. At £500. Hammer's coming down. Be warned, it's going to go. It's gone. 3, 2, 1. Dusty bin. Here we are. Duckham's Motor Oil. That's a nice one, Michael. I like that. I do like that, that's lovely, and so does a lot of other people, because look at the bids I've got here. We've got 200, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300, 320, 340, Will, please, 340. I'll take a tenner now, 340. Next one's 350, I've got 340. 340 I've got, it's on sale at 340, I'm going to sell it. At £340, it's going to go. At £340, are you sure you're all done at 340? I'm going to sell. At £340, it's on sale. At £340, then Hammer's coming down. Lovely sign at £340, it's going to go. Missing no one. At 340. 340, top right there, Josh. And lot number 322 is the little Corey. Is it Gory? It's pronounced Gory? Gory? I'm not sure actually. Well, there we are. Again, unusual little machine that, 1982. There you go, looks a level little machine, that's for sure. So who made these? Part of SWM. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Unusual little machine there you go. We've got a bid on the sheet here, Will. We've got a £1,000 bid, and it's on sale at £1,000. It's going to be sold. At £1,000, it's going to go. At £1,000. At £1,000, and it's off. At £1,000 then. At £1,000, 1,050, at £1,050, £1,050 we have, at £1,050 bid, at £1,050, 1,050. You don't get much of a trial bike for that, do you? 1,050, it's going to go. I've got instructions to sell. At 1,050 then, Hammer's coming down. If you're all done, be warned. It's going to go. It's going. It's gone. 323, another nice Austin. There we are, the A40 this time. Nice bit of information there supplied by Michael. Thank you very much. We like it when that comes through. There you are, it tells you all about it there, where we're going to be. We have got 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, £3,000, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 3,005, £3,500 we've got, 3,006 there, 3,006, 37, £3,700. 3,700 I have. 3,800, 3,900, 3,900, 3,900. £4,000 bid. 4,100, 4,200, 4,300, 4,400, 4,400, 4,400, 4,500, £4,500, 4,500, 4,600, 4,600, 4,600, at 4,600. I've got 4,700, Will, with me on the sheet of 4,700, 4,800, 4,900. I've got £5,000 on this sheet, £5,000 here, £5,000, £5,000, 5,100, 5,100. I tried hard for you there, bidder number 600, 177. However, we've got a bid there at £5,100 at 5,100, 5,001. At £5,100, beautiful little car. At 5,001, 5,001. But there has been some interest in this last week. At £5,100, then are we there? At £5,100, I'm going to pull the lever then. Hammer's coming down, and sure you're all done. At £5,100, then are we all there? At 5,100. Sold. Thank you all for your bids. Lots of interest in that little car. 324. The adapted hybrids enamel repro sign. There we are. Where are we going to be on that? That's an oddball one, isn't it? Nice little sign, though. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me? Who's going to start me at £40? Thank you. £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 we've got. At £40 then. At 40. At £40 we have then. At £40 bid. At 40. At £40 then. Are we all done at 40? At £40 then. At 40 then. £40 bid. Are we all done and dusted at £40? 325 is the little Fiat 850. There we are. Cracking little car. Where are we on the little Fiat then? You tell me. £3,000 is the start. 3,100, 3,200, £3,200. At 3,200 we have. At £3,200 bid. At 3,200. At 3,200. £3,200. 3,200. £3,200. 3,300. 3,003. 3,003. Looks good value, doesn't it, that? 3,400. 3,400 we have. At 3,400. 3,400. She's still very provisional at the moment at 34. At 3,400. £3,400. £3,400. We'll submit it. 3,500. 3,600. We're getting closer. 3,600. 3,700. 3,700. I think it was very sensibly reserved and guided to start off with, if I'm honest. 3,700. £3,700. 3,700. All these cars, we try and get them to a level where they are seriously worth the money before they even arrive. At £3,700.
Nice car to hitch to the back of your camper van.
Yeah, you could do that, couldn't you? Yeah. Put it on the back of your camper. 3,700. 3,800. 3,008. We're nearly there. 3,008. £3,800. I'll take a 50 if it helps. Every little bit helps, doesn't it? I'll take a 50 if it helps. 3,800 we've got. 3,008. We've got that on the table. That's provisional at the moment at £3,800. Then are we there? At £3,800. I'll put you down provisional at 3,800. We'll try our best for you at £3,800. 3,800 provisional, Josh. 326 is the Range Rover Vogue EFI. There we are. Look at that. Fair machine, this one. There we go. Where are we going to be on that? Looks a nice bit of kit, does that, doesn't it? £7,000. Thank you at £7,000. At £7,000 and a quarter. 7,250. At 7,250. 7,500. At 7,500. At £7,500. 7,750 says young Mark there. At 7,750. At 7,750. £8,000. Isle of Man, good morning. £8,000. £8,000. 8,250. Mark's telephone bid. 8,250. 8,250. 8,250 we are. Mark, your bid. 8,250. 8,250. We'll submit it for you. 8,250. 8,500. Isle of Man, 8,500. 8,005. 8,750 says Mark. 8,750 says Mark. 8,750. I'll take 100 if it helps, Will. 8,750 we've got. 8,750. 8,750. I'm going to put it down to you, Mark. That's provisional. At 8,850, Mark. 8,850. 8,950 says Mark. 8,950. 8,950. 8,950. Put it down to 50 quid, Will. Oh, we are. I was just going to round it down to 9,000. That was all. 9,050. Just makes my job a bit easier as well. 9,050. Next one's 9,1, Mark. Do you want 9,1? 9,1 he does. 9,1. 9,1 he does. 9,1. 50. 9,150. 9,150 we've got. 9,2. 9,2. I'm going to put it on sale. It's on sale at 9,200. At 9,200 pound. I'm going to put it on sale at 92. Mark's bidder at the moment at 9,200 pound. Hammer's going to come down at 9,200. It's your man, Mark, or lady on the phone there at 9,200 pound. Be warned, everybody, at 9,2. Mark 9,2. Alaman underbidder. Thank you, Alaman. 327. Oh, the National Benzene Mixture sign there. Oh, Michael's got a sign there. There you go. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? Cheap and cheerful then. Who's going to start me? A tenner. Thank you. At £10 then. At £10 then. At £10. At £10. £10 we have at 10. £20 bid at £20. Cheaper that. At £20 then. At £20. £30 we have in Cornwall at 30. At £30, £40 then, at £40 then, at £40 then, at 40. £50 bid we have at £50, at £50 bid, at £50 then, at £50 then, £50 then, and we all done at £50, £60. At £60 then, £60 then is off to Sunderland then at £60. Hammer's coming down at £60 then, and we all done and dusted at £70 then at 70. At 70, I always forget that no means yes. £70 then at £70. At £70 then, at £70 then, are we all done at £70? £70. Mr. J, who stopped bidding about 4 bids ago. 328 Fiesta RS Turbo Cosworth. Here we are. Press that button, Will. Press that button. There we are. Look at that. Look at thing of beauty and a joy forever. Look at that. We've got 2 fancy Fiestas in this time. There we are. There's a magazine article, I know for sure on this one. I think the magazine is in the car. There's War and Peace to go through. There's all sorts of information, but it's a well-known car. There we are. Where we're going to be, we'll try for you. We've got a £20,000 absentee bid there. We'll try for you. We'll have a word with the family. We'll see what we can do. £20,000 we've got. At £20,000 bid. At £20,000 bid. At £20,000. At £20,000 we have. At £20,000 then. At £20,000 then. Are we all done at 20? At £20,000. At £20,000. At £20,000 then. Are we all done? We'll submit it for you at £20,000. Hammer's coming down at 20,000. Provisional 329 is the bar billiards table. There we are, bar billiards table there. Lots of information, lots of interest in this. I think we've still got one somewhere. We had one in the pub, used to spend hours on this. There we are then, where we're going to be. We have got 24, 25, 26, 27, £2,800 at 2008. 2008 we've got at 2008, 29, £2,900 bid at 2009, 2,900, £2,900 bid at 29, at 2009 I'm going to sell it, at £2,900 it's going to go, 2009, £3,000 bid, £3,000, £3,000. I'll just go a 50 if I can, Will. At 3,050. At £3,050. £3,050. Press the button, Will. There you go. Just got to keep him up to speed with stuff. He struggles a bit at times, bless him. At 3,050. At 3,050. At £3,050. At 3,050. £3,050 bid we've got. 3,050. I'm going to drop the hammer. It's going to go at £3,050. Are you all done at 3,050? Sold. 3,050. Top right hand corner, Josh. 330 is the Fiesta ST. Excuse me. I think this was previously a car that the Bangers and Cash team got involved with. Previously. Yes. Had his fun with it. There you are then. There you go. Where are we going to be on that then? Previous Bangers and Cash involvement. £3,500 bid straight away. 3,500 we've got. £3,500. At 3,500. 3,600. 3,600. £3,600 we have. At 3,600. At £3,600 for the little Fiesta ST. 3,700. 3,700. At 3,700. at £3,700. Good little show car at 3,007. Don't forget my Fiesta. At 3,007, £3,700. 3,800, 3,008, £3,800. We have 3,900, 3,009 at £3,900. £4,000 bid, £4,000 at £4,000. At £4,000, 4,000, 4,100, 4,001, 4,001, £4,100 at 4,100. That's provisional then. At £4,100, we'll put you down provisional at £4,100. If you're all done at 41, hammers coming down at 4,100. 331 is the Busy Bees 2-piece slot machine or slots. Yeah, slot arcade machine, there we are, there we go. Oh, there, I see it now, it's a bigger picture there. There we are then. We've been asked to submit the best bid. Where are we going to go? Who's going to start me? Who's going to start me? Surely someone's going to start me under £100 then, Will? £100, someone? If not, we'll have to move on, but it must be £100. Thank you very much. £100 then, at £100 then, at £100. At £100 then, it's a nice bit of furniture for £100, isn't it? At £100 we have. At £100 bid, at £100 then, 100 and 125, 125. 125, I haven't got time to play it. At 150, at £150, at 150, at 150, £150 we've got, at 150, at £150, we'll submit it for you, at £150, then hammers coming down if you're all done, at £150, we'll see, at 150, submit it. 332 is the MG RV8. I like these, I think these are a cracking car. And they're very, very sensible now. They were £25,000 for a long, long time. And they're not now. They're come down. And they're anything between 10 and 15, £16,000 like this one. Yeah, there you go. And I think that makes them really good value. Nice car, Michael. Michael's just interjected and said it's a nice car, that. There you go. I am a fan. I've never owned one, but I am a fan of them. I think they're a great car. There you go. So where we're going to be on that, you tell me. 10, I bet. 10,000, 10,250, 10,500, 10,750, at 10,750, £11,000 we've got, 11,000 and a quarter, 11,250, 11,250, 11,500, 11,500, 11,750, 11,750, 11,750, 11,750, 11,750. 11,750. I think that's cheap, isn't it? 11,750. 11,750. £11,750. £12,000. Not surprised. £12,000. £12,000 we've got at £12,000. At £12,000. Well, that does surprise me at £12,000, but we'll submit it. We can try, can't we? At £12,000, we'll put it down. At £12,000, are you sure you're all done? I think you're missing a trick there. At £12,000, then hammers coming down. At £12,000. Very provisional. 333. Here we are. All the threes is the Popeye. The little Popeye sign there. Look at that. Where are we going to be on that? £20 bid, thank you. 20, £30. At 30, at £30 then, at 30. At £30 we have. At £30 then, £40 bid, thank you, Cornwall. At £40. At £40 we've got. £40. At £40 bid. At £40 then, £40 then. £40 are we all done then? At £40. £40 we'll try for you at £40 then. That's a provisional at £40. 334. This is a popular truck, the Toyota Hilux. This will make a truck with this one. There we are, very sensible on the mileage, nice truck. Paul and I had a quick look around it, or Paul showed me around it one day last week. And, but yeah, it's got the makings of a nice truck. It's like new inside, she's lovely. Right, where are we going to be on that? You tell me, 5,750 we've got there, 5,750. 5,000, oh no, we're £6,000, Will, please. 5,750. £6,000 bid. Thank you. At £6,000 we've got. At £6,000. At £6,000. Mark 6,250. At 6,250. At £6,250. At 6,250. 6,250. At 6,250. 6,500. Alan just beat the internet in there. Will, he just had his hand up before the internet flashed. At 6,500. 6,500. 6,750. At 6,750. 6,750, 6,750, £7,000, £7,000, £7,000, 7,250. 7,005. 7,005. 7,500 we've got. 7,750 on my right. 7,750. £8,000 on my left. £8,000. £8,000 I've got. I will, for you, Mark, I will do anything. £8,100. 8,001. 8,002. 8,002 I have. 8,002. 82. 83. 84. 84. 85. 8,005. 85. Holly, what do you think? Yeah, 8,006. 8,006. 8,600. 8,006. Holly's bid. 8,006. 87. Mark. 88. 8,008. 8,008. 89. 8,009. £9,000. £9,000. 91. 91. 92. Holly's bid. 92. 92. 93. 95. 95 on my left. 95. 96. 96. 96. 96 with Mark. £9,600. At £9,600. Are we all done? It's going to go to Mark then at £9,600. Are you done? Mark your truck. Thank you for trying. Let's do a couple more, Bourne. You can come on then. 335 is the Rolls Royce Illuminated Metal Showroom sign. There you are. Down there, Michael, somewhere. Is it on display? There you are. Michael said it's on display down here by Phil. There are we. Oh, I see. That big one there. Oh, right, I see. Right, there we are then. Yeah, where we're going to be on that, you tell me. We have got, there's some bids on here, Will. We've got 240, 260, 280 there. 280, £300 bid. At £300 I've got. At £300 bid, 320. At £320. At £320 I have. At £320. At 320. At £320 then. At 320, you sure we're all done at 320? At £320. At £320 then. Hammer's going to come down at £320. Are you all done at £320? So, 336 is the Renault Master horse box. There we go. Look at that. That's a lovely bit of kit, isn't it? All ready to rock and roll, it says there. There we are then. Now, you could pull up anywhere in that, couldn't you? Anywhere at all, and be very proud of that. Look at that lovely bit of kit. Yep, look at that, lovely there. Cracking. Where are we going to be on that? £12,000 we've got there. Thank you very much at 12,000. At £12,000. At 12,250. 12,250. Pull up at any gymkhana with that, couldn't you? 12,250. At 12,250. At 12,250. At 12,250. At £12,250. At 12,250. 12,250. You sure? At 12,250. At £12,250, he's looking for more. Don't blame him. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. They'll try their best to put a deal together for you. And on the subject of putting deals together for you, we have got some provisionals that Charlie and Paul have converted over the last 24 hours. We've got lot number 211, the enamel sign. Sold. Lot number 210, the Rover 95. Sold. Lot number 250, the BMW GS. Sold. Lot number 248, the Defender. Sold. Lot number 170, the MGTF. Sold. Lot number 152, a little Suzuki. Sold. Lot number 190, the MGA Coupe. Oh, that was a nice little car. Sold. Lot number 26, the Austin. Sold. There you go. As I say all the time, we convert over 95% of all provisionals. So it does pay to get your name down, because Charlie and Paul and Jill do their magic in the office and they put these deals together. In the meantime, we're going to go on to 337. which is the Hudson Soap enamel sign. Here we are, the Hudson Soap sign, £100 on the way, thank you. That's a nice little sign, £100 we've got. Oh, £100 then, oh, £100 on the way at 100, 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, £110, cheap sign, £110, £120 bid at 120, oh, £120 then, oh, £120 we've got at 120, oh, £120. Oh, £120, that's very provisional, we'll try for you. Oh, £120 and the all done. Oh, £120 then, that's very provisional at 120. Very provisional. Do you know anything about the old Scooby?
No, mate, no.
Oh, okay, I thought you might have. No?
No, I don't
No?
think so.
Subaru
I
Impreza.
looked a lot of car, yeah, forged motor and all the rest of it.
Oh,
but
was
no,
it?
I haven't.
All right, okay. Well, Paul does a lot of the processing up in our new Unit 4 there.
No, I didn't do that.
And I just asked Paul if he'd been had any major involvement with the little Scooby there. There we are. Subaru Impreza, WRX STI Type UK. Well, if you're going to get one, it's the one to get, isn't it? There you go. There you go then. Regular oil changes, 19-inch wheels. They are. Oh yeah, forged engine. Oh well, that ticks a lot of boxing, doesn't it? There you go then. There you go. Where we're going to be on that? We have got an absentee bid there at 6,500. At 6,500, it's a start. At £6,500. At 6,500. A lot of car for the money. At £6,500 we have. At 6,500. At £6,500. At £6,500. £6,500. It's very provisional. Who's that, Will, please? Who, sorry? Anna. Very provisional, Anna. Oh, it was Anna. You've just been outbid. 6,750. 6,750. Neil, 6,750. Still a cheap car, that, Neil. £6,750. £7,000 bid. £7,000 we've got. £7,000. Anna's back in again. £7,000. £7,000 we have. £7,000. £7,000, that's a provisional bid. 7,250. 7,250 we've got. 7,250. 7,250. I'll take 100 if it helps. Every little bit helps. I'll take 100 if it helps. 7,250 we've got. At 7,250. At £7,250. We'll put it down, but it is provisional at £7,250. At 7,250 then. Hammer's going to drop down if you're all done at 7,250, 7,350, 7,350, 7,350, at 7,350. Is that Anna again?
It is.
Oh, lovely. Well done. There you are. So I like to see the girls getting involved with all this. I think it's great. 7,350, at 7,350. At £7,350 then on a provisional basis then at 7,450 at 7,450. At Neil's in at 7,450 at 7,450. 7,450 at 7,450. 7,450. Are we done then? I'll put you down then, Neil, as a provisional. The office will have a word with the owner and see what he thinks at £7,450 if you're all done at 7,450. Thanks for your bids. Right, I'll just do this last one and then Paul can jump on. The Ayrton Senna crash helmet sign. There we are then. Cheap and cheerful sign. Where we're going to be. £40 then, thank you. £40, £50 we've got. At £50, thank you. At £50 then. At £50 then. Are we all done at 50? At £50 then. At 50. £60 then. At £60 and sold. At £60 and sold. At £60 then. At £60 then. At 60. At £60 then. £60 then. Hammer's coming down at £60 and we all done and dusted at £60. Sold £60. I just did this one, Paul. It's not one you want to really start with. 1992, the Rover 216 Cabriolet automatic. There we are. So if you've got a wooden leg, you're away. There we are then. Rover, where are we going to be then? You tell me. I think a good value for money, these. Great little fun car for the summer. Where are we? Tell me. Will, get it down to 750. We can't start much lower than 750. What a lot of car for £750. They have a load of fun in the summer with that. £750 starting bid, someone. Thank you. £750 at 750. At £750 we've got. £750 bid at 750. £750 then, are we all done at 750? We'll try for your Malta at 750. Cheap enough at that, isn't it? Can have some fun with it. At £750 then. We'll see what we can do at 750 then. Hammer's coming down at £750. Provisional, 750. Right, Paul's just going to jump on and do a few for you. Oh, there you go.
You'll be ready for a a brew.
Oh, I didn't think you wanted to start with Rosa. No, right.
Right then, good morning ladies and gentlemen, hello, and we're moving on to lot number 341. There we are then, in case of fire, hand-painted wooden sign. If we have a fire here today, follow me, I'll be first out, thank you. And there we go then, right, there we are, we have 20, £25, £25 bid at £25 then, a bit of fun isn't it really, at £25 then is the 30, at 25 and 30 he says £30 bid, at £30 then, at £30 there, at 30, 35, £35 then, at £35, £35 we have, at £35 then who wants 40, there we are, Stoke-on-Trent wants 40 and 45, down in Cornwall, good morning, at £45 bidding 50, £50 then, at £50 there, at £50 then, we're going to sell it, at £50 then, 50, 55, 55, at £55 and 60, £60 there, at £60 bid, at 60, £60 then, the hammer's coming up then, we're going to sell it, 65, £65, at 65 then 70, £70, at £70 bid, at 70, £70 then, £70 then, the hammer's coming up then, 75, 75, at £75, at £75 then, £75 then for the first, second, third and last time at 75, thank you, and on to 342. There we are, 342, when I get my screen right. There we go then. Oh, bit of a project for you. There you are then, Aston Martin DBS V8. There she is, look. Couldn't see any numbers on the car. It's as you see it, no numbers on the car. So it will indeed need registering or indeed there's a lot of valuable parts. There you go, there you are. V8, don't forget, V8. There we go then, can we get 20 to start us off? I tell you what, can we get 15 to start us off, Will? If there's 15 out there, then we'll carry on. Is there 15,000 out there? Someone's looking for it, aren't they? There must be surely 15 out there to kick us off. If not, we'll pop it in the timed auction next week. There you go. Moving on then, 343. There we go. Here's a large illuminated Golf GT40 sign. There we are down there, Mick. Lit up down there, look, lovely thing, look, there you go, they're lovely are these signs, they really, really are. 80, 90, 100, 20, 40, 160, 160, at £160 bid, at 160 then, at 160, who wants 70, at £160 then, at £160 bid, at 160, is there 70, at £160, at £160 then, looking round, we're going to sell it, at 160 and 70 and 80 with me, 180, 180, at 180 pound then here with me, at 180 pound, at 180, at 180 pound bid, at 180, 180 then is the 90, 180 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 180, sold at 180, that man there, thank you, and we're moving on to the Ford A-Series. There you are then, Ford A-Series fire engine, we would nickname it. There you go. One of the best cabs we've seen. Drove down from Teesside, Richmond, that's it, yeah. I don't think you will either. Father just said, ladies and gents, you wouldn't have heard him. It's up there with one of the best cabs you're going to find. It really is. Wants the body whipping off, doesn't it? And it wants a little, it actually wants a little transporter body on. Absolutely perfect for it. There you go. So chuck that old body out the way, put a transporter body on, cracked it, haven't you? Drove down from Richmond, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely bit of kit. There we are. £2,500 bid. 2526, 2006, 2006 and 7. 27, 27, 2,700, 28 says Mark, 2008 at 2,800, 2008, 9, 29, 2009, 3,000, 31, 3001, 31, we should have had these a bit bigger than this, Will, 31, 32, 33, 33, 33, 3003, Alan's phone, 34 online, Mark, you were picked. 3-5 he says, I should think so, it's for nothing. 3-5, Mark's bid. 3-6, Alan. 3-6, 3,600. 3-6. Petrol? Yeah, I know, yeah. No, you don't want a diesel one of them. No, you spend a week trying to start it. A box of Easy Start. Internet, sorry, 37 on the internet. 37 on the internet. 3738 says Alan, 39 says Mark. 3009, 3900. 39 and £4,000 bid. 4,000, we've gone into 200. I see what you've done there. £4,000 bid, 42, 44, 44. 4,004 in 46. 4,600. 48 says Mark. 4,008. 5,000 was Alan. Sorry, Coxo, you're in the room there. £5,000 bid. At 5,2, 5,2, 5,002. 5,4, 5,004. £5,400 then. 5,6, 5,006. 5,8, 5,8 was actually in the room, Coxo. Sorry, 5,8, 5,8. 5,008. Alan's phone there. 6,000, 6,000. £6,000 bid. At £6,000 then, against you, Alan, you're out. 6,2 he says. 6,200. 6,2, 6,4, 6,4, 6,4, 6,6. 6,006. At £6,600 then. At 6,6, 6,8. 6,8, I see you, I know you. Good afternoon, good morning. 6,8, 7,000, says Alan. £7,000 at 7,072. 7,002 at 7,002. 74, 74, 74 and 6, 76. You can't find them, can you? We all know. 76, 78, 7,800. At £7,800 then. At 7,008 and 8,000. £8,000. 8,2, 8,002. At 8,200. 8,4, 8,004. 8,004 and 6. 8,6. 8,8. 8,008. 8,800. £9,000 bid. At 9,9,2, 9,002. You both know a good truck, I'll give you that. 9,4, 9,004. £9,400 then. Alan there on the phone. 9,6. 9,6 up in Durham. 9,8. 9,800. £10,000. £10,000. 10,2. 10,002. 10,200. What do we think, Durham? 10,4. 10,004. 10,400. At 10,004. Are you done? Thanks for letting me know. At £10,400 then, is he sure? At £10,400 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, looking round. 10,4 going to Durham. Thank you very much for your bids. Just on that hook there. And we're moving on to 3, 4, 5. Shell Motor Oil Repro enamel sign. There we are then. There we are then. Nice little wall filler for you. Yeah, get rid of that. That's it. Yeah. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen. We have 20, 30, 40, £40 bid. At £40 then. At 40, who wants 50? At £40 we have. At £40 then. At £40 then. Who wants 50? Be sharp. At £40 then. We'll sell it provisionally. At £40 then. Looking round for the first, for the second, and £50 he says. At £50 then. At 50. Who wants 60? At £50 bid. At £50 then. £50 then. Looking round. Sell it provisionally for the first, second, third, and last time at £50. Provisionally at 50. And just before we get on to the next lot there, we shall just run through some provisionals, ladies and gents. Lot number 262, the Ford Focus gear, has been sold. Lot 178, a VW Golf GTI, has been sold. Lot 78, a KTM Duke, has been sold. Lot 50, a Jaguar E-Type, that's been sold. Lot 135, a Michelin double-sided sign, that's been sold. Lot 288, a Allegro, that has been sold. Lot 160, a Ford V8 Pilot, that has been sold. And lot 79, a Porsche sign, has also been sold. So thank you very much for that. Moving on to 346, ladies and gentlemen, a Jaguar 1965 3.4 340 Mark II Jag to you and me. A lovely, lovely car, metallic red, lovely car in your building, Mick. Processed it. I know it. I processed it. There you are.
Inspector Morse car, isn't
It's
it?
an Inspector Morse style car. There you are. There we go. Lots of interest here with me. You've got 10, 12, 14. We whiz up to £20,500 here on my right at 20,500. £20,500 bid at 20,500. A lovely, lovely car, speaks for itself. It really, really does. £20,500 bid at 20,500. 20,500. I'll take 100 if it helps. At £20,500 then. At 20,500 are we done? £20,500 then. We're going to pull the lever at £20,500 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, 20,500. Sold at that, thank you. And we're moving on to 347, a hi-hat club. Enamel, a reproduction sign, little wall filler there for you. Look, we got 20, 30, 40 pound bid. At 40 pound then, at 40 pound bid. At 40, who wants 50? At 40 pound then, at 40 and 50, 50 pound we have. At 50 pound then, at 50 pound is the 60. At 50 pound bid. At 50, 50 pound then, we're going to sell it provisionally. At 50 pound then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 50 pound. We'll try for you. And we're moving on to 348. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Land Rover 1957 Series 1. 6 just in front of me there. Lovely motor, locally owned, locally restored, sympathetically restored. Kept some of the originality. Lovely thing. Starts on the bottom, sounds real sweet. Lovely bit of history. Big write-up, big description in the motor, and a very, very nice thing. There you go. You've been down, you've seen it, I know. We have 10, 10, 5, 11,000, £11,000, £11,000 bid, £11,000, 11, 2, 11,002, 11,200, £11,200 then, 11,200, 11,002, who wants 4? £11,200, you couldn't buy it and restore it for it, we all know. £11,200 then, 11,200, 11,200, 11,200, who wants 4? £11,200 then, we'll submit. £11,200 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time, 11,200 provisionally. Top right there, thank you. And on to 349, handmade Fiat clock. Oh, there you go, look. It's the wrong time. No, well, you won't be late. There you are then, lovely clock there, ladies and gentlemen, look. Produced by Mark. He produces quite a few, and he makes a beautiful job, he really does. I don't know how he does them for the money, I really don't, but anyway, there you go. There you are then. We have £100, 100, 110, 110, 120, 120, up £120 we have, up 120, 120, who wants 130, 120 then, up £120, up £120 then, are we done? Up £120, £120 then we'll submit. At £120 for the first, second, third and last time at 120. We'll try. And on to 350. There we are then. Massey Ferguson 135. There we go, look. Locally owned, locally restored, lovely job, proper thing. 135, still do a day's work. Proper little tractor, absolutely great. Perkins P3, I think I'm right in saying, Mick. Starts on the bottom, lovely. There you go, superb. There we are then, 7,250 bid. At 7,250, at 7,250, 7,250 then, at £7,250. At 7,250, 7,250, 7,5, 7,5, 7,500. At £7,500 then, at 7,005, 7,500 and 750, 7,750, 7,750. At 7,750 bid, 7,750 and 8,000, £8,000, £8,000 we have. 8,250 says Dave. 8,250 at £8,250. Dave there on the telephone, not now, 8.5. The Wirral, good morning, the Wirral, 8,500. 8,500, 8,750. 8,750 says Dave, at 8,750. We couldn't restore one for that sort of money, could you? We all know. 8,750 bid. At 8,750 on the telephone. £8,750 and 9. Magic number, we're on sale at £9,000 bid. At 9,250 he says. At 9,250. At £9,250 then. At 9,250. 9,500. 9,005. At 9,500. 9,500, what's he think? 750. 9,750. At 9,750. At £9,750 then. Dave there on the telephone. At 9,750, what do we think, Wirral? At 9,750 bid. At 9,750 and 10,000 he says. At 10,000. 10,000. At 10,250. 10,250 says Dave. At £10,250. At 10,250. 10,250, what do we think? At 10,250 bid. 10,500. 10,005. At 10,005. 10,500. At 10,750. 10,750. At 10,750 here on the telephone. At 10,750. 10,750 bid then. At 10,750. What do we think, Wirral? Who's in the Wirral? At 10,750. Oh, I see. At 10,750. 10,750 then, are we done? At 10,750, I'll take £100 Wirral if that helps you. I know you've been in from the start. 10,750, 10,850, 10,850. It's Brian, I thought it might be. At 10,850, 10,950, 10,950 says Dave. At 10,950 bid. At 10,950, 11,50, 11,050, 11,050. 11,150, 11,150, 11,150 pound then. 11,150. What do we think, Brian? 11,150 then. Are we done? 11,150 pound then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 11,150. Dave on the telephone. Thank you very much. Thank him for his bids, Dave. And we move on to 351, the Harley Davidson motorcycles, repro enamel sign. There we are then. We got £40 bid at £40. £40 we have at £40 bid. At 40, who wants 50? At £40 then. At £40. £40 we have at £40. £40 then and 50, £50, at £50 we have, at £50 then who wants 60, at £50 then, £50 then we're going to sell it provisionally, at £50 for the first, second, third and last time at £50. There we are, thank you, provisional. And we're moving on to 352, which is a 2012 Land Rover Range Rover Sport HSE SDV. There you go, that's a mouthful, isn't it? Try and say that on the way home from the pub. There you go. 9 service stamps in the book, ladies and gents. Starts on the button, sounds ever so sweet. There we go. We've interest with me, Will. We've interest with you. We go 5,000, 5,1, 5,2, 5,200, and on sale 5,003. 5,300, 5,400, 5,004, 5,400, 5,500, 5,500, 5,005, 5,500, at £5,500 bid, at £5,500 then 5,600, 5,600, you missed it Ash, sorry, 5,600, 5,700 was Ash, 5,700, I'm sorry Newcastle, 5,700, oh yeah I missed that, 5,700, 5,800, 5,900 with me, well spotted, 5,900, 5,900, 5,900, 6,000, 6,100, 6,100, 6,100, 6,200, says Ash, 6,200, 6,200, 6,200, 6,300, I knew it was coming, 6,300, 6,003, 6,400, 6,500 with me, 6,005, 6,500, 6,600, says Ash, 6,600, 6,006, 6,600, Ash telephone, 6,700, Liverpool, 6,700, £6,700, against you. 6-8 on the internet, Ash. Sorry, you were picked. 6-8. 6-9, says Ash. You've got it that time. 6-9. Ash there on the telephone. 6,900. At £6,900 then, what do we think? 7,000, says County Durham. £7,000 bid. At 7-1. 7,001. At 7,100. 7,100. 7-2, says Newcastle. 7-2. 7-2 and 3. 7-3. 7-3. £7,300 then at £7,300. 7-3 then at 7,400. County Durham. 7,400 and 5. You were picked there again, Ash. 7-5. 7,005 and 6. 7-6. 7,600. 7-6. Ashley on the telephone there at 7,006 and 7. 7-7. 7,700 and 8. 7-8. 7,800 at £7,800 bid. At 7,800 and 9. Newcastle. 7,009. £7,900 we have at 7-9 and 8,000. £8,000. Ash on the phone there at £8,000 bid. 8,000. What do we think, Newcastle? £8,000 we have then. Are we going to sell it? At £8,000 then. 8-1. 8-1, says Ashington. 8,100. 8-2, says Ashley. 8-2. 8-2. 8-3. 8-3. 8,003. 8-3. 8-4. 8,004. £8,400. 8,005. 8-5. 8-6. 8,006 at 8,600. £8,600 then. Ash on the phone there. £8,600 then. 8-7. 8,007. 8,700. 8-8. 8-8 was Ash, not Ashington. I'm sorry, Northumberland. 8-8 was Ash in the room. 8,800. £8,800 then. 8-9. 8-9. 8,009. At 8,009, £9,000 he says. At £9,000 then, at £9,000 bid. 9-1, 9-1. Whose idea was this 100 thing? At 9,100. 9-1, 9-2. 9-2, 9,002. At 9,002 and 3. 9-3, 9,003. At £9,300 then. At 9,300. 9,394 says Ash. 9,4. 9,004 and 5. 9,5. 9,005. At 9,500. Is that Carl? At 9,500. 9,6. It's Ash. Rosalie. Oh, all the girls are leading today, aren't they? Oh, the poll's up for the girls. 9,7 Ash, you're out. £9,700. 9. It is good to see some girls on there. 9,700. 9,798 he says. 9,008 at 9,800 on the telephone. £9,800 then. 99. 99. 99 at 9,900. 99. Are we done? At 9,000. Thank him for his bids. At £9,900 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 9,900. Sold at 9,900. Well done there, guys. Well done, well done. And we're moving on to 353 steel reproduction double-sided MG sign. There we go then. Ah, lovely, aren't they? There you go. We have 20, 30, 40, £40 bid. At £40 then. At £40 we have. At £40 then, who wants 50? At £40 then. £40 then. At £40 then. At 40, £40 then, we'll sell it provisionally. At £40 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £40. We'll try for you. Do you want to make a note of that? And we move on to, I thought so, the car of the day. There you go. Land Rover, Range Rover, lot 354, ladies and gentlemen. Automatic SD V8, 8,000 miles from memory. Beautiful, Mick, yeah? Beautiful. There you go. One of my most favourite cars in your shed in this auction. The car speaks for itself. Unmarked wheels. Beautiful. It really is a very stunning thing. There we are. Interest from the word go. Good luck. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27,000 pounds, 28,000 pounds. 28,000 pound we have at 28,000. 28,000 pound, then 29 says Charlie. 29,000, 30 with me. 30 with me, you want 31. 30,000 here with me at 30,000 pounds. At 30, 31 says Mark. 31. 31 says Mark. 31,000. 31,000 says Mark at 31,000. 31,000. Who wants 32? 31, 32 says Dave. 32,000 pound then at 32,000. 33, 33. 33,000 at 33,000. 33. Who wants 34? 33,000 pound then 34 says Mark. 34,000. 34, it's for nothing. Imagine how much they are on the forecourt just round the corner. 35, she says, I should think so as well. 35,000 pounds. It's nearly new, let's be fair, 8,000 miles. It's beautiful. 35,000 pounds at 35,000. 35,000. 36 says Mark. 36,000 pound at 36,000. Mark there on the telephone. 36,000 pound bid at 36,000. I'll take 500 if it helps him, tell him. At 36,000, Mark's bid at 36,000. I'll take 500 if it helps. 36,000 pounds. I'm not going to lie, I thought it would do 40. At 36,000 pound then. 36,000 pound. 36.5. Sheffield's. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon yet? It feels like afternoon. At 36,500. 36,500. You're out, Mark. 36, 37. 37. Mark on the telephone at 37. 37,500. Sheffield. 37,500. At 37,500. He won't find another one, not like, well he will, but he'll have to go and buy a brand new one. At 37,500 pounds. 37,500. 38. 38,000 he says. At 38,000. We're getting close to what I thought. Yes. 38.5 says Sheffield. 38,500. At 38,500 pound then. At 38,500 pound then. Are we done? Is he done? At 38,500 pounds then. Looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 38,500 pounds. Not a dear car that, ladies and gentlemen, not a dear car, a lovely car, you will not be disappointed. And on to 355 Chevrolet Sales and Service Reproduction Enamel Sign. There we are, look, little sign, little wall filler. There you are. We have 20, 30, 40, 40 pound bid. At 40 pound then. At 40 pound we have. At 40, 40 pound then. Who wants 50? At 40 pound then. 40 pound then. At 40, 40 pound then. We're going to sell it provisionally. At 40 pound then. Looking round for the first, second, third and last time at 40 pound. All right. And on to 356. A 1963 Gentry. There she is, look, up there. There you go. Make a lot of sense, these little Gentrys. They're good fun little car, look. Little 1296cc Triumph Herald. Running gear, of course. Lovely little motor, there you go. Great bit of fun without breaking the bank. Simple as that. We have 4.5. We have 4.750. We have 5. We have 5.250. We have 5.5. 5,500 at £5,500, at 5,500, at £5,500 then, at 5,500. I'll take 100 if it helps you, at 5,500, at £5,500 then, at £5,500, at 5,500. Are we done? At £5,500 then, at 5,005, 5,005, 5,6, 5,7, 5,007, at 5,007, £5,700 then, at £5,700 then we're going to sell it, at £5,700 then for the first, for the second, third and last time looking round, 57, thank you. And on to 357, which is a tin Michelin tyre pressure sign. There we are then. They're great, aren't they? Aren't they brilliant? There we go. A nice one as well. Good order. Yeah, there you are. There we go then. We have 60, we have 70, we have 80, we have £90 bid. At £90 then, at £90 bid. At 90, at £90 then. That's it. At 90, £100 we have. At 100, £100 then. At £100. Who wants 10? At 100 then. At £100 then. We're going to sell it. At £100 then for the first, second, third and last time at 100. 100, thank you. And then we're on to the 358, which is a 1951 Morris FV. There she is, look. She's been stood around for a year or two, look. 4-cylinder petrol. There you go. Father heard it run. Granted, a year or two back now. Have you? There you go, Father's driven it before now. It was as sweet as a nut back then. It's got to go. There you go. Where are we going to be then? Is there £500 for the old girl? It's got to be gone. There must be £500 out there, surely. It's for nothing, innit? £500. You'd give that for the back wheels, wouldn't you? Is there 500? There must be £500 out there, surely. 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 They don't want to work. I know. No. It's looking that way. She's going to end up going scrap that one then. Shame, innit? Ring the office if with any bids on that one, guys, because it will end up going. It's got to go. And on to 359. Here we are. Golden Shell Motor Oil reproduction sign. Come on, Mickey. Come on. You've left your station. Come on, odd lad. There we are then. There you go, look, repro sign, nice bright little sign for you. There you are, look. We have got 120, 140, 160, 160, £160 bid. At 160 then, at £160. At 160, at 160, 160, 160, 160, at £160. 160 then, who wants 180? 160 then for the first, second, third and last time, 180, 180, 200, £200 at £200, £200 then at £200, at £200 then for the first, not yet, 220, 220, 240, 240 at £240, 240 at £240, at 240 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 240. 240 and on to lot number 360, 1953 Morris, current V5 look, British Motor Industry Heritage Certificate. There you go, that's lovely. There you are. Oh. Ah, there you are. Father knows of the vendor. He's a Vauxhall man, so this is a little bit out of character, of course, being it's not a Vauxhall. However, dropped it down at Thornton. Father drove it from Thornton to here at Pickering. Drives lovely, just as it should drive. So there you are. Superb. There we go. We have 7,500, 7,005, 7,750, at 7,750, at 7,750 bid, at 7,750, 7,750, at 7,750 and 8,000, says Ash. £8,000, at £8,000 then, at £8,000 bid, £8,000 then, who wants 250, at £8,000, lovely early one, split screen, look, at £8,000, at £8,000 then, at £8,000 there on the telephone, at £8,000 then, are we done? At £8,000 then, looking round, we'll sell it provisionally, Ash, tell him, at £8,000 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, very provisionally, 8,000, Ashley's phone. And moving on to 361, the Harley Davidson beats anything, wooden hand-painted sign. There we are then, Harley Davidson hand-painted sign for you. We have 10, we have 20, we have 30, we have 40, we have £40 bid. At £40 then, at £40 bid, at 40, who wants 50? At 40, £40 then, £40 only. At £40 then, at £40, at 40 is the 50, be sharp. At £40 then, £40 then, we'll sell it provisionally. At £40 then for the first, second, third and last time at £40. We'll try. And on to 362 to 1978 Volkswagen pickup. There we are, look, current V5 it says. Bay window, double crew cab pickup. There you go, look at that. A wrapped look or a restoration, not driven for a couple of years, it says there. There we are. There you go. We have got a couple of thousand there with you, Will. 2,000, 22, 24, 26, 28, 2008, 3,000 on this screen here. £3,000 bid. I'll take 100 if it helps. At £3,000. At £3,000 and on sale, I might add. At £3,000. At £3,000 bid. At 3,000 then, there's 100 there if you want. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then, at £3,000 do you have? At £3,000, at 3,000, 3,1, 3,2, 3,2, 3,002, at 3,200, at £3,200 then, at £3,200 then, 3,3, 3,3, 3,003, at 3,300, £3,300 then, are we done? At £3,300 then, the hammer's coming up then, we're going to sell it at £3,300, sold at 33. And on to 363, the Shell Aviation wooden sign. There we are, look, hand-painted wooden sign. There you go. We have 10, 20, £30, £30 we have. At £30 then, at £30, £30 then, who wants 40? At £30 then, nice bright little wall filler for you. At £30, at 30, at £30 bid. At 30, who wants 40? At £30 then, we're going to sell it provisionally then. At £30 then, for the first, second, third and last time at £30. And on to 364. There we go then. Brian James car trailers. You're only a little one, look. There you go. Nice little trailer. A lovely little trailer. Don't think you're going to get a Jaguar on it though. Mark II Escort's about as big, would you say, Ash? It's about as big as you're going to get on there, isn't it? Mark II Escort, perfect for it. There you go. There you go then. We have 11, 12. We have 1,600. At £1,600 bid. At 1,600. £1,600 then. 17 says Alan. £1,700. Alan there on the telephone. Alan. Yeah, you are on the telephone. At 1,700. Oh, I see. You're multitasking. Oh, £1,700 there. Alan's bid there at £1,700 then. It's on sale at £1,700 then at 1,700. £1,700 then for the first. 1,700 for the second. Third and last time at 1,700. Sorry. And on to 365. There we are then. There we go then. Richfield, high octane gasoline, light up sign, look, cheap and cheerful light up sign. There we go, we got 20, we got 30, £30 bid, at £30 bid, at 30, at £30 then, at £30 bid, at 30, at 30, £30 bid, at 30, 40, 40 he says, at £40 then, at 40, 40's on the telephone, at £40, at £40 then, at 40, who wants 50? at £40 then, at 40, another bid and we can sell it, at £40 bid, at 40 and 50, 50 he says, at 50, at £50 then, I'm going to pull the lever, at £50 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £50, £50, and on to 366. There we go then, 2012 Audi A3 138 TDI. There you go, look, convertible. Look at that, that looks a lot of car, look at that, 6 service stamps, look. There we go, TDI. Lovely, super. There we go, we have 2,000, 2122, 2,200 at 2,200 and on sale. A little TDI convertible for the summer at £2,200. £2,200 bid at 2,200 at 2,200. Who wants 2-3 at £2,200 then at 2,200? We're going to sell it. You're going to miss it at £2,200 then. Looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 2,200. Cheap that, isn't it? Looks of good value. And moving on to 367, the Power Ethel Repro Glass Globe with a base. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Yeah, leave it there. It's nice there. It is beautiful. There we are. Lovely. There we go then. We have 120, 140, 160, 160, 160. I'll take a tenner for my figures, Will. Perfect. 160. Up £160 then, up 160, 160, 170, 170, 180 with me, up 180, up £180, up 180, up £180, up 180, up 180, 180, up 180, 190, 190, up 190, up 190 then, up £190, up 190 who wants 200, up £190 then, up £190 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 190, 190, sold at 190, and on to 368. Here we are then, Jaguar. Now, what's a little bit of weekend work, ladies and gents? 1946 Jaguar, look, 2.6, it's a Mark IV, partially restored, look, 99% of all the parts are there, he says. Engine recon, new carbs, fitted, new stainless twin exhaust, needs someone to finish her off. There you go, look, lovely project for you, absolutely brilliant. There you go. So, we have got 5,750 at 5,750, 5,750 bid at 5,750, at 5,750, at 5,750, at 5,750 then, at 5,750, at 5,750. I think we're going to need a bit more at 5,750 and 6,000, at £6,000, at £6,000 then, at 6,000. At £6,000 then is the 250. At £6,000 then, at £6,000 then we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £6,000 then looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 6,000. We'll try for you, Czech Republic. It's a bit of a jaunt to pick that up, isn't it? And on to 369, Southwest Switchgear, cast sign. There you go, Mick's got it there for you. There we are then. We got £70. At £70 then, at £70 bid. At £70, at £70, at 70. I'm going to put it on sale as well. At £70 bid. At 70 then, who wants 80? At £70 bid. At £70 then, the hammer's coming up. At £70 then for the first, second, third and last time at £70. Sold at 70. And on to lot number 370, the 2008 Alfa Romeo 159 Ti V6 JTS. That's another one you want to try and say on the way home from the pub, isn't it? There you go. There we are then. We have got 3,000, 3,1, 3,2, 3,2, 3,002, at £3,200, at 3,200, at 3,23334 with me, 3,004, at 3,400, at 3,435, 3,005, at 3,005, 3,500 pound then, looks a lot newer car than it is, at 3,500, at 3,500 pound then. Had this running yesterday, no, not the day before yesterday, started straight up, no problem, at 3,500 pound bid, at 3,005 who wants 3,600, at 3,500 pound then going to the Wirral, at 3,500 pounds then for the first, second, third and last time, 3,500, thank you. And on to 371, the Ferrari reproduction enamel sign. Little sign, look, little convex sign for you. There you go. Where are we going to be with this then? We're going to be 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 pound bid at 80 pound. 80 pound then at 80 pound bid at 80. 80 pound then at 80 who wants 90. At 80 pound then at 80 pound we have. At 80. 80 pound then we'll try for you. And 90. 90 pound bid at 90. At 90 pound. At 90 pound then, at 90 who wants 100, at 90 pound then, at 90 pound bid, at 90 pound then we'll try, at 90 pound then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 90 pounds, we'll try. And on to 372, the Escort Gear Cabriolet, there she is, look, there you go, can we get £500 Josh? If there's not £500 we're going to pass. She wants a little bit of weekend work, the old girl, doesn't she? I remember it. There you go, look. Is there £500 out there? It's not a lot of money. Sorry? I know, I don't know where they are, Mick. I don't know. £500 bid. There you go. It's a start. We've got to start somewhere. £500 we have. At £500 then. At £500 bid. At £500 then. At £500. At 5 who wants 6. At £500 then, at £500 then, we're going to sell it provisionally, at £500 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time, very provisionally, 500. Hope you get it, take it away, and on to 373, Oxo Cube Repro Enamel Sign. There we go then, reproduction sign for you, there we are. We've got 50, 60 pound bid, at 60 pound then, at 60 pound bid, at 60 who wants 70, 70 does, 70 pound we have, at 70 pound then, at 70 pound bid, at 70 pound then who wants 80, at 70 pound then we're going to sell it provisionally, at 70 pound then for the first, second, third and last time at 70 pounds, 70 pound provisional, oh. Dogs are in. And we're moving on to lot number 374. Now this is a purposeful truck. Here we go then. 2000 Toyota Hilux 4-wheel drive EXTD turbo diesel with a tipper body. There you go, look, big knobbly tyres. I've been down the estate in the truck. Drives just as it should drive. Lovely bit of kit. Good workhorse. Good chassis, Mick. Good chassis, good cab, nice proper motor. There you go. Wants some slightly smaller wheels on it really, but there you are. That's personal preference. There you go. We have 8,000, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 8,500, 8,500 pound bid at 8,500 and on sale at 8,500. 8,500 pound then, at 8,500 who wants 86, at 8,586 says Andy, 86 on the telephone, 8,006, at 8,006 who wants 7, at 8,600 then, at 8,600 pound bid, at 8,600 who wants 7, 8,600 then, at 8,006, 86, 86, 87 with me then, it's going to mess my figures up, this is, at 8,007, 8,007, at 8,700, 89, 8,000, sorry, 88, 89 with me, 8,009, here with me, at 8,900, 9,000, got me off the hook nicely, £9,000, at £9,000 bid, at 9,000, Andy there on the telephone, at £9,000 then I'm out, at £9,000 then. Looking round then, we're going to sell it at £9,000 for the first, for the second, third and final time. 9,000. Andy's phone, thank you, thank him for his bids. And we're on to 375. Ah, there you go, look, the bubblegum machine. Bubblegum machine, there you go, look. Sort them dogs out, will you? At 375, bubblegum machine, there we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? Is there £20 out there to kick us off? There must be £20 out there. £20 says Alan. There you go. I knew someone was on the phone there. £20 bid. At £20 then. At £20 bid is a 30. At £20 then. £20 bid. At 20, 30, 30, £30 bid. At 30. At £30 bid in the room. At £30. At 30, 40. 40's gone. Al, do you want 50? £40 there, Stoke-on-Trent, £50 was actually Alan's bid at £50. At £50, 60, down in Stoke-on-Trent, £60. At £60 bid, and 70, £70 then. At £70 then, Alan on the phone, 80, Stoke-on-Trent, at £80, £80 bid, and 90, 90, 100, 100, 110, 110, 110, at £110, at 110, 120, 120, 130, 130, oh they all want it now, at 130, 150 says Alan, 150, 150, at 150, 60, 160, 160, at 160, 170. I like his enthusiasm. 170. 170 at £170, at 170, 180, 180, 180, at 180, you're out, at £180, at 180, at £180, then we're going to sell it, at £180 then, 190 on the internet, you were picked there, at 190, 190, can have 200 if you want, at £190, at 190 then, for the first, for the £200, at £200 bid, at £200 then, thank him for his bids, at £200 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time, at £200 going to Cornwall, thanks for your bids chaps. And on to 376, the 1984 Rover, 3500, there she is, look, Vanden Pla, EFI Auto, there you are, look. Only 18 left according to the vendor here. There you go. There isn't going to be that many, is there? That is for sure. There you are. Wants a little bit of love around the edges, but generally speaking, you've been and seen it, I'm sure. There we go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be at that 7.5 over there. 7,500. At 7,500. At £7,500. At £7,500 bid. At 7,500. 750, 750, Mark's telephone at 7750, at 7750, who wants 8? At £7,750 then, at 7750 bid, at 7750 then is the rate, at 7750, at 7750 then, we're going to sell it provisionally, at £7,750 then for the first, second, third and last time at 7750. It is provisional though, Mark. And on to 377. There we are then, the Alan West cast sign. There we go, look. Nice sign for you there. Who's going to start me on that one then? £40. At £40 there, 40 and 50, £50 bid, at £50 then, at £50 bid, at 50, at £50 bid, at 50, who wants 60, at £50 we have, at 50, who wants 60, at £50 bid, at 50, at £50 then, at £50 then, at 50, and £50 then for the first, £50 then for the second, third and last time at £50. Top right, Ash. And on to 378. Oh, now this is a stunning car. 378, 1976 Jensen GT. There we go, look. Stunning car, a Jensen GT shooting brake, as we would call them effectively. It's an ex-Concours winning car, 2 years running. That tells you something, doesn't it? Absolutely lovely. Meticulous ground up bare shell restoration, including many upgrades to ensure great drivability. Rebuilt Lotus engine, upgraded Delorto carburetors, you name it, it's got it. Very, very special car. There we go. Where are we going to be with this then? You tell me then. We're going to be 14, 14, 14, 5. We'll give everyone a chance. 14, 5, 14, 750, 14, 750 and 15,000, 15,000 at 15,000. 15,250 at 15,250 at 15,250 at 15,250. Who wants 15,5 at 15,250 at 15,250 then at 15,250 pound then at 15,250 at 15,250. Is that it? At 15,250. 15,250 then we'll submit, we'll talk at 15,250 pound then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time looking round, 15,250. There you go, we'll try. And on to, thank you Gregor.
You're very welcome.
And we'll move on to lot number 379, a tin repro, the Gentleman's Club sign. Oh, look at that, that's lovely, isn't it? There you go, look, for your man cave or girl cave or whatever you want to do. There we are. And we have £40 at £40 bid, at 40, at £40 bid, at 40, at £40. Who wants 50? At £40 then, at £40 bid, at 40, £40 then, at £40 bid, at 40. Who wants 50? At 40 and 50, £50. Cornwall the bidder at £50 then, at £50 bid, at 50, at £50, at 50 and 60, £60 we have, at £60 then, at £60 bid, at £60 then, what do we think Cornwall? At £60 then, we're going to sell it, at £60 then, looking round, £70 at 70, at £70 bid, at 70, at £70 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £70, £70, and on to 380, 1959 standard. There we are then, standard Vanguard, there she is, 1959 look, lovely, 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 lovely. Some age-related wear and tear, there you go, that's what it says there, but a lovely car, starts on the button, sounds real sweet. Feels a good, strong car, proper car, there you go. And not a lot of money either, look at that, there you go. You tell me. £1,600 over here. At £1,600 bid. At 1,600. At £1,600 then. At £1,600. At £1,600. At 16. Who wants 17? At £1,600. At 1,600. At £1,600 then. At 1,600. £1,600. At 1,600. I wouldn't hold your breath. I wouldn't take it if it were mine. At £1,600 then I think we better put it in the timed auction. At £1,600 we'll talk. At 1,617. 1,700. At 1,700. At £1,700. At 1,700. Who wants 18? At £1,700 it looks for nothing. At £1,700 then for the first, for the second, provisionally third and last time at 1,700. We'll try for you. Be a cheap enough car if that comes. And on to 381. First class waiting room sign. There we are then. Mick's got it there for you. There we go. We have £100, £100, at £100 bid, at £100 then, at £100 we have, at 100 who wants 10, at £100, 100, 110, 110, 110, at £110, at 110 then who wants 20, at 110, at £110, at 110 then, at £110 then we're going to sell it. At 110 for the first, second, third and last time, 120, 120, 120, at 120, 120, at £120 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 120, 120. And we're moving on to 382. There we are then, 1957 Norton. There we go, look. I'm not going to read all that. You've all read all that. There's chapter and verse on there, look, telling you all about it and more. Look at that. Superb. So, lovely. There we go. And very sensibly priced, look. very sensibly priced. We have 2,000, we have 2,500, we have 3,000, we have 3,500, we have 4,000, we have 4,500, and then we're into hundreds. 4,600, we have 4,600 at 4,600 pound bid. At 4,600, 4,700, 4,700, 4,800, 4,008. Here with me at 4,800. At 4,800, 4,900 and 5,000. 5,000 pounds at 5,000 pounds. At 5,000 pound then 5,100. 5,100, 5,001. At 5,001, 5,100. At 5,100, at 5,001, 5,200 and 5,300. Here with me. At 5,003, at 5,300. At 5,300 pound we have. At 5,300 pound, who wants 5,400? At 5,400 says Dave. 5,500 with me. 5,005 at 5,005. At 5,500 pound then. 5,600 he says. At 5,006. At 5,600 pound then. At 5,006. Dave the bidder there. At 5,006. I'm out. At 5,006. 5,700. 5,700. 5,800. 5,008. At 5,800. At 5,800 pound. You're out, Dave. 5,900. 5,900. At 5,009. At 5,900 pound then. Dave the bidder there. At 5,009. 5,009. Who wants 6? At 5,900 pounds then we're going to sell it. At 5,900. No, we're not. 6,000. 6,000 pounds. At 6,000 pound bid. 6,100. 6,001. At 6,100. At 6,100 pound then. What do we think? At 6,001, 6,200, 6,002, at 6,203, 6,300, 6,003, at 6,300 pound then, at 6,300, 6,300 pound then, we're going to sell it at 6,300 pound for the first, 6,400, 6,004, at 6,600, there you go, he means business. At 6,600, at 6,600 pounds then, at 6,600, at 6,600, 6,700, 6,700, new bidder, a new bidder, at 6,700, at 6,700, 7,000, 7,000 he says, at 7,000 pound bid, at 7,000 pound then, at 7,000 pound there on the telephone. At 7,000 pound then the hammer's coming up. At 7,100. 7,100. At 7,100. At 7,000. Hey, oh, we've gone out. At 7,100 pound. At 7,100. I think we've worn her out, Ash. At 7,100. I know. Done that much talking. At 7,100. 7,200 on the internet at 7,200 pound. At 7,200 pound then. There we are, we're back. That was quick, wasn't it? 7,500 says Dave. At 7,500. Well done, Ash. At 7,500. They're warm, they are. At 7,500 pound then Dave there, the bidder on the telephone. At 7,500. What do we think, internet? At 7,500 pound then, at 7,500 for the first, for the second, 7,600, 7,600, 7,600, at 7,600, 7,000, 7,700 he says, 7,700, at 7,700, 7,700 pound then, 7,800, with you all the way. At 7,800, 7,009, 7,900, at 7,009, 7,900, at 7,900 pound then, at 7,900 pound, what do we think? At 7,900 pound then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 7,900. Dave the bidder there, well done Dave, well done. You got there in the end, well done. And on to 383, ladies and gents, which is Ford Ranger Wild Track body kit. There you go, look. There you go. Some fancy wheel arch extensions and such like. There you go. There you are. Where are we going to be with them then? Is there £40 out there somewhere? There you pops. Is there £40? Is there £40 to kick us off? There you go, of course there is. £40 we have. At £40 then. At £40 then, where's 50? At £40 bid. At 40 and 50, £50 bid. At 50, at £50 then is the 60. At £50 then, at £50 bid. At 50 and 60, £60 he says. At £60 then, at £60 bid. At 60, at £60 who wants 70? At £60 then we're going to sell them provisionally. At £60 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £60. £60 provisionally. And on to 384, which is a 2019 Harley Davidson Ironside 883. There you go then. I think I rode this down the street. It was that one, Ash, wasn't it? Yes, I rode this bike, ladies and gents, from the unit there to the unit here, and I must confess, I was most impressed. It rides beautiful, you know, it really does. Like, I thought it'd be real vibraty and not lovely, beautiful. So there you go. So I've only done a couple of 100 yards on it. I was most impressed. So there we are then. We have 5,000, 5,250, look, 5,250 bid. At 5,250, at 5,250, at 5,250, 5,250, at 52.50, at 5,250 bid, at 52.50, who wants 5.5? At 52.50 we'll talk, at 52.50 then is that it, are we done? At 52.50 for the first, provisionally I might add, for the second, third and last, no, 5.5, 5.5 at 5,005. Doesn't look a lot of money. At £5,500 then. At 5,005 I'll take 100 if it helps. At 5,500. At £5,500 then. At 5,500. It is a lovely looking machine. At £5,500 then. Provisional for the first, for the second, third and last time. 55. And on to 385, Husky Motor Oils reproduction enamel sign. There you are, look, little sign there, look. And we have £40, at £40 bid, at 40, at £40 bid, at 40, who wants 50? At £40 we have. And 50, excuse me, and 50, at £50 then, at 50, who's got 60? At £50 then, at £50, at £50 then, we're going to sell it provisionally, at £50 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at £50, £50, and on to 386, which is a little 1970 BSA, there we are then, purchased from Mathewsons about 2.5 years ago. It's been stored ever since, and sadly there's no room or time to work on it. There you go then, there you go. And we have £1,000, £1,100 bid, £1,100 then, £1,100 bid, and 1,200 at £1,200. At 1,213, 1,300 at 13 and 14, 1,400 at 14 and 15, £1,500. At £1,500 then, at 1,500, at 15 and 16 says Alan, 1,600 at £1,600. At £1,600 then, nice little project for you. At 16, 17, 1,700 at 1,700, 17, 18 he says. £1,800 then at 1,800. £1,800 then, who wants 19? At £1,800 then, we're going to sell it at £1,800 then. Alan on the telephone for the first, second, third and last time at 1,800. Alan's bid there. Oh, I'll have to blow my nose in a minute. And on to 387. Oh, that's a little one, Mick. There you are, look. There you go. Isn't it? There we go. We have 70, 80, 90 pound bid. At 90 pound then. At 90 pound bid. At 90. At 90 pound. At 90 pound then. At 90 pound and on sale. At 90 pound then. Who wants 100? At 90 pound then. We're going to sell it. At 90 pound then. And 100. 100 pound. 100 pound bid. At 100 pound then. At 100 pound we have. At 100 pound then. Looking round then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 100. 100 pound. And on to 388. Here we go then. 1991 Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth. There we are then. 4x4 Cosworth look. Registered in Switzerland, I believe. And drives lovely. Left-hand drive. Lovely. I love left-hand drive. Something different. I think it's brill. There we go. We have got 17, 17.5, 18, 18.5, 19,000 pound bid at 19,000 and on sale the car at 19,000, 19,000 pound. I'll take 250 if it helps. At 19,000 pound bid at 19,000. Who wants 250? At 19,000 pound. At 19,000 pound then. It's a lovely car at 19,000. 19,000 pound bid at 19,000. 19,000 pounds then at 19,000. Who wants 250? Be sharp. At 19,000 pound. At 19,000. I'll take 100 if it helps you. At 19,000. At 19,000 pounds then. It's a lovely thing. At 19,000. 19,000 pound then. It's on sale. We're going to sell it. At 19,000 pound then. Looking round for the first. For the second, third and last time at 19,000. Sold at 19. And we're moving on to 389, which is an MDF hand-painted Pepsi sign. There we are then, lovely sign. There we go, done by Mark. Not sure if it's hand-painted, but anyway, it's produced by hand, and it is lovely. There you go. Super. There we are then, we have 40, we have 50 pound bid, at 50, at 50 pound bid, at 50, who wants 60? At 50 pound then, at 50 pound bid, at 50 pound then, who wants 60? At 50 pound, at 50 pound bid, at 50 pound then, at 50, where's 60? At 50 pound then, we'll sell it provisionally, at 50 pound then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 50 pounds. Top right. And on to lot number 390, 2002 Mercedes CLK 320 Elegance. There you go, look. 6-cylinder engine in these ones, of course. 74,000 miles, 73,000 miles. Getting better. There you go, look. A little bit of lacquer peel, but a nice, genuine example. There we go. We have 800, 900, 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 1,400 pound bid. At 1,400. At 1,400 pound then. At 14. Who wants 15? At 14, 15, 16. 16 back with me. At 1,600 pounds. At 1,600 pound then. Who wants 17? At 1,600. 1,617 and 18. 1,800. At 1,800 pound. At 1,800. At 1,800 pound bid. At 1,800. Who wants 19? There you go, Banbury wants 19 and 2,000 back with me at 2,000 pound, at 2,000 pound bid, at 2,000 pound here with me at 2,000 pound, at 2,000, what do we think Banbury? At 2,000 pound then we're going to sell it at 2,000 pounds then looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 2,000. Thank you very much. You doing a few? Yeah. There you go. Dave, do a few. There you are. Thank you. Oh, I have to go blow my hooter. There you go.
Have we shouted them out?
No, I haven't done them.
Okay. Right. Thanks, Paul. Right, we'll do a few more then. Lot number 391, the steel reproduction double-sided VW sign. There you are, Michael's got it. There you go. Got a bit of a bend on it so it can go straight on the wall. Where are we going to be? You tell me. We've got £60 bid straight away at £60. At £60, £70 we have. At £70 then at 70. At £70 then at £70. Are we all done? Excuse me. At £70 then at £70 bid. At £70 bid. At £70, are you sure? At £70. Hammer's going to drop then at £70, are you sure? Off she goes at £70. 392, the Land Rover. Range Rover, I believe, isn't it? There you are. The Range Rover SE G4. Something a little bit different. Lots of bids here with me. Well, we have got, there's a number of bids on this screen, takes us to 32, 33, we've got 34 there, 35, 36, at 3,600, 36, 37, at £3,700 bid at 37, at £3,700 we've got, 37, 38, 39, 39 we have, at 39, at 3,009, £4,000 bid in Skegness, 41, 4,001, 4-1, £4,100 bid at £4,100 then, at 41 I'm going to sell, 2, 3, 43, 43, at £4,300 then, at 4,003 and 4, 4, 4 on sale, 4,400 and 4, 5, 4,500, £4,500. At £4,500 then, Hammer's coming down, be warned, it's going to go. At £4,500, it's on sale then at £4,500. 46, fresh bidder, 47 I've got, 47, £4,700 at 4,007, £4,700 at £4,700 then. I'm going to drop the hammer, it's going, be warned, at £4,700 then, Hammer's coming down at 47. Sold. 393 is the Land Rover light up box, cheap and cheerful light up box. There we're going to be 40 quid then, £40 we've got, £40 then, up £40 then, £40. Cheap enough, up £40 then. Just let the internet catch up. £40 we've got, Will, £40 then, up £40 then at 40, up £40 then, £40 then, £40 then, are we all done, and 50 and sold. At £50 then, sold at 50. £50 then, she's going to be sold. £50, Hammer's coming down, off she goes at £50, be warned, it's going. Sold. 394, the Alfa Romeo. Here we are, look at that. They're a bonny looking car, aren't they? Lovely looking car there. There we are then, the Alfa. Where are we then? We've got £4,000 straight away here, Will. £4,000 bid. At £4,000 we've got. At £4,000 then. £4,000 then at 4,001. £4,100. At 4,001. £4,100, a lot of car for the money that. At 4,001, 42, 4,200, at £4,200, and 43, 43 we have, 4,003, £4,300 in Wigan. Chesterfield, 44, Wigan, 45, 45 we've got, at 45, at £4,500, at 4,005 and 6, 4,006, 4,600, 47, 47, £4,700. At £4,700, I'm going to sell it provisionally then to Wigan. At £4,700, then Hammer's coming down at 47. Be warned, when it's down, it's gone. Get ready, Will. At £4,700, it's provisional. 48, Chesterfield, 48. 48, 49. I'm going to put it on sale, Wigan. I'm not going to do it provisional. I'm going to do it outright. 49. We've got a little bit of tolerance there, I'm sure. At £4,900 then, it's going to be sold. At £4,900 then, car's going to be sold to Wigan. At £4,900, fair warning. When the hammer's down, it's down. Get ready, Will. At £4,900, it's going. It's gone. 49. 395 is the Texaco sign. There we are, Michael's got it. Oh, it's quite a big sign, that. Oh, quite a big sign that, Michael, isn't it? There you are then, quite a big sign that. There we are then, £30, £40 we've got. At £40, thank you, £40 then. At £40 and away. At £40 then, nice size sign there at £40. At £40 bid. At £40 then, £40 and £50 in Cornwall and sold at 50. At 50, £60. At £60 we have. At £60 then. At £60 then we're going to sell. At £60 then, Hammer's coming down then, it's off to Newark at £60, be warned. So 396, the MGB Roadster. Should be a couple of telephone bidders on this one. There we are. We've got some information here and some bids. We've got 5,000, 5,250, 5,500, 5,750 we've got. At £5,750. At £5,750. £6,000 says Josh. 6 1/4 with me. 6,250 with me. At 6,250. 6,250. 6,500. 6,500, 6,500. I'll take 100 Will at 6,006. 6,600 on sale at 6,006. 6,006. 6,600, 6,700. 6,008. 6,008. 6,800 pound at 6,008. Next one, 69 if you want it. 6,009 with Josh. 6,009. 7,000 pound absentee bid with me on my sheet. 7,000 pound we've got. 7,000 pound here with me. Bids here with me. 7,1 with Josh. 7,001. 7,000 pound. 7,1. Sorry, with Josh. 7,000 pound with Josh there at 7,000 pound. I'm going to sell it at 7,000 pound. 7,1. Josh, sorry. I'm keep looking at these figures. I don't want to miss. 7,100 pound at 7,1. Bid is with Josh at 7,100 pounds. 7,1 then. Hammer's coming down. Then are we all done at 7,100 pound to Josh's phone bidder? Josh, underbidder there. Ash. 397. The Mark III Rally Chopper wall bracket sign and banner. Oh, we've got a bit of all sorts there. Look at that. There you go then. We have got one. Let me just refresh this screen. Sorry. We have got. I thought as much. 3 bids there will take us to £360. At 360 we've got. At £360 bid there. At 360 we've got. At £360 then. At £360 I have. At 360. At £360. At 360 then. £360 then. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At £360. At 360 then. Hammer's coming down. At £360 it's going to be sold. At £360 then, Hammer's coming down at £360 then, that's not dear at 360. Sold. 398 is the Mazda MX-5. Oh, we love these. And look at that lovely bit of information there from Stephen. Thank you ever so much for that. Tells you all about it. There you are, 6-speed box. I think it says easy beats the Icon. Oh, the top sport model specification easily beats Icon. 6-speed box, blah, 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 blah. 2 litre, there you go. It's got it all there. There you go. It's got it all there. Looks good value for me. Look at that. We've got £1,400 there. We've got 15. £1,500 bid at 15. At 1,500. At £1,500 bid at 1,005. Cheap little car. At 1,500. 16. At £1,600. At £1,600. £1,600. MOT'd until December. £1,600. 16. Cheap little car. £1,600. At 1,600. Are we all done at £1,600? £1,600. That does not look dear to me. At 16. £1,600. Are we all there at 16? £1,600. Are you sure? £1,600. That looks cheap, does that? 16. £1,700. At 17. 1,700. 1,700. At £1,700. At £1,700 then. Cracking little car. At 1,700. Are you sure we're all done? At 1,700. £1,700 then, are you sure? For the first then. For the second. Third and last time, are you sure we're going to sell it then at £1,700? 1,700, 399. The metal Exide battery sign. There we are. Oh, that's a big one. There you go. Look at that. Blooming heck. There you are. Nice big sign there. There we are. £80 we've got straight away. £80 bid. £80. Not surprised. At £80, £90 we've got. At £90 then. £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100 then. At £100 then. £100 then. Are we going to sell? We are at 100 then. Hammer's coming down at 110. 110. 110. 110. £110, 120, £120, at 120 we have, at £120, at £120 then off she goes, at £120 fair warning. Sold. Lot number 400, the BMW M Coupe. Now this is a machine and a half. Look at this. Look at this. What a cracker. There we are. Right colour as well. Look at that. There you are. Where are we going to be? Michael's interjected. There you are. He says a lovely car. It is indeed. 24,250. 24,250. 24,500. 24,500. 24,500. 24,500. 750. £25,000 says Charlie there. £25,000 at 25. At 25,000 and a quarter. 25,250 and a half. 25 and a half. 25 and a half, 750 we have. 27, 25, 750. That's it. Okay. £26,000. 26,000. At £26,000.
Yes.
And a quarter in Lincoln. 26,250 Lincoln. 26,5. 26,750. 26,750. 26,7. £27,000 with Charlie. 27. What a machine. £27,000. 27,000 and a quarter in Lincoln. 27,250. Do you want a half? 27,250 we've got in Lincoln. 27 and a half. Charlie's phone bidder. 27 and a half. 27 and a half. 27,500. 27,750 says young Alan there. £28,000 at 28,000. It's not killed with miles either, is it? I just looked now, 66,000 miles I think it is. There you are. Hell of a car. 28,000, a car that should never have been produced really. £28,000 we've got. Provisional. Alan, your bid, £28,000 at £28,000. 28 and a quarter. 28 and a quarter. 28 and a half. David's jumped in. 28 and a half. 28 and a half. 28,750 says Charlie. 28,750. 29 Alan. Alan's in at 29 and a quarter. 29,250. 29,5. 29,750. I'm going to put it on sale at 29,750. It's on sale now. It is going. £29,000. £30,000 David. £30,000. David bid there. 30,250. Alan. 30,250. 30,500. It's on sale. It's going to one of you at 35,500. 30,500. 30,750. 31. Charlie's in at 31. 31 we've got. 31. 31 we've got at 31. And a quarter. 31,250. 31,5. 31,5. And 750. 31,750. 32, Charlie's phone bidder, 32, 32 and a quarter, 32 and a quarter, she's on sale, 32,5, 32,5, 32,5, 32,750, 33, 33 we've got, 33, 33, 33 and a quarter. Only going one way in value. 33 and a half. They're not making any more. 33.5. 33.5 we've got. Right colour, right model, right mileage. 33.5. 33.5 we've got. 33,750, David's in. 33,750. 34, Charlie. 34 and a quarter. 34 and a quarter. 34 and a half. 34,750, Alan. 34,750. £35,000. 35. 35. £35,000. £35,000. Are we there at 35? 35. I'm trying at 35. I am going to drop the hammer now at £35,000. Be warned, at £35,000 it's going. Fair warning. Don't want to be accused of dropping it too quick. It's £35,000. Sold. £35,000. Well done. 35, that's it, great, thank you very much, thanks for all your bids. 401 is the Triumph Illuminated box, here we are, cheap and cheerful, where are we going to be? Tell me, 60, 70, 80 pound then, 90 pound then, at 90, at 90 pound then, at 90, at 90, 90 pound we've got 90, at 90, at 90 pound then, 90 pound then, at 90 pound then, are we all done at 90? At 90 pound then, at 90 pound then, we need a bit more. 100 pound bid, in Pickering at 100 pound. 100 pound then, 100 pound then, are we all done at 100 pound? That's provisional at 100. At 100 pound then, provisionally sold then at 100 pounds. 402, the VW motor caravan, there we are, look at that lovely piece of kit. We have got some bids here. So we have got 3 bids on my screen there, Will, that's 9,250 and 9,5. Then we've got 9,750 here. 9,750 we've got at 9,750 pound. I'm going to sell it at 9,750 pound. 9,750. I don't think I've missed anyone there, Ash, have I? At 9,750. Is that right by you? 9,750. This lady there, by the looks of things. Yep, there you go. 9,750 pound. At 9,750. 9,750. Entered by a lady and it's being bought by a lady. That's lovely, isn't it? At 9,750. I'm going to pull the lever then. The hammer's coming down at 9,750 pounds. Sold. And where are we now? We are at the Lamborghini light box. There we are. Cheap and cheerful light box sign. There we are. 30, 40, 50 pound and 60 pound bid and sold. At 60 pound then I'm going to sell. At 60 pound then she's sold. At 60 pound then. 70 pound then in Newark. At 70 pound then. At 70 pound then. At 70, 80 pound then. At 80. 80 pound it is. 80 pound then. 80 pound and sold and gone at 80 pound then. Hammer's coming down at 80 pounds. 404, the Bentley Turbo R. Here we are, look, Turbo R Bentley. Sensible on the money, look at that. 76,000 recorded miles, it says there on the speedometer. Head gaskets have been done. So an advisory on some discs and pads, I think, at the front there. But oh yeah, there is an advisory on the front disc. New discs are supplied. New discs in the vehicle. There you go. Michael. They're in the boot. Yep, Michael just said the stuff's in the boot. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? That's sensible, isn't it? Expectations, I think, are there are sensible, aren't they? Where are we going to be? 5,000, I bet. 5,000 then, 5.5, 6,000 pound we've got. At 6,000 pound, 6,500. 6,005, 6,005, 7,000 pound then at 7,000 pound. Cheap car. 7,000 pound then at 7,000. At 7,000. 7,000 pound we've got. I'll take a quarter if it helps anywhere, I will. At 7,000 pound. 7,250, 7,500. At 7,500. At 7,500 pound. 7,500 and that's provisional at 7,500. Cheap car, 7,500 pounds, 7,750. Cornwall at 7,750. 7,750. Cheap car, 7,750. Then are we all done? That's provisional.
Yep.
8,000 pound. Bishop Auckland, 8,000. 8,250 says David. 8,250. 8,250 pound. 8,250. David's phone bidder. 8 1/4. 8,500. 8,005. 8,005. 8,005. I'm going to put it on sale. 8,750. It's on sale at 8,750 pound. It's going to go somewhere. 8,750. David's phone bid. 9,000 pound we've got. 9,000 pound. 9,000 pound. It's going. 9,000 pound. Internet. It's going. And 1/4. 9,250. 9,400, please, Will. 9,500. 9,005. 9,005 in Bishop Auckland. 9,005. 9,750, please. 9,750. 9,750. 9,750 pound. 9,750. I'll take 100, as I will off anyone. 9,750 we've got. It's David's bid at the moment at 9,750. You may have done it, Dave. At 9,750. 9,850. Do you want 10,000? I'll take 10, Dave. Do you want 10? We'll go to 10, Will, shall we? Let's go to 10. Next one's 10,000 pound. Who wants 10,000 pound? 10,000 pound's the next bid. 10,000 pound. There we are. 10,000 pound there. 10,000 pound. 10,000 pound. 10,000 pound. David's bid at 10. 10,000 pound. David's telephone bidder. Hammer's coming down. Be warned, it's going to go at 10,000 pound. Hammer's coming down. It's going. Be warned. When it's ready, you ready, Will? David, 10,000 pound. 405, a wall filler sign. Here we are then. There we are. That's what they are. Just a wall filler. Where are we going to be then? 30, 40 pound then. At 40 pound we've got. At 40 pound then. 40 pound then. Are we all done at 40? At 40 pound then. 40 pound then. Done and dusted. Are you sure? Off she goes then at 40 pound then. Amber's coming down at 40. 40 pound. Lot number 406. The Ford Prefect. Oh, it's not a Ford Prefect though, is it? It's a little ill-claimed car coming from the Isle of Man. Oh, I know. I was on the island there. I met Ian and we had a look around his storage facility and so forth. He showed me the car. Obviously, it's based on a Ford Prefect, but it's obviously a little ill-claimed car. There we are then. Yeah. No, it's based on. It's got obviously some ID regarding a Ford Prefect. There we are. Very unusual little car. Nice little thing. Little twin cam lump in it, look at that, little Lotus twin cam lump in it, which on its own is worth good money, as we all know. Where are we going to be on that? £5,000, thank you. £5,000 we've got and a quarter, 5,250, 5,250. The little twin cam engine's worth almost that, 5,250, 5,5, at 5,500, £5,500 then at 55, at 5,005, very provisional. 5,750, 5,750. Excuse me, 5,750. At 5,750, very provisional, £6,000. £6,000 with a little twin cam lump in it, a little Ford twin cam lump, which is worth good money. At £6,000, £6,000, 6,250, 6,250. At 6,250. Do you want 65 out? We've got 6,250 here. 6,250. Do you want 6.5? Do you want 6.5, Alan? 6,250 then, at 6,250 then, provisional then at 6,065, 6,500, £6,500. Still provisional at 6,005, £6,500. Provisional at 65, 6,750. 6,750. £6,750 then. It's provisional market rating at 6,750. We'll have a phone call, we'll see what we can do. Provisional then at 6 3/4. 407, the Pratt's 2-gallon petrol can, look, dated May 1934. We have got a number of bids here, Will. We've got 1, 110, 120, 130, 140. We've got 140. I've got £150 bid here, 150 and 160, please. Oh, £160 bid. Oh, £160. Oh, £160 I'm going to sell. Oh, £160 then. Amber's coming down, are you sure? Oh, 160 then. Off she goes at £160. Sold. 408 is the little Metro. The little Metro L. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? On the little Metro, little sweetie. Look, £2,000. £2,000 is the start. At £2,000 for the little Metro. At £2,000 then. £2,000 then at £2,000. £2,000. £2,000. Are you sure? At £2,000. Cheap little car. At £2,000 then. £2,000. Are we all there at £2,000? He needs a bit more. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office. 409 is the tin reproduction Rocky 2 rematch of the Century sign. There we are. We have got bids here, Will. We've got 10, 20, 30, £40 and sold. 40, 50, £60 I've got. At £60 then. At £60 I'm going to sell at 60. At £60 then. At £60 I'm going to sell. At £60 then. Off she goes. I'm going to sell it at £60. Sold. 410 is the Vivaro, the Vauxhall Vivaro van. Here we are. Looks a clean little van, doesn't she? Look at that. There we go. 6-speed it says there.
Camper converted.
Ah, I'm just looking now. Has it got a bit of a camper in the back then? Thank you for that, Josh. Yeah. I see. I'm looking, Michael. I'm looking. I'm just scrolling through some photographs now. Pardon? 22,000 miles. Oh, wow. Oh, I see. Yeah, lovely little conversion in the back there. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Yeah. I'm just scooting through the photographs as we speak. Oh, that's a nice little thing, isn't it? Lovely jubbly. Look at that. Nicely done. There you go then. Michael's just shouted 22,000 miles. It's a little covert camper conversion. That's what she is. There you go. Pull up. Jump in the back, and away you go. Oh, it is clean, isn't it? I'm looking through, and like I say, I'm looking through as I speak now. Very clean little van. Oh, blimey, yeah. Getting carried away, yeah? We end up buying this in a minute. Josh, calm yourself down. Yeah, nice little van, that. Lovely little van. Right, anyway, off we go. Where are we? 9,750 there, thank you. 9,750, £10,000. £10,000 then. At £10,000, little covert camper. Brilliant. At £10,000 we've got. At £10,000 then. At £10,000 and a quarter. 10,250. 10,250. 10,250. Do you want 10,500, Andy? 10,250. 10,500 he does. 10,500. At £10,500. At 10,500. It's provisional, Andy, at the moment. 10,500. At 10,500. £10,500. At 10,500. I'll take 100 if it helps, Will. At 10,500. 10,500. 10,600. 10,700. 10,700. At 10,700. At £10,700. Cheap little van. 10,800. £10,800 we've got. 10,800. 10,008. 10,900. Fresh bidder, Brighton. 10,009. £10,900. £11,000 with Andrew down there at 11,000. £11,000. £11,000. £11,000. Lovely little van. £11,000 we've got. £11,000. £11,000. Then it's provisional, Andrew, at the moment. £11,000. Are you sure? £11,000. Then I'm not going to knock it down to Andy's telephone bidder on a provisional basis at £11,000. Provisional, Andy, 11,000. 411 is the Coca-Cola sign, Michael. There we are then. We have got, let's refresh my screen. There we are, 40, 50, 60 pound we are. About 60 pound then, 70 pound, thank you. At 70 pound then, at 70 pound then, at 70 pound then, thank you. At 70 pound it's going to go. At 70 pound then, at 70 pound then. Hammer's coming down, are you sure? Are you all done then? 70 pound then, provisional at 70 pounds. 412, the Escort XR3. This has got the makings of a car, this. We had a look round this with Tom and Nick. Did we us three have a look round? I think we did, yeah. It's got the makings of a car. It's a right genuine little car, this. Wants a bit of paint now, but it's white, so it's the easiest colour in the world to paint. There you go then. Yep, right genuine little car there. We have got £5,000 bid, 5 1/4, 5,250, 5,005, at £5,500. I'll take 100 if it helps, Will. 5,500, 5,600, 5,700, 5,800, 5,900, £6,000 I've got, £6,000. At £6,000 then, at £6,000, £6,000. At £6,000 then, £6,000 I have, £6,000. Right genuine little car this, at £6,000. £6,000 then, are we all done at 6? At £6,000. £6,000, are you sure? At £6,000 then, at £6,000, I'm going to pull the lever, it's going to go. At £6,000, be warned, it's on sale. 6,100, 6,100, 6,200 I've got, 6,200, 6,200, £6,200 I have, £6,200, 6,200 then. Are you sure? I'll take a 50 if it helps. If not, it's going to go at £6,200. At 6,250 for the first, second, third and last time. At 62. Sold. 413, the steel reproduction double-sided mobile oil sign with a bit of a bend on it. Straight on your wall. There you go. Off you go. £50 bid. Thank you. At £50 then. £50 then. Straight on the wall with 2 screws. At £50 then. At £50 we've got £50 then, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 then, £50 then, is sure £60 bid, at £60 then, 60, £70 then, at £70 then, at 70, at £70 then, at £70 then, Hammer's coming down, off she goes at £70. She's gone, 414, the VW Caravelle, short wheelbase Caravelle there, look at that, there she is. Manual diesel, 95,000 miles on the clock it says. Caravelle 1.9 TDI, owned by the vendor for 12 years, who purchased it from its original owner in 1995. There you go then, just starting to fade a little about, it says on the paint, but there you go then. There you go, where are we going to be on that? A commissioned, it's got a little bed in the back, I think, with a blow-up campus. Blow-up mattress thing. There you go, there she is, look at her. A thing of beauty and a joy forever. Where are we going to be? Who's going to start me at 4? Someone start me at £4,000. You don't get much of a Caravelle for 4,000. Someone start me at 4. It's a start. If not, I'll have to pass. I haven't got anything on my sheet for the little caravel, which I'm surprised around. No, we'll have to move on then. We've still got a few to do. If you've got some interest in that, please speak with the girls upstairs in the office. They'll do their best to put a deal together for you. And on the subject of putting deals together, lot number 257, the gasoline sign, sold. 273, the Brooklands, I think it is, enamel sign, sold. 271, the Porsche sign. 172, a Triumph TR6, sold. 299, a Triumph Spitfire, sold. Lot number 230, an Alfa Romeo, sold. Lot number 293, a Morris Minor set of doors, sold. And lot number 267, selection of models, they have also been sold. There you go. Be sure and get your name down, because like I say, we convert over 95% of all provisional bids. So moving on to lot number 415 is the Rally sign. There we are, Mike. There we are. Michael's got it there. £40 and sold and done at 45. £45 then, at 45 then it's sold at 45. At £45 then, Hammer's coming down, it's going to be sold at £45. Off she goes at £45 to Chester. Bosh, there it goes. Just it go. Gone. Ah, now this is a star car. A lovely car. Could be the last car you ever purchase. There must be 15, 20 years left in this car, at least, I would think. This car, 700, Michael, remind me, 750 miles? Oh, it's gone down, 736, it's even lower. Oh, brilliant, 736 miles. Dry stored, 320 CDI, Elegance, Mercedes, 736 miles. Beautiful, beautiful colour, beautiful specification, beautiful mileage. If only I could say it came from a beautiful owner. But anyway, not to worry in. There we are then, where we're going to be. Lovely bit of kit. We have got 14,000 there, 14,250 and 5 and 750. £15,000 we've got, £15,000 bid at 15 and a quarter, worth every penny. 15,250 and 15,5. 15,750 with Charlie, 15,750 at 15,750. 15,750, equivalent new today must be 60, 70 grand at 15,750. 15,750, Charlie, your bid. 15,750, cheap car. 15,750 for an as-new Mercedes-Benz. £16,000. £16,000. £16,000. £16,000. 16,000, that's provisional, and at £16,000, what a car. £17,000, there you go, £17,000. Stop messing about, he says, 17,000. I'm going to sell it, £17,000. It's on sale at 17,250. 17,250, it's on sale, it's going. 17,500, 17,500. 17,500. She's a lovely, lovely car. At 17,500, in a lovely rich colour, 17,750. 17,750. £18,000, 18,000, £18,000, 18,000, £18,000 we've got and a quarter, 18,250, 18,250, £19,000, he's not messing about, is he? £19,000, press that button, Will, 19,000, £19,000 then we're going to sell at £19,000, it's on sale and a quarter, 19,250. 19 and a half, 19.5, 19.5, 19.5. It's still not out the way for a new Mercedes, is it, when you think about it? 19.5, 19,750, 19,750. Smells like new, looks like new. £20,000, says Charles, at £20,000. At £20,000 we've got. She's going to be sold at 20,000. At £20,000, then hammer's going to come down, be warned. When the hammer goes down, it's gone. We'll get ready with that button. At £20,000, it's going to Charlie's telephone bill, who's been in from the start. At £20,000, fair warning, you've had time. £20,000, well done, well done. £20,000, 417, a golden shred, marmalade enamel sign. There we are then, nice little repro sign. Where are we going to be on that? £40, £50 we've got. £50 then, at £50 then, £50 bid. At £50 then, at £50 then, are we all done at 50? At £50 then, £50 then, are we all done then at £50 then, provisional at £50. 418, the Bentley Turbo R. You've just seen one make £10,000. Here's another one. Where are we going to be with a silver car? You tell me. Someone start me at 8. You must be £8,000 for it somewhere. We've just seen a red one sell for 10. Where are we? We must be 8. Someone start me at 8,000. £8,000. Must be someone at 8, surely. £8,000. Nice car, says Michael. £8,000. Anywhere. Well, I haven't got a bid on this. I can't believe it. Loads of interest in the red one. This is a nice car as well. If you've got some interest in the Bentley, then guys, you better have a word quickly with the girls upstairs before someone does, because if that's not worth £8,000, I'll eat this desk. Have a word with the girls quickly before someone else does. 419, moving on, is the Fiat dealership showroom sign. Oh, that's a nice sign there, Michael. There you are then, the Fiat dealership showroom sign. We have got £100 bid. At 100 we've got £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100. At £100 then. £100 then. Are we all done at 110? 110. 110 we've got £110. At £110. At 110. 110. At £110 then. £110 bid at 110. 110. 110 then. At £110 then. Provisional. At £110 then. £110 then. Provisionally then at £110 on the provisional basis. 120. £120 at 120. 130. 130. 130. £130 then. Hammer's coming down provisional at 130. Be warned. 420. The Morgan. Oh, lovely car. From the same stable as the car earlier on there. There we are then. Beautiful car then. 3-litre V6 Morgan. Look at that. Registration number includes the V6. The sale includes the V6. 17,000 miles in this one. Used it a little bit more than Mercedes, but from the same stable. A beautiful car. Beautiful, beautiful car. Where are we going to be on that? 15. I'm not surprised. 15,005. 15,500. 15,500 at £15,500. 15,005. £16,000. At £16,000. At £16,000 then at 16. At £16,000. A beautiful car. £16,000 then at 16. Are we all done then at £16,000 then? 16,500. 16,500. 16,500. £17,000. At 17,000. £17,000. £17,000. £17,000. 17,500 says David. 17,500. £18,000 I've got. £18,000. Cheap car, lovely car. £18,000 for a V6 Morgan. 18,500 says David. 18,500. 18,500. £19,000. 19,000. £19,000. 19. Thank you, Charles. 19,500. 19,500. £19,500. Cheap car. 19,500. Worth every penny. 19,500. £19,500. Lovely car. I'll take 250 anywhere if it helps. 19,500. 19,500 I've got. 19,500 then. David's very provisional at the moment. 19,500. I think it'll have to start with a 2, and I think it should. So reluctantly I'm going to take the bid at 19,500 because I think it's worth more. I'll be honest with you, at 19,500 on a provisional basis then, on a very provisional basis, £19,500. 19,500, that wants to start. Put a note on there, that's got to start with a 2 to be fair with everybody. Put a note on there for me, Josh, that's got to start with a 2. 421. If it doesn't start with a 2, we'll put it back in again or we'll put it in the timed auction. That's got to start with a 2. We have got a pair of Texaco Enamo Repro signs. Here we are, Michael's got them. Nice little pair of signs there. We have got 40, 50, £60 bid. At £60 then, at £60 then, at 60. At £60 then, at £60 then, at £60. At £60 are we all done at 60. At £60 then, provisional then at £60. 422, the registration number. No, I know we've had some big price tag registration numbers. I understand that. I do. However, we have to put them under the auction system to start with because we cannot sell them until they've gone under the hammer. So once they've gone under the hammer, if they find a home, fantastic. If not, you can have a word with the girls upstairs and you can see if you can put a deal together. But don't do what someone did yesterday, was bid £15,000 on a £50,000 plate, which is exactly why we removed those thousands of number plates we had on the website, because we were just coming into one email after another. I know they're not always worth what they're advertised at. I know what the value of a plate is, but some of the emails we were receiving on a regular basis were just ridiculous. So we ended up pulling them. There's no point. However, DRV1, there you are. Good plate. Anyone with any number with a 1 on, we all know is worth good money. Anyone want to jump in at 18? If not, you'll have to have a word with the girls upstairs once it's been through the auction system. Then we will relay a sensible bid. We'll move on with that one then. 423 is the nice agency Derv BP sign there that Michael's got. We have got £120 bid straight away, please, at 120. At £120 bid we've got at 120. At £120 cheap sign, big sign for £120. At £120 we have at 120. At £120, that's a nice large sign at 120, 130. At £130 then, at £130 worth every penny at 130. At £130. At £130 then that's going to be provisionally sold at 130. I may have to give just a little bit more then at £130 then, provisional at 130. 130 provisional, Josh. 424 is the Citroen. Oh, I love me little Citroens, me little 2CVs. There we are, look, the little Citroen light van. Look at that, little darling there. There's some bids coming up, Will, on that screen there, £7,500. And sold at £7,500. £7,500 we've got at £7,500. I'm going to sell it at £7,500. 7.6, Burton-on-Trent at 76. 7,006. 7,600. Do you want 7.7, Mark? He does. 7.7 at £7,700. It's on sale at 7,700. 7.8. 7,008. Cracking little van at 7,008. 7,009. 7,900. 7,900 at 7,900 and £8,000 bid. £8,000. She's right-hand drive as well. What more do you want? 8,1. 8,000. Mark just beat them in there, Will. £8,100. Just beat you in there, internet. 8,002. £8,200. Mark, you're out. 8,002. 8,002 we've got. £8,200. 8,2. I'm going to put the hammer down, Mark. £8,200 then. 8,3. Cheshire. 8,3. 8,003. 8,4. 8,004. 8,5. 8,500. 8,600. 8,006. 8,006. 8,7. 8,007. 8,8. 8,008. £8,800. 8,9. 8,009. £9,000. £9,000. 9,1. 9,001. 9,2. 9.2 we've got, 9.3, 9.3, 9.4's coming along at 9.4, 9.4, 9.5. I love a little van. 9,005. I love me 2CVs, but I like a little van. 9.6 with a tray of eggs. Yeah, 9,600. 9,600 pound. 9,006. There's something about a little van, little commercial. 9,600. At 9,600 pound then. I'm going to pull the lever, the hammer's coming down. Thank you ever so much for your bids, everybody, at £9,600. 9,700. 9,700. 9,700. 9,008. £9,800 at 9,008. 9,800. 9,800. 9,008. Off she goes then. Giving you a chance, fair warning at £9,800. I'm going to drop the hammer down. Get ready with that little button, Will. At £9,800, it's going to go. It's gone. 425 is the tin. Was it Repo? Whatever how you pronounce that? Repio, my garage, my rules sign. Anyway, that is what it is. There we are. I think that's supposed to say Repro, isn't it? I think so. Have we got a dyslexic member of staff now? Andrew? Andrew? Is that supposed to say Repro? Yeah, probably. Do you want to borrow these? Hang on. There you go. We all know what Andy meant, don't we? We all know what he meant. He's got all the right letters, just not necessarily in the right order. There we are then. Where are we going to be on that? £30 we've got. £30 then. At £30 bid. At £30 then. At £30 then. At £30 we have at 30. At £30 then. At £30 then. At £30 and we all done at £30. 426 is the 2004 Bentley Continental GT. Look at that, Continental GT. Again, dead sensible on the money. Look, there she is. We've got some bids here. We've got a bid on that screen with £8,000, please. Can we commence with that? £8,000 we've got. £8,000 then. £8,000. Got a GT number plate as well. Look, GT Dad, that's a good number. There we are, £8,000 we've got. £8,000, we'll submit it. £8,000 bid. £8,000, 8,1, 8,001. £8,100. 8,001. £8,100 in Derby, 8,001, provisional bid, £8,100 in Derby, cheap aren't they? 8,001, can't believe it, but I'm going to drop the hammer at £8,100 on a provisional basis, 8,2, 8,2, 8,002, 8,3, 8,3 we have, 8,003, £8,300, 8,4, 8,4, 8,004. The neighbours, I think it's 28,000, weren't they? 400. Look at that. 8,005, 8,6, 8,006. If ever there's a car that looks to be worth more than they actually are, it's these, isn't it? Look at that. 8,007, 8,8, 8,008, £8,800 for the Continental GT. 8,9. £9,000, £9,000 we've got, £9,000, 9,1, 9,1, 9,1. We sell a load of these every year. There's such good value for money. 9,2, 9,2, £9,200. Are we there? I'm going to sell it then. Believe it or not, it's on sale at £9,300. I'm going to pull the lever. It's going to go to one of you at 9,003, 9,4, 9,004. £9,400. It's going to go at 9,004, 9,5, 9,5. She's going to new pastures one way or another. 9,006, £9,600 at 9,600. Hammer's going to drop then at 9,6, 9,7, 9,8, 9,008. £9,800 we have got at 9,9. It's going to be 10. It is. There you go. £10,000. £10,000. £10,000 then. At £10,000 looks like it's off to rugby. It's not. It's off to Derby. At 10,1. Rugby, Derby, rugby, Derby. £10,002. £10,002. At £10,200. £10,002. The hammer's going to drop down at £10,002. 3. 10,3, 10,4, 10,4, 10,4. At 10,004, I'm going to let it go then. At 10,005, 10,5, 10,6, 10,6, 10,600, 10,600 then for the first. For the second, 10,7. 10,8, 10,8, 10,8, 10,008 for the first, 10,9, 11,000, £11,000 we've got, 11,000 go in once, go in twice. Third and last time, get ready with that button, Will. £11,000. It's going. It's gone. Thank you for your bids. 427, the Castrol Wakefield Motor Oil mirror. There we are. That's a nice piece of kit, isn't it? There we are then. Nice mirror there. Where are we going to be on that? 10, 20, 30, £40 then, 40, £50 then, and 50. £50. £50 worth every penny. That £50 then. Nice bit of kit that. Oh, there she is. Yeah, £50, £60 and sold. At £60 then. At £60, £70 then. At 70. At £70 then. At £70 then. At 70. At £70 then. At £70 then. Are you there? At 70. I'm going to sell it. £80 then in Hornsey. £90 then in Stowmarket. £90. £90 then. At £90 then. At 90 then. £100 then. At 100. At £100. £100 then. Hammer's coming down, it's off to Hornsey by the looks of things. A £100 be warned. Oh, 110. Stowmarket's back in. 110. 110. Hornsey, you're out. £110. Oh, 110. Back in again. 120. Oh, 120. 130. 130. 130 we've got. £130. At 130 then, Hammer's coming down at 130 then, be warned it's going to go at 130. Sold. 428 is a little PU replica. There she is, lying. There she is, thing of beauty and a joy forever. There we are. We're thinking about buying that for Tom's new company car. There you go, Tom's the other side of the camera there on the YouTube camera today. There you go, look at that. It's got your name all over that, Tom. All over that, all over that. We can restrict it for you, don't worry. Where are we going to be? You tell me who's going to start me. Who's going to start me for a couple of £1,000? Have a little bit of a punt at 2,000. £2,000 anywhere? £2,000 there, thank you. 2,000. £2,000. 21, 2, 3, 23, 24. At 24 we've got 24. At 24 then, at 2,004. At £2,400 then, at 2,400. At 2,004 then, are we all done at 2,400 then, are we all done and dusted at 2,400? 429 is the Rally Grifter bicycle wall mounted bracket, banner and sign. Wow, need an extra bit of paper for that one. There we are, look at that. Lovely that. Alan's got it there. We've got, oh, where are we? We've got 340, 360, 380, £400 on that screen. At £400 we've got. At £400, at £400, it's on sale at 4. It's going to go. 420, £420 then at 420. At £420 then at 420, 440, 440, 440, 460, 460. At £460, 480. 480, at 480, £500 bid at 500, £500 we've got, £500 bid at 520, 520, 540, 540, £540 at £540, 550, 560, 560, 580, 580 we are, 580, 580, 580, £600 coming along, 600, £600 we've got, £620, 620, £620 then at £620 then Amber's coming down, it's off to Northampton at 600, oh, 640, Glasgow's back in, 640, 640, £640 we've got, 640, 660, 660, £660, £660, £660 bid. Have a little mouth and my throat's going dry while you argue there. Just going to have a bit of dinner. You just keep that holding there. Just going to go and get myself a sandwich down the road. Keep them holding that there. They love it really. Look at them. £700 we've got. At £700 then. At £700 bid. At £700 then in Northampton at £700. At £700 then in Northampton at £700 then. Amber's coming down at £700 and so's the Grifter at £700. You can put it down now, lads. There you go. £700 now. Renault 25. Where do you see these? Where do you see the Renault 25 nowadays? You do not see these. John. Where's your boss? He ought to be buying a Renault 25. Very unusual car. Renault 25, lovely car. Used to sell them very well in the day. The last one we sold retail went to Farley. I can take you to where it is now. Yeah, there we are then. Where are we going to be on that? We've got £1,600 there, Will. At £1,600 it's a start, isn't it? At £1,600 we've got. At 16. At £1,600 then for the Renault 25. Find another. £1,600. At £1,600. Cheap car at 16, £1,700 bid at 17. 1,700 we have at £1,700. £1,700 bid at 1,700. £1,700. £1,700. It's going to be sold on a provisional basis. Then if you're all done, I'll take a 50 if it helps. If not, it's going at £1,700 then provisional. Are you done? 1,700 provisional. 431, the Mickey Mouse Club reproduction sign. Where are we on this one? You tell me. David's got it there. 40, £50 we have at £50 then. At £50 then. At £50 away. At £50 then. £50 then. Are we all done and dusted at £50? At £50 then. £50 then. £50 done and away at £50. 432. The Morgan. 47 Morgan. Look at this. Bonny looking car. There we are. Where are we with that? You tell me. We've got some interest there, Will. We've got a little bit there. We've got a little bit there, but it's not enough. We've got that £10,000, Will. We might as well start there. £10,000 we've got. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000 then. At £10,000. Cheap Morgan, £10,000. It is cheap as the other Morgan at £10,000. Very provisional at 10,000. £10,000 then. At £10,000, we'll put you down 10,250. 10,250. At £10,250. 10,5. 10,5. 10.5, at 10.5 and 750, 10.750, 10.750, 10.750, at 10,750, 11,000 pound, 11,000, still very provisional, 11,000 pound, 11,000 pound, 11 and a quarter, 11 and a quarter, 11 and a quarter. Are we there? 11,250, then we'll put you down. Provisional, I was going to say, but we've got 11.5 just dropped in now. 11.5, 11,005 and 750. 11,750. 11,750. Swindon, 11,750. 12,000 pound. 12,000. 12,000 pound we've got. 12,250. 12,250. 12,250. Are we there? 12,5. 12,5. 12,5. 12,750. 12,750. 12,750. Is he going to bid it, or is he just having a chat? 12,750. 12,750. 13,000 pound. 13,000. 250. 13,250. They make you laugh, don't they? 13,500. 13,500. 13,500. 13,750. 13,750. I think they just ring up for someone for a chat. 13,750. 13,750. 13,750 then. Are we all done? I'm going to put it on sound. It's going. 14,000. 14,000 pound. Lovely job. 14,000. 14,000 pound we've got. 14 and a quarter. 14 and a quarter. 14,250. Oh, here comes my butler with my cup of tea. Oh, thank you, darling. It's very good of you. 14,250. Look at that service with a smile. 14,250. Yeah, John also doubles up as our main cameraman when he's not making tea. At 14,500. At 14,500 pound. 14,750. 14,750. I don't know which one you're best at, John, to be honest. 14,750. Oh, look. Oh, look. Oh, now I've got another cup of tea coming now. Look, 14,750. 14,750. They're queuing up with cups of tea, ladies and gentlemen. They're feeling sorry for me, I think. At 14,750. 14,750. 15,000. 15,000 pound we've got. 15,000 pound. 15,250. 15,250. 15,250. 15,250. I feel sorry for the underbidder, I do. 15,250. Both been trying very hard while we've been chatting away here. 15,250. And I thank you for it. At 15,250. Thank you. At 15,250 then. 15,500. 15,500. 15,500. Well, you can't take it with you, can you? At 15,500. 15,750. 15,750. 15,750. I'm trying desperately to take a leaf out of my own book and organise some things and do some trips myself this year if I can, because it's not a rehearsal, is it? You can't take it with you, so I don't blame you. At 15,750, if you want some fun, 15,750 while we still can. Let's face it. 15,750. 16,000 pound. 16,000 pound. 16,000. 16,000 pound then. 16,250. 16,250. 16,250. What do you reckon? 16,250 then? I better pull the handle, I suppose, at 16,250. Thank you ever so much for your bids, gentlemen or ladies. It doesn't tell me on here. At 16,250 for the first. At 16,250 for the second. Third and last time at 16,250. Thank you very much again. Sold at 16,250. Thank you very much. 433, yes, well, yeah, I think you're right there, Michael. Well done. 433 is the Chevrolet Parts light up box sign. There we are, cheap and cheerful, light up box there. Where are we going to be? 40, 50 pound bid. At 50 pound we've got. At 50 then, at 50 pound, it'll just take your eye off a plain wall, won't it? At 50 pound then, at 50 pound, 60 pound and sold. At 60 pound then, off she goes. At 60 pound, are you sure? At 60 pound then, Amber's coming down. 70 pound we have. At 70 pound, at 70 pound then, at 70. 80 pound then, 80 pound then, 80 pound, 80 pound then, 80 pound then. Low voltage little thing, look, 80 pound easy. Just takes your eye off a plain wall, just sets the scene, doesn't it? 80 pound, are we all done? Hammer's coming down. Sold. 434, the registration number 9JXB. Now this is sensibly priced, look at that. For a short number, very sensible money this. Look, 9JXB. Short number, sensible on the money. Where are we going to be on that? Who wants to bid me 3? That plate's worth £3,000 of anyone's money, I know that. Who wants to make a start at £3,000? I appreciate they're very individual, but a little short plate like that is worth 3. No? This is the thing with plates, they're only worth what people are prepared to pay, but we all know that's worth £3,000, don't we? If you wanted a short plate. Have a word with the team upstairs in the office, but don't bother bidding them any less than £3,000 because I will tell them not to bother ringing the owner. 435, still reproduction, double-sided round trees, chocolate sign, Michael. Oh, he's busy, look, he's busy eating again, look. Delegated it to David. Look, there you go then. There you are then. Where are we going to be on that? It's a nice sign, £70 bid. At £70 then, that's a nice sign. At £70 then, at £70 then. Bracket on as well, ready to go straight on your wall. At £70 then, at £70 then. Nice little sign. That, look, £70, £80 then, £80 then, £80. Worth every penny, that £80, look, £80 then, £80 then, we're going to sell, it's going to go. That's a nice little sign, that £80 then, £80 then, Amber's coming down to your shore, off she goes to Norfolk then at £80. Cheap little sign, that nice little sign. 436 is the VW motor caravan. Again, dead sensible, look, you don't get much of a motor caravan for this money, look at this, and a VW at that, look. £4,600 is the start. 4,006, 47, 48, 49, £5,000 we've got. At 5,001, 5,001, 52, £5,200. At 5,200. That's a cheap little motorhome. 5,200. At £5,200. Keep it looking nice. It should always be worth that, shouldn't it? 5,200. You only got to go on one holiday and you get your money back. £5,200. At £5,200, it will be all done. I'm going to sell it. It's off at £5,200. The hammer's coming down unless you want it, Josh. At £5,200, it's going. It's gone. 437. 4 2-gallon cans. Here we are. 4 2-gallon cans. We have got 60, 70, 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 we've got. At £100 then. At £100 we've got. £100 then, oh, £100 then, £100, are we all done? I'm selling, oh, £100 then, hammer's coming down, £110, at 100, I've got 100, Will, already. Come on, Will. £100 I've got, £100 I've got, bids here with me at £100, oh, £110, there we go, at 110, oh, £110 then, at 110. At 110, at £110 then, I'm out, you're in, at £110, Amber's coming down at 110. Sold, at 438, little moggy traveller, look at that. Bought myself, I didn't buy myself one, I bought Claire one of these last year, we haven't used it yet, but looking forward to a bit of better weather, and then she's going to come out. There you go, little moggy. Look at that, good value for money, little moggy there, where are we then? £5,000 is the start, 5 1/4 and a half. 5,005, 5,750. At 5,750, £6,000 we've got. At £6,000, cheap little moggy. At £6,000, that is provisional, I must stress. At £6,000, at £6,000 we have. £6,000, £6,000, you don't get much of a moggy for that. At £6,000. At £6,000 then, not a traveller you don't, at £6,000. 6,250, at £6,250, at 6,250, at 6,250, at 6,250 then, at 6,250, that's very provisional, at 6,250. 439, the Michelin stock enamel sign, enamel. Here we are, oh, Michael's got it there. Oh no, he hasn't, Alan. Oh, Michael's having a rest. There we are then. Nice sign there. Thank you very much, Alan. We have got 90, £100 bid, £110 then at 110. At £110 we have, at 110. £110 then, up £110 then, provisional, up £110 then, are we all done at £110? Up £110, hang on. Oop, 120, £120 then, £120, at 120, up £120 then, David's phone bidder at 120, at 120, 120. It's frozen, says Will on the interweb, it's frozen. He's just going to refresh it, hang on. It's 120 at the moment with David's phone bidder, Will. 130, there we are. I could see there was some interest there. 130 now, David. Would you like 140? He does. £140 with David's phone bidder at 140. £140. David's phone bidder at 140. Internet, you're out. You're back in again at 150. Come in. Yo, £150 then. 150. 160 and I can put it on sale. 160 and it's on sale. Oh, £160. It is on sale now. It's going to one of you. Oh, £160. Oh, £160 and it's on sale at 160. Oh, £160. It's on sale to David's man. Oh, £160. Hammer's coming down. Be warned. It's going. It's gone. 440 is the Lotus Eclat XL. Oh yeah, this is sensible as well. There we are. We've got some information here. Let me put my spectacles on. There we are then. Lotus is 75,000 miles on you. Just had 1,100 hours spent. Wow. Yeah, 1,000 hours spent on the car. Wow, look at that there. Restoration plus £1,800 garage bills getting the car tuned up. Well, someone spent an awful lot. Oh, is that the car? I see it, yeah. Oh, Nick's on the case. Look, he's all over it like a cheap suit. Look, there he is. There you go. Nick's got it on the interweb. I like these. I'm a fan of these. You used to run these, Father, back in the day, or certainly the older model, the Eclat. There you are. Dad used to run these Eclats. And where are we going to be on that? £5,000, well, it's a start anyway, isn't it? £5,000, at 5,250, 55. At £5,500 then, at 5,005. At 5,500, just let the interweb catch up. 5,005, 5,500, a lot of car for £5,500, isn't it? At 5,500. Internet, you're out. £5,500 then at 5,500. 5,750, you're back in again at 5,750. At £5,750. At £5,750. At 5,750. Kent, that's very provisional, but I'm sure you've worked that out. At £5,750. 5,750. 5,750. Are you sure you're all done? £6,000. Oxford, £6,000. £6,000. £6,000. Just had a load of time and money spent on the car, including £1,800 worth of garage bills. Can't be a lot wrong with it, can there surely? 6,250.
And we put an earth strap on it.
Oh, and you put an earth strap on it. They missed all that, did they?
Yeah, they missed that one.
Oh, they missed that bit. £6,250. 6,250.
It does start and run really well.
Does it run nicely?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
If you get a nice one, they are a nice car.
they
These
are
are very, very usable car.
Set up lovely.
Is it set up well? Well, give credit where credit's due then. It's set up lovely, says Paul. There you are, 6,250. At £6,250. 6,250. When they are on song, they're a lovely driver. At 6,250 then. Kent, we'll try for you. We'll put you down provisional then at 6.25. Hammer's coming down. Be warned, when it goes down, it's going. At 6,250 on a provisional basis to Kent. 6,500. Fresh bidder, 6,500. 6,500. £6,500. I'll take 100 if it helps, lads, because if you were here in front of me today, one of you would probably be shouting up £100, wouldn't you? So I'll have £100 there if you want. 6,500 we've got. 6,600, exactly, Ken. It's 6,600. 6,600. Same applies to the rest of you. 6,600. £6,600. At 66 then. We're back with Kent at 66 on a provisional basis then. Get ready with that button, Will. When the hammer goes down, it's on a provisional to Kent at £6,600. Get ready. 66. Lot number 441 is the new Skate thermometer. Here we are. Thermometer there. Where are we on that one? You tell me. £100 and away. Thank you. Up £100 then. Up £100 on the way and 110, 120, 130 then. Up £130 then at 130. Up 130. Up £130 then. Up 130. Up £130 then. Are we all done at £130? 442. Excuse me. 442 is the little Honda. There we are then, the little step through. There she is, bless her. Look, thing of beauty and a joy forever. Where are we on that? Who's going to start me at 1,000? Must be worth 1,000. Must be worth £1,000 somewhere, surely. It's like a little C. Where are you? It's gone. Where's my brother? He's gone again. It's like a little C90 off-road bike, isn't it, Alan? Is it like a little C90 scrambler type thing? I like that. It's all right, that, isn't it? She is. She's like a little C90 scrambler. That's what she's like, anyway. Not quite the C90, but she's not far off. Look at that. Who's going to start me at £1,000? That's got to be worth £1,000, isn't it? Surely. Surely £1,000. I daren't ring him up with less than £1,000. I think we can all value it at £1,000, can't we? You'll have to have a word with the team upstairs then, because I'm not going to put through less than 1,000. 443, however, moving on, press the button, Will, is a Ford GT40 Golf Racing style sign. Now that's nice, Michael, I like that. Bonnie, that, yeah, nice, that, like that, yeah. £100 of the way, at £100 we've got. At £100 bid, at 100 then, at £100 then, at £100 then, at £100. We're going to sell it. At £100 then, at £100, nice little touch that at 100, at £100 then, off she goes, we're going to sell. At £100 then, it's gone, it's going. At £100 then, hammer's coming down, at £100 be worn, it's going to go. It's gone. And on the subject of gone, 306, the little Morris Mini, that has been sold. 318, another little Mini, that has been sold. Lot number 325, the Fiat 850, the white one. We spoke about it earlier on, Will. You said it would be ideal behind a camper van. That has gone. Lot number 330, Fiesta ST, which I think was an ex-Bangers and Cash car. That has gone. Lot number 333, the I Am What I Am, Gloria Gaynor. There you are, we I Am What I Am sign. That has also been sold. There you go. As I constantly remind you guys, we convert over 90% of all provisional sales. And talking about converting sales, this one's going to sell now. We've got 12, we've got 13, we've got 14, and we've got £1,500 there at £1,500. At £1,500 we've got 15, 16, it's going to be sold at £1,600, it's going. At £1,600 it's going, there it goes, 17, 18 says Alan, 18 down there with Alan. No, that was Alan's bid, £1,800 was Alan's. £1,800, it's Alan's bid at £1,800. £1,800, beat you in. 19 now is the internet, Alan. £1,900 is the internet. £1,900. £2,000 says young Alan at 2,000. £2,000. It's on sale. It's going at £2,000. £2,000. It's going at £2,000 and 21. At 21. At 21. At 21. 22. 22. At 2002. £2,200. Your bid, young Alan. At £2,200, then hammer's coming down at 22, be warned, it's going to go. It's gone. 445 is the Ford genuine parts sign. Nice big sign, cheap and cheerful sign. Where are we going to be? 30, 40, £50 bid. At £50 then, at £50 then, at £50 then, £50 we've got. At £50, £60, £70 then, at 70. At £70 then, at £70, cheap as chips. At £70 then, £80 then, £80 and done. £80. £80, that's worth £80, I know that. £80 then, are we done at 80? £80, cheap sign. Cheap sign, £80 then. I'm going to pull the lever, the hammer's coming down, £90. £90. £90. Yes. 90, £100, exactly, that's £100 sign. £100 then, at £100 then, at £100. Are we all there at £100? At £100 then, hammer's coming down at £100, off it goes at £100. Gone. Lot number 446 is the Vauxhall Calibra. Don't see many of these now, do you? They are Vauxhall Calibra. Look at that. I ran one back in the day, a nice red one, for a year or so. Thoroughly enjoyed the old girl. There we are, where we're going to be on the Calibra. You tell me. Start me then. Can't start any lower than 3. Can't start any lower than 3. Anyone want to jump in at 3?
Yeah, there we go.
£3,000. Shefford. There you are. Been in Shefford there, Father. Shefford there, yeah. Father used to run the garage in Shefford there for years and years and years. Used to be David Watson. Was that in Shefford? Hello?
Thomas.
Oh, Thomas. Sorry, mate, I know you're a bit busy, guy. Thomas, yeah. Thomas there in Shefford. Yeah, there you go then. Nice to see a Shefford bid there. £3,000, Thomas. At £3,000. At £3,000 then, it's a start. Thomas, thank you very much. At £3,000. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 then, are we all done? We'll try, we'll put it down provisional for you, mate. At £3,000. £3,000 provisional. Put a note on there. I would encourage the vendor to take that because he failed to tell me when he inquired that the car was on the register. 447, the 1937 Norton. Oh, what a lovely machine. Look at that. I know this period of bike is not exactly on fire at the moment, but they are lovely, aren't they? They're a piece of history. They are lovely. Look at it. You can't help but like them though, can you? There you go. Right, 447. Where are we going to be on that? Come on. Who's going to start me at £4,000 for the cheapest Norton in the world? Who's going to start me at that? Come on. Must be worth £4,000. £4,000 anywhere? No? Can't start any lower than that. I know they're not on fire, these things, but we all know they're worth a bit more than that. If you've got any interest in that little bike, £4,000, Saltburn. I'm not saying it'll buy it, Saltburn, but I thank you very much for your bid. You can't do much more than that, can you? You've done that for me, thank you. £4,000 we've got. £4,000, extremely provisional, £4,000. At £4,000. At £4,000 then. £4,000 then, are we all there at 4,000? We'll have a conversation, Saltburn, but I think you might know where it's going to go. But you never know. There may well be a deal done. As I say, we convert a lot of them at £4,000. Then on a provisional basis at £4,000. I'll just do this last one, then Paul will jump on. Is there somewhere? Yeah. Here we are, the 1967 Ford Mustang S code fastback. Look at that. What a machine. John, this has got your name all over this. All over this. Cameraman stroke tea maker John has got one or two nice American bits and pieces. There you are, so he's going to get all excited about this one. Look at that. Lovely car. What a lovely, lovely car. They are very special restoration in the US, costing £120,000. $120,000. I must correct myself. There you go. $120,000 restoration, this car. Yeah, stunning. It was in here somewhere. Where is it now, ladies and gentlemen? Where is it now, Michael?
I think it's
is it up?
snaffled up to Mick.
Oh, Mick takes all the good ones. He takes all the good ones up there, does Michael. He pinches all the nice ones and puts them up there. There we are then. So where are we going to be? You tell me. You tell me. 38 and a half. He's not going to take that. We might as well try and start at 40, Will, because if we can't get a £40,000 bid, then there's not a lot of point in moving forward. It'll go back in Bob's garage, I think, until it comes out later on worth more. Anyone want to make a little cheeky offer at 40? If not, it'll go back into Bob's place. No? No? Well, thank you. You had the chance. You can ring upstairs if you want. But honestly, guys, it's got to start with a 4. There's no point even thinking about it starting with a 3. Right, I'm going to go and finish off my cup of tea. Paul's going to jump on and do a few. And I shall catch you a bit later on. Thank you very much. Oh.
Right then, where are we?
Can you still remind me about how the provisions work? So obviously it's got a few new people.
All right, yeah. Will's just saying there. Can I just remind people of the provisional basis? You know, if something fails to sell outright, if it doesn't quite achieve its reserve figure, then we sell them on a provisional basis, of which then it goes off into the office, and myself, Charlie, Jill work through those, and we put an awful lot of deals together where maybe bids increase and vendors decrease and some mutual ground is found, of which we do convert an awful lot, ladies and gentlemen. Lot 347 is one of those. A Hat Club sign has been sold. Lot 353, a Morris Minor, has been sold. Lot 345, Shell Motor Oil sign, has been sold. Lot 373, an Oxo Repro sign, has been sold. Lot 196, a Morris Minor, that has been sold. And 372, an Escort Cabriolet, has also been sold. And there's another list there we'll go out later on. And we're moving on to lot 449, an Austin 7 wooden hand-painted sign. There she is, look, a wooden hand-painted sign. There we are, we have 40, we have 50, we have £60 bid at £60 then. At £60 then and on sale at £60 and 70 and 80 with me. £80 here with me at £80 bid. At £80 then, 80 and 90 and 100 with me. At £100, at £100 bid. At £100 then, at £100. At 100 who wants 10. At £100 then, at £100 then we're going to sell it. At £100 then. then for the first, second, third and last time. 110, 110, 110. I'm out at £110. At 110, then who wants 20? At £110 then for the first, second, third and last time at £110. 110, sold and away, thank you. And on to lot number 450, 1948 Brock House Corgi. There she is, look, not registered. There you go, look. Corgi, a military motorcycle there, the vendor tells us. There we go. Lovely little thing, brilliant. Chuck them out the plane, didn't they? Dump, out they went. There we are then. We have got, well, we're all over the place with some of these figures here, but anyway, we have got 1,500, 1,600, 17, 18, 19, £2,000 bid. At £2,000, at £2,000 bid. We have to submit the best bid of the day. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000, I'll take 100 if it helps. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then is there 100. At £2,000 then we're going to submit it to 1 Hereford. Good afternoon. At 2,100. At £2,100 then. At £2,100 then we're going to sell it provisionally because we've got to submit the best bid. At £2,100 for the first, second, third and last time at 2,100. 21, thank you. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. And on to 451, the Tin Repro no trespassing sign. There we are then, we've got 40, we've got 50, we've got £50 bid. At £50 then, at £50 bid, at 50, and 60. £60 then, at £60 we have. At £60 then, at 60 and 70. £70 bid, at £70 then, who wants 80? £80 he says. At £80 then, off down to Cornwall. At £80 bid, at 80. Do you want 90? You do. £90, at £90. At £90 then, is there 100? Be sharp. At £90 then, £100. £100, £100, at £100. £100 then for the first, second, third and last time at 100. Off to Cornwall. And on to 452, 1996 Subaru. There she is, look. The vendor tells us it's a genuine and rare GF8 GEX model. Classic Impreza Turbo Sport. There she is, look. Japanese market these were. And they made their way across to New Zealand, etc. Along with a distinctive Gravel Express graphics. There you go, look. So she's got the old nudge bar on and spare wheel carrier and such like. So there you go. We have £3,000 and it's a start. At £3,000 then. At £3,000. At £3,000, I'll take 100 if it helps. At 3,000, 3-1 on there. Do you want 3-2, Mark? At 3,100. £3,100 bid. At 3-2 now. 3-2. 3-2. At 3,002. At 3-2 and 3. 3-3. 3,003 and 4 says Mark. 3-4 on the telephone. At 3,400, you can't find them, can you? First one I've come across. At 3,400 there, marked phone. 53535 at 3,005. Starts on the button, sounds as it should sound. At 3,500. 3,005, does he want 6? At 3,6 he does. 3,006 at 3,600. £3,600 then. Mark the bidder there. 3,700. 3,700 at 3,007. 3,007 on the internet at 3,700. At £3,700 then. We're going to sell it. 3,800. 3,008 at 3,008. It is provisional, mind. I was going to go on to say we're going to sell it provisionally at 3,800. Mark the bidder there at 3,008. 3,900. 3,900. 3,009. 3,900 at £3,900 then. We're going to sell it provisionally then at £3,900 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 39. 39 provisionally. There we are, and we're moving on to 453, a selection of Esso Lube bottles in a crate. In a crate. Oh yeah, there you go. Don't bounce them. There we are then. There we are. Where are we going to be with these then? We're going to be 50, 60, 70 pound bid at 70 pound. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pound. At 70, who wants 80? At 70 pound then in the correct period crate. At 70 and 80 on the internet. Picture, sorry. 80 pound bid. At 80, 80 pound bid then. 90 says Dave. 90 pound then. 100 pound on the internet. At 100 pound then. At 100 pounds. 100 pound. At 100. 110 now. 110. 110. 110. At 110. 120 says Dave. 120. At 120. At 120, and we're on sale, tell him. 120, 130, 130, at 130 pound. 130, 140, 140, at 140 pound. At 140 pound, then the hammer's coming up then, at 140 pound. 150, 150, at 150, 150, 160 he says, 160, at 160, what do we think? At 160 pound then for the first, second, third and last time at 160. Dave's phone. And on to 454. There we are then, the 1977 Rover Dakar. There you are then, it's a Range Rover I think underneath. There you go, it looks a lot of bit of kit, doesn't it? A fancy bit of kit. There you go, where are we going to be with that then? And we got 3,000 to kick us off. You couldn't begin to build it for 3,000, could you? Is a 3,000 pound out there? Ash, is a 3,000 anybody? Be sharp. 3,000 pound, there you go, you see, Bristol's got 3,000 quid and we're off. 3,000 pound bid. At 3,000 pound then. At 3,000 is there 100. At 3,000 pound bid we can talk. It's not where we start, it's where we finish that matters. At 3,000 pound bid. At 3,000 pounds then is there 100, be sharp. At 3,000 pound then we're going to sell it provisionally to Bristol for 3,000 pounds then for the first, second, third and last time looking round at 3,000. We'll talk. And we're moving on to 455, Mr. Drip, Esso, Happy Motoring, light up sign. There you are then, there you go. Superb. 70 pound look, at 70 pound bid, at 70 pound then, at 70 is the 80, at 70 pound bid, at 70 pound then, at 70 pound then, we're going to pull the lever, at 70 pound then for the first, second, third and last time, at 70 pounds, 70 pound, off it goes, and on to 456, a 2003 Mercedes SLK 230 compressor. Auto. There you are then, service book with 12 service stamps, look, purchase invoice, MOT certificates, etc. There we go, looks a lovely, bright, smart example for not a lot of money, are they? Not a lot of money. We have £2,000, look, at £2,000. At £2,000, I'll take 100 if it helps. At £2,000 bid. At 2,021 says Oxfordshire. 22 says Alan. 2,200. At 2,200. At 2223. 23. 2003. 2003. Do you want 4? He does. 24 says Alan. At 2004 and 5. 25. And on sale, I might add. £2,500 bid. At 2005, 2005, 6, 26, 26, at 2,600, 2,600, not a lot of money for a bit of summer fun, and 7, 2007, at 2,700 pound, at 2008, 2008, 9, 29, fill it up, at 2,900, 3,000 he says, at 3,000, 31, 31, 312, 32, at 3,200, on the telephone, at 3,200, at 3,200, what do we think? At 3,300, 33, 33, 34, 3,004, at 3,004, 3,004, what do we think, internet? 3,500 we think, 3,005, 3,600, 3,006, at 3,700, 3,700, it's with you all the way, at 3,007 and 8, 3,800, 3,800, 3,900, 3,009, 3,900, 4,000, at 4,000 pounds, at 4,000 pound then, at 4,000, what do we think? At 4,000 pound, 4,1, he's not finished yet, at 4,002, 4,002, at 4,200, 4,200 pound then, at 4,200 pound then, the hammer's coming up then, we're going to sell it at 4,200 pounds for the first, second, 4,3, 4,3, 4,003, 4,3, are you sure? At 4,300 pounds then for the first, for the second, thank him for his bids, third and last time, 43, thank you. And we move on to 457, steel reproduction double-sided Ford service sign. There we are then, reproduction sign, look, there we go. We have £40 bid, 50 pound bid, at £50 then, at £50 then is the 60, at £50 bid, at 50 pound only is the 60, at £50 then we're going to sell it, at £50 then looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at £50. And on to 458. There we are then. Little Morris Mini Cooper. There we are then. Full history available, it says. Well looked after. Lovely. Has rubber cone suspension, 10-inch wheels. There you go. Brilliant. There you go. You know all the rest. There we are. You tell me. Is there 20? Is there 18? There must be 18 out there to kick us off. There must be, surely. It's a lovely little car, look. Is there 18 out there somewhere? 18,000 we're looking for, ladies and gents. Is there 18? It should be lighting up that screen, shouldn't it? No. If you've got interest in that car, ladies and gents, then give the office a tinkle. Right, we'll move on. 459. We'll have to pass on that one, I'm afraid. 459 Bugatti Grill Flask Decanter. There you are. Mick's got it there for you. There we go. Is there a couple of £100, £200, he says. 200, 225, 225, 225, 250, £250. At £250, at 250, 250, at £250 then, at 250, who wants 75, at 250, at £250, at £250 then, I think you're going to have to find some more, at £250 we'll try, at £250 then, 275, 275, 275, at 275, at 275, what do you think? At 275 then, looking round provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 275, 300, only just Cheshire, at £300, at £300 then, at £300 bid, at £300 then, who wants 25, at £300, 325, 325, at 325, at £325 then, we'll sell it provisionally, at 325 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 325, provisionally at 325, and on to lot number 460. There she is, look, little Kawasaki, 1976 Kawasaki, look, there you go. Good usable little bike, I'm sure. Maybe wants a bit of love, but a good usable bike at the end of the day. There we go, there you go. We got 2,200 at £2,200 then, at 2,002, at 2,002, who wants 3, at 2,200, 2,3 says Mark, 2,003, at 2,300, at £2,300 then, at 2,003, £2,300, at £2,300 then, at 2,003, is that it? At 2003 and 424, 2004, 2004, at 2005, 25 says Mark, 2005, at 2,500, £2,500 then, at £2,500 then we'll pull the lever. It is provisional, I was getting to that. It is provisional, ladies and gents, but we shall try for you at £2,500. Mark on the telephone, selling provisionally. Mark, Thank you. And on to 461, which is a Ford V8 parts enamel reproduction sign. Nice sign. There you go, look, nice bright sign. There we go. We've got 80, 90, 100 pound, 100 pound bid, up 100 then, up 100 pound, up 100, who wants 10? 100 pound then, up 100 we have, up 100, 110, 110, 110, 110 then, up 110 pound, up 110 then, who wants 20? Up 110 pound then, up 110 pound then, we're going to pull the lever, up 110 pound, you sure you don't want 20? Up 110 pound then for the first, second, third and last time, provisionally 110. And on to 462, a 2017 Mercedes-Benz A-Class. There we are. Now, sadly here due to bereavement, met the vendor, had to be registered in his name to move it from property to property. So there is an extra name in the V5 that didn't necessarily need to be there, but anyway, it's same family. So the total recorded keepers is 3, not really 4, but anyway, it says 4. 31,000 miles, car's lovely, little bit of micro blistering on a couple of panels, but the car, superb. There you go, lovely car, automatic look, and a 200D, 200, little 2.1, not one of them little 1500 things that goes wrong, 2.1, it's the one to have. There you go. Right, there we go. We have got £8,500 bid here with me at 8,500. 8,500. Who wants 6? At £8,500, 31,000 miles. Lovely car. At 8,586. Sorry, 86. You doing my job for me? 8,600. At 86, 87, 8,007. 8,700, 88, 8,008, at 8,800, 88, 89, 89, 89. I don't want any falling out, you two sat next to each other. 9,000, 9,000 pound, at 9,000 pound against you, Alan. It's 9,000 pound, at 9,000 pound bid. 9,250 says Alan, at 9,250, at 9,250, at 9,250, at 9,250 bid, at 9,250, and 9,3, 9,3, 9,003, at 9,300, 9,5 says Alan, and on sale tell him, 9,500, at 9,500. Maybe I ought to keep that to ones, Ash. At 9,005, 9,6, 9,6, in 50s, they drag on. At 9,600, 9,600, Andy. 9,7 says Alan. 9,007 says Alan. 9,7, 9,007, at 9,007, 10, 10,000 pound. 10,000, he's not going to have it, let you have it easily. 10,000 pound bid. At 10,000 pound then. 10,250 says Alan. 10,250. 10,250. They're going to have a fallout. I can see it coming. 10,250 bid. At 10,250. 10,5. 10,5. 10,005. It's you two messing these figures up. 11,000 pound says Alan. 11,000 pound. 11,000. Alan the bidder. 11,000 pounds. What's he think, Andy? 11,000 pound then. 11,000. 11,000 pounds. What do we think? Yeah, you can do. It's 100 if he wants it. 11,100. 11,100 pound. Sorry, Alan, you're out. 11,100. 11,500, says Alan. He can come again, tell him, whoever you've got there. He's a nice fellow. 11,500 pounds. 11,500. 11,500 pound then. 11,600. 11,600. 11,600. 12,000 pound. 12,000 Ash. 12,000 pound bid. 12,000 we have. 12,000. He's going to lose it for £100. 12,000 pounds. Is he sure? At 12,000 pound then. Looking round then, we're going to sell it. 12,000 pounds then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 12,000. There you go. Well done, guys. Well done. That's the way to do it. Absolutely. And on to 463 Route 66 metal sign. There we are then. One of Mark's signs, say no more. As soon as we say one of Mark's, you know the quality of them. They're absolutely lovely. Look, don't. He'll go blind in one eye. There we are then. There you go. We have 50. We have £60 bid at £60. At 60, who wants 70? £70, there it is. £70 we have. At 70, 80 says Mark. At £80 then, Mark there the bidder. At 80, 90, £90 in Cornwall, £100, £100, 110, 110, 110. That is you, 110. At 110, I won't take you again. At £110. 110, who wants 20? At 110 then, we're going to sell it. At £110 for the first, second, third and last time at £110. Mark the bidder. And on to 464, ladies and gentlemen. Kawasaki Z1 900. Is this the one I rode down the estate? I believe it is. I rode this bike from the processing down here, and I must say it rides superb. So there you go. There you are then. We have 13 250, 13 5, 13 5 and 750, 13 750 at 13 750, 14,000, 14,000 at £14,000 then. At 14,000. Who's got 250? At £14,000. At 14,000. Who wants 250? At £14,000 then we'll talk. At 14,000, are you done? At £14,000 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at 14,000. We'll have a chat. And on to 465. There we are then. 465. Shell gasoline light up sign. There we are. There you go. Look. £70. £70 bid and on sale from the off. At £70 bid. At £70 then. At £70 bid. At 70 is there 80. At £70 then. At £70 bid. At £70 then, I'm going to pull the lever. At £70 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £70. And on to 466, 1987 Rover 213 SE Auto. There she is, look. Nice, bright, original, unmolested little Rover. Honda power, if memory serves. I'm sure it was Honda power, wasn't it? Sure it is. It's the one to have. There you go. Lovely. There we are. We've got £2,500 there. 2,500 at 2,500. At 2,500. 2,500. Who wants 2,600? At £2,500 then. At 2,500. £2,500. Oh. 2,500 at £2,500 then at 2,500. £2,500 then, no connection, Jill. At £2,500 then, we'll sell it provisionally. We have got somebody, we're supposed to have somebody on the phone, but they're not picking up. At £2,500 then for the first, second, third and last time, looking round very provisionally. 25. And on to on to 467. There we are then. Esso Benzyl mixture mirror. Leave it there, Mick, leave it there. There we are then. We have got 40, 50, 60, £60 bid at £60 then. At £60 then, who wants 70? At £60 bid and on sale at 60. At £60 then, at 60, who wants 70? Be sharp. At £60 then, is that it? At £60, are you sure? At £60 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time. £60, top right. And on to 468, 1965 Chevrolet. There she is, look, a C10 Fleet Side in green. There you go, look, 5.7 V8 Corvette engine. Oh, look at that. Hydromatic gearbox, you name it. Look at this. New electric radiator fan. The list goes on and on and on, look. Superb. Yes, lovely, lovely bit of kit. There we are then. I'm in your hands. You start me. Where are we going to start that then? Where are we going to start? We might as well start at that 16. 16,000 then. 16,500. 16,500. At 16,500. Be a cheap jock if it came at that, wouldn't it? At 16,500. 16,500. At 16,500. 16,500. At 16,500. Who wants 17? At 16,500 pound then. At 16,500. You're going to have to find some more, guys. At 16,500 pound then. Give the office a call at £16,500. Looking round for the first, second, third and last time. We'll talk. 16.5. And we're moving on to 469, a Tin Repro WD-40. Do you have tight nuts? Oh dear. There you go. Well, it happens. £60 bid, look. At £60 then. At £60 bid. At 60. At £60 then. At 60, 70, 80 here with me. £80 then. At £80 bid. At 80. At £80 there. At £80 bid. Who wants 90? At £80 then. At 90, says Cornwall. £90, thank you. At £90 bid. At 90. Who wants 100? At £90 then. At £90 then. £100. £100. At £100 bid. At £100 then. At £100 then. Are we done? At £100 then. 110. 110. 110. At 110. 110. At £110 then for the first, second, third and last time. 110. And on to lot number 470, which is a 2021. These are brand new in a box, these are. There's choice of these. There's choice of 7 of these guys. Although I think there might only be one Scout, which is the knobbly tyre version. The others have got road tyres. But there is option of some others on these. So this one still in a box. That's a gallery photograph. It's still in a box across the way there. Absolutely brand new. Never been out of the box. So they will need registering. But they are brand fine new. They're a good little thing, they are. Anyway, there we are. We have 6, 7, £800 bid. At £800 then. £800 bid. Who wants 9? At £800 then. 900 says Mark. £900 at £900 bid. At 900. At £900. At £900 then. At 900. Who wants 1,000? At £900 then. At £900. Are we done? At £900 then. I'll take 50 if it helps you. At £900 there. At £900 Mark the bidder there. At 900 we are provisional Mark. At £900 then for the first, second, third and last time at 900. Mark, thank you. And on to 471 Pratt's fuel can. There we are then. There you go. Lovely. There she is. Look, Mick's got it there for you. We got £50. £50 bid. At £50 then. At 50. £50 then. Complete with the top look. At £50 bid. At 50. Who wants 60? At £50 then. Is that it? Are we done? At £50 then. 50. £50 only. At £50 then. I'm going to drop the hammer. At £50 then for the first, second, third and last time. Provisionally at 50. £50. And on to 472, which is a 1969 Honda ST50 monkey bike. There she is, look, Honda ST50. What a lovely little bike, look. What a little stunner. Brilliant. There we are then. Where we are then, 1,700. £1,700 at 17. £1,700 we have. At 17, 18, 1,800. £1,800 then. At 1,800, £1,800 there. At 18 and 19, 1,900, £2,000 we have. At £2,000, at 2,000, 2,1, 2,1, and on sale I might add 2,2, 2,002, at 2,200, at 2,200. Look at it there, it's lovely. At £2,200, at 2,002, at 2,002. Who wants 3? At 2,002, 2,3. Cornwall wants 3. At 2,003, at £2,300 then we're going to pull the lever. At £2,300 for the first, you sure? For the second, Third and last time, 2-4. 2004, 2004 at 2,400. 2,400 pound then. Do you want 5? At 2,400 pound then for the first. For the second. Third and last time, selling 2,400. There you go, sold, thank you. And on to 473, Allington Haulage Wooden Truck. There we are then. There you go, Mick's got it there, look. Oh, that's great, isn't it? Look at that, isn't that brilliant? There you go. There we are then, ladies and gents. We have £80 bid. At £80 then, at £80 then, at £80 bid, at 80, there should be a phone call on this, at £80 bid, at 80, £80 then, at £80, at £80 then, and 90, thank you, at 90, I was too busy seeing who was on the phone, because no one's on the phone, at £90 bid, at 90, at £90 bid, who's on it? Dave, you're meant to be on the phone for this lot, mate. At £90 bid, at £90 then, at £90, at 90, £90 then, pardon, slow it down, at 90, 100, 100, 110, 110, 110, 110, you couldn't make it up, could you? At 110, at £110 then, at £110, you getting our make yet, Mick? At £110. At 110 then, at 110, bear with me ladies and gents, at £110, at 100, you were distracted by that camera operative, I know their game, at £110, 110, 120, 120, 120, 120, at £120 bid, at 120, 140 says Dave, you're glad you rang him now, aren't you? At £140. We nearly missed you, sir, thank you very much. At £140 bid. At 140, 140 then, are we done? At 140, nope, 150, 150, 150, 150, 160, 160, 160 says Dave. At £160 then. At 160 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 160. Boy, I'm half glad you were switched on and rang him there, Dave. Well done. And we move on, ladies and gents, to lot number 474. That's quite handy having that list there, isn't it? 474, ladies and gents, your 1985 Ford Escort RS Turbo. There you go, look. Lovely looking car. Lovely, I haven't seen that. How have I missed that one? Where is it up? Is that in your shed again? Oh, is it across? Oh, I missed that car. There we are. It looks a lovely straight car. There we go then. RS Turbo Series 1 look. There we go. Yes. Lovely. You tell me. Well, 14. There you go. Look, we'll start on this screen here. 14,000. At 14. £14,000. At 14. At 14,000. 14,000. Who's got 250? There you go. Rotherham's got 250. At 14,250, at 14,250, 14,250, who's got 5? At 14,250 bid, at 14,250, at 14,250 and 5, 14,5, at 14,5. Is that a lady down there? I think it was, wasn't it? At 14,750, at 14,750, at 14,750 bid, at 14,750 then, at 14,750, who wants 15? 14,750, at £14,750 then we're going to pull the lever, 15,000, Beverly, yes, there you go, 15,250, at 15,250, 15,250, at 15,250, 15,250 we have, at 15,250, who wants 5? 15,250, what do we think, Bev? At £15,250 then, we're going to sell it provisionally at 15,250 for the first, 15,500. Bev's back in, good afternoon, 15,750. Bev's out again, 15,750, at 15,750, at 15,750, at 15,750. Let's be fair, it's the one to have. At 15,750, 15,750, should we say 16? at 15, 750 then, provisionally for the first, for the second, 16,000, 16,000, 250, 16,250, at 16,250, 16,250 Rotherham, at 16,250, 16 and a quarter, what do we think, Bev? At 16,250 then, provisionally 16,5. Bev doesn't want it to go to Rotherham. 16,750, 17,000, 17,250, 17,5, and on sale I might add, 18,000, 18,250. There you go, you got the bit between your teeth now. 18,250. At 18,250, Rotherham the bidder. At 18,250. At 18,250 bid. It's going to Rotherham at 18,250 £. Then on sale. When it goes, it goes. At 18,250 for the first. For the second, 18,5. 18,5. Cornwall, 18,750. At 18,750, Rotherham, you're having a good try. At 18,750, 18,750 £. Then at 18,750, going to Rotherham for the first, for the second, 18,750, 19,000, 19,250, 19,250, 19,5, 19,5. And 750 and 20,000, 20,000 at 20,000 £. At 20,000 we have. At 20,000 £, what do we think, Rotherham? At 20,000 £, then at 20,000 £, 250, 250. At 20,250, at 20,250 £. At 20,250 then's going to Rotherham for the first, for the second, third and, no it's not, 20,500. I daren't drop it yet, I daren't. At 20,500 then, at 20,500, what do you think, Rotherham? At 20,500 £, then, going to Cornwall for the first, for the second, third and last time, 20,500, well done, thank you. And on to 475, Guinness sold here, a wooden double-sided sign with a bracket, there you go, with a bracket, brilliant. There we are then, we have 100, 110, 120, 120, at £120, at 120, at £120 bid, at 120, at 120, who wants 30, at £120 then, at 120, at 120, 130, 130, at 130, at £130 then, we're going to sell it, at £130 for the first, second, third and last time at 140, 140, 140, and 50, 150, at 150, at 150 then, at 150 for the first, for the second, third and last, 160, you can't accuse me of rushing you, 160, at 160, keep hold of it, Sut, you're alright, at 160, 160, I noticed he gives you all the heavy ones, at 160, at 160 then, at 160 for the first, second, third and last time at 170, 170, 170, at 170, 170 is the 180, at 170 then, for the first, second, third and last time, 180, 180, I can't get it down, I just can't do it. At 180, at 180 then is the 90, at 180 then, looking round, it's going to go 190, 190, 190, at 190, I'm glad you volunteered to hold that heavy one, so at 190, who wants 200? There you go, £200 bid, at £200 then, at £200, at £200 then for the first, second, third and last time at 200. There, it's gone. There you go. And we're moving on to lot 476, which is a 1997 Rover 100 Ascot SE. There she is, sits out there, a little low on the front corner. Got terribly stale fuel in it. We did get it running, Ash. We towed it, we bumped it off, we had it running. It sounds lovely and sweet, but it will not start on the stale petrol. It's been in it for donkey's years. So there we go. There you go. Garage for 24 years. There you go. Fuel's stale. Forget it. Wants draining out. There we are then. You tell me then, is there £1,000 for a lovely little Metro? Is there £1,000? In fact, it's a Rover 100. It must make it worth more. Is there £1,000 out there? There must be £1,000. Well, there's £800 over here, look. It's a start. £800 then. At £800. At £800 then. At £800 bid. At 800. At 800, who wants 9? At £800 then. At £800. At £800 then. We'll sell it provisionally then. At £800 for the first, second, third and last time. We'll try at 800. We'll try. And we're moving on to 477, which is a Bosch aluminium service sign. There we are, nice big service sign for you. There we go. We have £50, at £50 then, at £50 bid, at £50 then, at 50, who wants 60? At £50 we have, at £50 then, at 50, who wants 60? At £50 then, there we are, there's 60. Beverley in East Yorkshire wants 60. £60 he says, at £60, £60 then, who wants 70? At £60, £60 then, we're going to sell it provisionally, at 60 and 70, £70, at £70 bid, at 70, is there 80? At £70 then, at £70 bid, for the first, for the second, provisionally at 70, £80, £80, at £80 bid, only just, at £80. At £80 then, at £80, have another one, we can sell it. At £80 there, at £80 then, we're going to sell it provisionally. At 80 and 90 and on sale. £90 then, at £90. At 90, at 90, who wants 100? £90 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £90. Sold at 90. And we're moving on to the little Triumph Spitfire. Did you have this running? Did you? Ah, a bit of gravity feed. There you go. So Mick has had it running. It's been stood for some time, look. It will want a little bit of setting up, won't it? Yes, there you go. There you go. There you are then. There you go. £1,500 over here. 1,500. At £1,500. At 1,500. 1,500, who wants 16? At £1,500 then. At £1,500. At 15, 1,500, at £1,500, at 15, good little project for you, make a nice little restoration job, at £1,500, at 1,500, £1,500 then, at 1,500 then we'll talk, at 1,500 for the first, second, third and last time at 1,500, we'll try, and on to 479, here we are then, Riley Elf, and Morris 1100 framed lubrication charts. There we go. They're lovely, aren't they? Aren't they great? Look at that. Brilliant. There we go. And we have £30, we have 40. £40 bid at 40, at £40 bid at 40, at £40, at 40, who wants 50? At £40 then, at £40 bid at 40. Come on, who wants 50? At £40 bid at 40. £40 then, we're going to sell them. At £40 then, 50. £50 he says, £50 at £50 bid, at 50 who wants 60, at £50 then, at £50, at £50 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £50, £50, and on to lot number 480, which is a 1938 Morris, a little Morris 8 look. There she is, sits up there, lovely, unmolested little Morris 8 for you. Starts on the button, sounds ever so sweet. Power to weight ratio of these is great. They're a lovely little car, they really, really are. There we go. We have 3, 5, 6, 7, 3,008, 3,800, at £3,800 bid, at 3,008, at 3,800, at 3,008, at 3,008, 39, 4,000. 4,000 pounds then, at 4,000 pounds. At 4,000 pounds, lovely little motor for you. At 4,000 pound then. At 4,000 pound we have. At 4,000 pounds then, who wants one? At 4,000 pounds, at 4,000. At 4,000, you sure? At 4,000 pounds then, at 4,000, we're going to pull the lever, it's on sale. At 4,000 pound then, at 4,000. 4,000, are you sure? Don't miss it for £100. At 4,000 pounds then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 4,000. Top right. And we move on to 481, the Ferrari Formula One wooden hand-painted sign. There you go, look, lovely sign. Little wall filler for you, keep it indoors. He's a boy, isn't he? There we are then. We got £30 here. £30 bid. At £30 then, who wants 40? At £30 bid. At 30, £30 then. At £30, where's 40? 40 seated, beat you in thirst, I'm afraid. £40. At £40 bid. At 40 pound then, you can have 50 if you like, thirst. At £40 bid. At £40 then, we're going to pull the lever. At £40 then for the first, second, third and last time at £40. We'll add on to 482. Oh, there you go, look. 482, ladies and gentlemen, a 1972 Ford Capri 3 litre GT XLR. There you go, with a Webasto. Yes, only 2 of them left, with that roof and so on. There you go, there you go, there you are. There you go. There you go, father remembers the roof, yeah, factory roof, Daytona yellow, it's the one to have, look. Ticks all the boxes, and one of only a couple known. Absolutely, there we are then. There we go. Where are we going to be then? Well, it's a start, I suppose. 11,000 there. 11,250. 11,500. 11,500. 11,500. 11,500. 11,500 and 750. 11,750. 11,750 and 12,000, says Alan. At £12,000. At £12,000, Alan there on the telephone. At 12,000. At £12,000 bid. At 12,000, who wants 250 then? At £12,000. At 12,000. £12,000. Alan the bidder there. At £12,000. At £12,000 then, we've got to submit the bid of the day. At £12,000 bid. At 12,000, who's got 250? At £12,000 then, we'll take 100 if it helps you. At £12,000. At 12,000, there's 12,1 if you like. At £12,000 then, at 12,000, I think he's going to have to find some more, Alan. At £12,000 then, we'll talk. At £12,000 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 12,000. Ooh, 12,1. 12,1. Rotherham, you're out. 12,1. 13,000. That sounds more like it, doesn't it? Yes, 13,000. 13,000. 13,000. You only just got that there, Rotherham. At £13,000. At 13,000. £13,000 bid. At 13,000. I'll still take 100, Rotherham, if you like. At £13,000. You can't buy these sort of cars for this sort of money, can you? We all know that. £13,000 then. At 13,000, tell him we'll talk. At £13,000 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 13,000. We'll talk, Alan. Thank you. And on to 483, Michelin reproduction metal sign. There we are then. Where's that? Look at him, look. There we are then. 483, ladies and gents, a Michelin reproduction metal sign. There we go then. We got 20, we got 30, we got £30 bid. At £30 then, at £30 bid. At £30 then, at 30, who wants 40? At £30 then, at 30, 40, £40 he says. At £40 then, at 40, who wants 50? at 40 and 50, 50 pound then, at 50 pound, at 50 and 60, 60 pound then, at 60 pound, at 60 pound there, at 60 pound then, the hammer's coming up, at 60 pound then, the hammer's coming down, 70, 70 pounds, at 70 pound then, at 70 for the first, second, third and last time at 70 pounds, 70 pound, thank you. And on to 484, which is a 1990 Ford Sierra Laser Estate. There she is, look, an estate car, superb, resprayed into original white, garage stored since 2008. There you go, lovely. Don't see many estate cars, of course, they all became cheap vans. Certainly this era of estate car. There we are. Where we get £2,000. £2,000 then. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000. £2,000 then. At £2,000. At £2,000 then. Who wants 100? At £2,000 we have. At £2,000 then. At £2,000. At £2,000 then. Cheap old estate car for you. At £2,000 we have. At £2,000 then. Is there 2-1? At £2,000 then, we're going to pull the lever. At £2,000 then, we'll have to talk. 2-1, 2-1, 2001. At 2,100, 2,100 then, who wants 2-2? At 2,100 then, we're still going to pull the lever for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 2,100. We'll try for you. And on to 485, brass small business centre wall plate. There you go, small business centre. There you go. Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? Is there £40 to kick us off? Is there £40 out there? There must be £40 out there somewhere, surely. Not a lot of money, is it? Is there? If not, we're going to pass on that one. Anyone there, Ash? Nope. Moving on. We can't help that one then. On 486, ladies and gents, 1971 Rover. Sorry? What? What's up with me? What? No, that went straight over that. Right, lot 486, ladies and gents, lot 486, 1971 Rover 3.5 litre. There she is, look, Rover P5B, V8, zircon blue look, good usable classic, stainless exhaust. There you go. Wants a bit of paintwork around the bottom edge if I recall. Where are we going to be then? Can we get 5 to kick us off? Is there 5,000 out there? There must be 5,000 for a zircon blue Rover P5. There must be. Is there, Ash? You got anyone there? I've got no one here with me on this one, nothing on this one. Is there £5,000 to kick us off? Starts on the button, sounds real sweet. Wants a bottom half? No? If you've interest in that car, ladies and gents, give the girls in the office a call and have a chat. We'll move on to 487. Here we go then, the Beach Cruiser. There you go, the Beach Cruiser. Come on your bike. There we are then, 20-inch frame, look, there we go. Great, isn't it? Brilliant. No brakes. Got no brakes, up. No brakes, pedal backwards. Is that right? That's the one, pedal backwards to slow her down. There we are then, we've got £80 bid. At £80 then, at 80, who's got 90? At £80 then, at £80 bid. 80, mind your fingers in them spokes. At £80 bid. At 80, who wants 90? At £80 then, it's on sale. At £80 then, hey, you could use that for pub run, couldn't you? You'd be all right on that. I could see you on that.
You can't slow it down, you know.
You can't slow it down, he says. At £80 then, Mick could use it on pub run. At £80 bid. At £80 bid then, we could put you some stabilisers on, odd lad. At £80 bid. At £80 then, £80 then, and 90 and 100 here with me. £100 then, at £100. It's a right quirky little thing, isn't it? At £100 bid. At £100 then, it's on sale. At £100 then, who's got 10? At £100 then, you're going to miss it for a tenner. At £100 then, 100, 110, 110, 110. At £110 then, where's 20? At 110 then, it's got air in the tyres, look. At £110 then, precious up. There you go, 23. At £110. At 110 then. At 110 for the first, second, third and last time at £110. There you go, you bought yourself a bike on your bike. 488. 1979 Malaguti. There you go, look. There you go. Now, I think I had this one running the other day. I'm sure I did. Watch the video, I'm sure. There you are, look. Nice little bike. We've had it before. It started up. It's got a lot of oil in it, I think, this one, isn't it? Two-stroke light, it's a bit smoky. But it started up, no problem at all. There we are. £1,000, he says. 1,000, 1,100, £1,100. £1,100 then. £1,100 and 12. £1,200 I have. At £1,200 then, who wants 13? At £1,200 then. At £1,200 then. It's not a lot of money. At £1,200. 1,213, 1,300, at £1,300. At 1,300 then, who wants 14? At £1,300, at £1,300 then, we're going to sell it provisionally at £1,300 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 1,300. 1,300 provisional. And on to 489, an AA style York Road sign. There we go then. AA style. Is it a repro? Yep. Metal, hand painted. There you go. Look, it's good though, isn't it? There you go. Isn't that lovely? There we are then. We have 50, 60, 70, 70, £80 bid. At £80 then. At £80 bid. At 80. At £80. At £80 then. At £80 bid. At 80, who wants 90? At £80 we have. £80 then. At £80. £80 then, who wants 90? At £80 then. At £80 then, the hammer's coming up. At £80 then, the hammer's going down. At £80 then for the first, second, third and last time at £80. And on to lot 490. There we are then. 1959 Austin Healey Sebring Sprite replica. There you go. Lovely, bright little car. Lovely. Superb. Haven't had it running. It's a stalled project, we feel. No battery and things, dropped off by a courier. But the car speaks for itself. It's a little sweetie. New screen, etc. Powder coated wheels. Yeah, there you go. New tyres and tubes. There you go. You've read it. Lovely little car. And different. Just nice. Little sweetie. There we are. 5,000, he says. At £5,000, he says. It's a start. At £5,000 then. At £5,000 we have. At £5,000. At 5,000. £5,000 then, who wants two? At £5,000 we have. At 5,000. At £5,000 then, who wants 52? At £5,000 then, we can talk. At £5,000 then, looking round for the first then, for the second, third and last time, 52. 52 at 5,200. At 5,200, what do you think? At £5,200 bid. At 5,200, who wants 54? At £5,200 then, we'll submit it. At £5,200 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 52. We'll try for you. And on to 491, which is a BMW M Sport dealership sign. There we go, look, Mick's got it there for you. There we are then. And we've got £400 bid at £400. And on sale from the off at £400 bid. At £400 then. At £400 bid. At 400, who wants 20? 420, 440 here with me. 440 at £440 bid. At 440 and 60, 460, 460, at 460, 460. Can I have a tenner, Will? 470, 470, 480, that's better still, 500 with me. £500 then, at £500 bid. At 500, £500 then, 520, that got me off the hook. At 520, 520, at 520. At £520 then, at 520, 520 then for the first, for the second, third, 540, 540 and 60, 560, 560, at 560, 560 then for the first, 580, 580, at 580, 580, 600, £600, at £600 bid, at £600 then, at £600 then for the first, for the second, third and last time, 600, thank you. Now this is the car of the day, this is the car of the day. Now, lot 492, ladies and gents, which is a 1982 Mazda 929 estate car. Done 35,000 miles, look. And it is absolutely superb, isn't it? It is a lovely, lovely car. You cannot find estate cars, and you cannot find estate cars in this condition. It has still got the plastic on the door cards inside. It is still beautiful. Is it not? Lovely. There you go. Drove up from the Midlands, which is probably the longest journey it's done in a long, long time, by the vendor. He drove the car up, and it speaks for itself. It is a very special car. And while I'm talking, you're bidding. So there you are, look. It's a lovely bit of kit. 5-speed gearbox. 5-speed gearbox, look. There you go. No advisories on the MOT, ladies and gents. A proper thing. There we go. We are at 4,700. It's going to be a slog wheel at 4,700 pound. We whiz up to 6,750 on this screen here, please, Will. At 6,750. At 6,750 bid. At 6,750. At 6,750 bid. At 6,750. Who wants 7? At 6,750. At 6,750. At 6,750 and 7,000. At 7,000 pounds. At 7,250. Here with me. At 7,250. 7,250. At 7,250. At 7,250. 7,500, says Alan. 7,500. 750, 7,750, at 7,750, 7,750, at 7,750, 8,000, says sorry, 8,250, says Alan, 8,250, 8,250, 8,250, 8,500 with me, Will, at 8,005, 8,005, at 8,500, 8,500, at 8,005. 8,005, who wants 750? 8,500 pound then, 750, says Mark. 8,750, 8,750, at 8,750, Mark on the telephone. 8,750, 9,000, here with me, 9,000 pounds. 250, says Dave. 9,250, 9,500, here with me, 9,500. 9,005, here with me, at 9,005, 750, says Mark, 9,750, 10,000, here with me, 10,000 pounds, at 10,000 pound bid, at 10,000 pound then, at 10,000 pound, that sorted them out, hasn't it? At 10,000 pound bid, at 10,000, are you sure you will not get the chance to buy this type of car again? £10,000. As Dave said yesterday, there are buying and selling cars and there are keeping cars. This car will go into a collection. Mick knows it, I know it, you know it. It will go away and it won't come back out, will it? Not on the market for another 10 years. There we are. £10,000 then. Are you done? At £10,000 then for the first. For the second. Third and final time at 10,000. £10,000. Well done, and deserved to do well. Well done, Mick. There you go, a lovely car. And just while we're on a lovely car and done well and all the rest of it, lot number 340, a Rover 216, has been sold. Lot 338, a Subaru Impreza, has been sold. Lot 360, a Morris Minor, has been sold. Lot 380, a Standard Vanguard, has been sold. Lot 351, a Harley sign. Lot 383, a Ranger body kit. Lot 368, a Jaguar. Lot 394, an Alfa Romeo. They have all been sold. There you are. Lovely. Well done, provisionals team. And that shows you the importance of getting your name on them provisionals. There we go. Lot 493, ladies and gents. Lucas car bulb holder. There you go, look. Plastic holder. There we are. £40 bid. At £40 then, at 40, who wants 50? At £40 then, at £40 bid. At 40, £40 bid then, at 40, at £40 then, we'll sell it provisionally. At £40 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £40. And on to 494, there we are. Hey. On to 494, which is a 1976 Ford Capri gear. She's a 2, look, Mark 2 there, auto. There you go, look, 3 litre gear. 1,000 spent in the last 2 years on a mechanical overhaul. There you go. You've seen it. £8,000, he says here. £8,000. At £8,000 then. At £8,000. £8,000 we have. At £8,000. At £8,000. Are you on this one, Ash? Yeah, he is. At £8,000, look. £8,000 we have. At £8,000 then, who wants 8,2? 8,2 says Ash. 8,200 on the telephone. At 8,200. 8,200 then, who wants 4? £8,200 we have. At 8,200. At 8,200. We are a bit off. We might have to find a bit more, but we'll talk. At £8,200 we have. At 8,200 then, we're going to submit it. At £8,200 then for the first, second, third and last time. 8,400. 8,004. At 8,004 and 6. 8,600. 8,006. At 8,600. Don't leave it till the last minute. At 8,600. £8,600 then. What do we think? At 8,600. I'll take 100 if it helps you. How's that? At 8,600. 8,600. There's 100 if you want it. At £8,600 then we're going to submit at £8,600 provisionally for the first, second, third, 8,700. 8,007. At 8,007 and 8,800. 8,008. At 8,800. £8,800 then. At £8,800 then we're going to submit. Ashley on the telephone. £8,800 for the first, second, third and last time. 88, Ash phone. And on to 495, Jaguar Mascot on a wooden plinth. There you go, look, small one. Mick's got it there for you, look. We've got 10, we've got 20, we've got £30. £30 bid, at 30, at £30 bid. At £30 then is the 40. At £30 then, at £30 we have. At £30 then, at £30 then we're going to pull the lever. At £30, 40. £40, at 40 who wants 50? At £40 then, at £40 then we're going to sell it provisionally. At £40 then for the first, second, third and last time. £40 provisionally. And on to 496. Here we go. 1997 BMW Z3. There we go, look. There you go. Hard and soft top with this car, ladies and gents. Sensibly priced, look. There we are. We have 1,000. We have 1,100. £1,100. £1,100 we have. £1,100 then. 1,112. £1,200. £1,200 he says. At £1,200 then. At 12 and 13. 1,300. At 1,300. £1,300 there. 14. 14. 1,400 at 1,400. Looks good value to me. At £1,400. At 1,400. 15 says Mark. On sale, tell him. At £1,500. At 1,500. 16. 16. 16. At 1,600. At 1,600. £1,600 and 17. 17. At £1,700. At £1,700 then. 18. 18 at 18, £1,800. £1,800 then. At £1,800 then. We're going to drop the hammer. 19. 1,900 at 19. £1,900 then. At £1,900 bid. At 1,900. 1,900 then for the first, second, third and last time at 1,900. Too late, too late. You have to take that one back. Too late. 1,900, Mark's phone. You can't accuse me of rushing, no way. And on to 497, Porsche illuminated sign. There you go, lovely look. Look at that. These are superb. These are the smashing. There we are then. We have 80, we have 90, we have £100. £100 we have. Up £100 then. Up £100. Who wants 10? Up £100 then. Up £100 we have. Up £100. Up 100, I thought it was coming. Up 110, 120, 120, up 120, 120, 130, 130. Up £130 then, up £130, up 130 and 40, 140, up 140, 150, 150, up 150. 150 then, up 150, on sale, up 150, gonna lose it for a tenner, 160, 160, and 70, 170, 170, up 170 then, who wants 180, up 170 then for the first, for the second, 180, 180, hang on, 180, 190, 190, up 190, 190 then, up 190 and 200, £200, at 200, 210, 210, 210, at 210, 210, are you done? At £210 then, 220, 220, at 220, 220, and 30, 230, at £230, at 230 then, and we're doing 230 then for the first, 240, 240, at 240, 250, 250, at 250, 250, £250 then, and 60, 260, 260, at 260, 260 then, are you done? At £260 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 260, sold at 260, thank you very much guys. And on to 498, which is a 2004 Rover 75 Club CD TI. There she is, look. No V5, look, new owner to apply. The vendor is a retired gentleman who has to sell reluctantly due to ill health. Oh, I know the vendor. I know the vendor, local lad. Yeah, he's not very well. He'll have a V5, I bet, but I bet he can't find it. There you go. I know he is known to us. There you go. So there we are then. We have £500 here. Look, 500, 550, 600, £600 bid. At £600 then. At 600, 600, 650, 650. At 650. At 650 is a CD TI. Look, it's for nothing. At £650. At 650, who wants 700? For nothing. At £650. At 650. At 650. You all gone to sleep out there? At £650 we have. At 650, who wants 7? At £650 then, we're going to sell it provisionally. At £650. 650 top right. That's a cheap little car if that comes. I was waiting for you to poke me there, Will. And on to 499, reception for Dinatrol. There we are, look, plastic sign, little plastic sign, look, there you go. We've got 10, we've got 20, we've got £30, £30 we have. At £30 then, at £30, at 30 is the 40. At £30 we have, at £30 then we're going to pull the lever. At £30 then, 40, at £40, at £40 then East Yorkshire. At £40 then, at £40 then for the first, for the second, provisionally third and last time, £40. And we move on to lot number 500, 1983, Austin Mini 1275 GT. If you're going to have one, that's the one you want. There you go, that's the front. Lovely, smart little thing. There we are then, nice little car. Where are we going to be? I'm in your hands. We're going to be at 7,250 will, 7,250, 7,500, at 7,500, at 7,500 pounds, at 7,576 says Charlie, 7,006, at 7,600 Charlie on the telephone, at 7,600, at 7,600 pound then, at 7,006, 7777 at 7,007 and 8 78 78 at 7,800 £7,800 then at £7,008. £7,008. Dave's itching to put his hand up, look, at £7,800. £7,800 then at £7,800 then. We're going to submit it at £7,800 for the first, for the second, third and last time at £7,800. Charlie's phone. And we're moving on to 501. There we are then, we're getting there. Silverstone Circuit metal painted sign. There you go, look, there you go. Where are we going to be with that then? We got 30, we got £40. £40 bid at £40. At £40 then, at £40 we have. At £40 then, at £40. Oh, that's jumped up.
Let me take that one back.
Oh, hang on. £40 we have. At £40 then. Hang on a minute, Cheshire. At £40 we have. At £40 then. At 40 and 50. £50 there. There you go. You see, we're fair. At 40 and 50. £50 then. At £50 we have. At 50 who wants 60. £60 then. At £60. At £60 then. At 60 and 70. £70 we have. At 70. At £70 then who wants 80. At £70, 80, £80, at 80 and 90, £90 bid. At £90 then, at 90 is there £100 he says. At £100 then, at 100, 110, 110, 110, at £110. At 110 then, at 110, 120, 120, 120, 130, 130, at 130. 130 then, at 130, are we done? At 130, 140, 140, at 140, at 140, 140, at £140, 150, 160, 160, at 160, 160 then, at 160 then, the hammer's coming up, at 170, and 80, 180, at 180, 180 then, at 180, 190, 190, 200, 200, at £200, at £200 then, and 10, 210, 210, at 210, at 210 then, for the first, 220, 220, at 220, 220, at £220 then, for the first, for the second, third and final time, 220, thank you. And on to, there you go, that's your one, thank you. And on to the 502 Vauxhall Viva Deluxe. Look at that, little competition car for you. Now, it does want a little bit of love, but it starts on the button. It sounds ever so sweet, the old car, and she's a little sweetie. So it wants a bit of welding round the bottom. Here's a Vauxhall, don't forget. 1256 Chevette engine in it, look, twin carbs, rally seats, harnesses, uprated shockers, strengthened rear arms, poly bushes, roll cage. You've read it, brilliant. What a load of fun, what a load of fun. And we have 1800 over there, look, at £1,800, at £1,800 bid, at 1800, 1800 who wants 19, at £1,800 then, at 1819, at 19, 19 and 2,000, £2,000 we have, at £2,000 then, at £2,000 we have, at 2,000 who wants one, at £2,000 then, cheaping off if it comes, at £2,000 then, at £2,000 then, looking round for the first, we'll submit it, 2,100, at £2,100, at £2,100 then we're going to submit, we're going to have to talk, at 2001 and 2, 22, 23, 23, at 2,300, £2,300 then, 24, 24, makes a nice change from an Escort, at 2004, £2,400 then, another bid and we can, I dare put it on sale, at 2,400, £2,400 then, we're going to sell it provisionally then, at £2,400 for the first, for the second, third and last time, 24, provisionally, it'll come I'm sure, and on to 503, the vintage manual petrol pump project, there you go then, There you go. Lovely. When it's painted up, that'll be lovely, won't it? There we are then. And obviously everyone else sees it as being lovely as well, because we have 1,000, we have 1,100, we have 1,200, we have £1,300 bid at £1,300. And I'll take a 50 for my figures at £1,300 then, at 1,300, at £1,300 then. Who wants a 50? At 13. Oh, at £1,300, at £1,300 then, at 1,300, at £1,300 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 1,300. Top right, Ash. And on to 504. There we are then, 1997 Subaru Forester GLS Auto. There she is, look. 4 stamps in the book, look. There you go. What a great old runabout these are. There we are. We have £650 at 650 bid, at 650, at 650, at 650. I'll take a 50 if it helps. At £650 then, at 650. At 650 and 700, £700 then, at £700, £700 then. We used to sell loads of these when there was Subaru just there.
I was going to say, these are a bit like Audi estates, aren't they? A bit
Yes.
of a country person's.
They are,
Yeah.
very much a country estate.
country
There you are. At £700 bid, they used to drive lovely as well. At £700, at £700 then, at £700
Around
bid.
your country estate.
Sorry?
Around your country.
Around your country estate.
Yes.
At £700 bid. At 700 then. At £700 then. We're going to sell it provisionally. At £700 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 700. 700 provisionally. And on to 505. The Mall Piston double-sided reproduction sign. There you go, look. There you go, double-sided. We got 30, we got £40, £40 bid, at £40 then, at £40 then. Who wants 50? At £40 then, at £40 bid, at £40 then. Who wants 50? At £40 then, at £40 then. The hammer's coming up, at £40 then. We're going to sell it provisionally at £40. We'll try for you, excuse me. And on to 506, the 1999 Ford Escort 55 TD. Escort van, the old Gloria Esteban. There you go. We have 15, 16, 17, £1,700 at 1,700, at 1,700, and I'll take a 50 for my numbers, Will. At £1,700, at 1,700, at £1,700 then, at 1,700. It is a turbo diesel, look. At £1,700, at 1,700 then. Is that it? Are we done? At £1,700 then. We're going to sell it at £1,700 then, 1,750 and 18. At £1,800, £1,800, at £1,800 bid, at 1,800 then, at £1,800 then. The hammer's coming up then. We're going to sell it at £1,800 then for the first, second, third and last time at 1,850. 1,850, only just Cornwall at 1,850. 1,850.
Doesn't know, you don't guarantee them.
I don't know, mate. No, I don't know that one. How many miles Will said? I don't know, to be honest. I can't remember. It starts on the button at 1,850. 1,850 then for the first, for the second, third and last time. 1,850. Thank you. And we move on to 507, which is an MDF hand-painted snap-on sign. There you go, one of Mark's signs. Beautiful, look, absolutely superb. There we are then. We have 40, 50, 60, 70, £70 bid. At £70 then, at £70 bid. At £70 then, 80, £80 he says, 90, £90 then, at £90 bid. At £90 there, at £90 we have. At 90, at £90, £90 then. Is that it? Are we done? At £90 then, looking round for the first, for the second, third and last time at £90. £90, top right. On to 508. Audi. There she is, look, 2005 Audi S4 Quattro. There she is, 10 stamps in the book, look. drove into the auction if memory serves. I'm sure it did. There you are. Audi. What more do you need to say? £3,600 we have bid at 3,600. At 3,600 it is an S4, which I believe is a V8, is it not? At £3,600. I'm sure it is, Mick. Yes. At £3,600 we have. At 3,006. At 3,600. 36. 37. 38. 3,008. At 3,800. Here with me. At 3,800. At 3,800. You want 3,900. At £3,800 we have. At 3,800 it is on sale. At £3,800 here with me. At £3,800. You sure you don't want that 100? At £3,800 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 3,800. Top right. And on to 509, pair of round hotel style lamps. There we are then. There we go, look. Nick's got a pair of them. There we go. Where are we going to be with them then? £50 a piece, look. £100 we're off. At £100 then. 100, 100, 120, 120, at 120, 120, at £120 we have. At 120, 140, 140, at £140. At 140, at 140, 140, who wants 60? At £140 then, at 140, at 140 then is the 60, be sharp. At £140 then, at 140 then we're going to sell them provisionally. At 140, 160, 160, 160, at 160, at 160, who wants 80? There is a pair of them, right? At 160, 160, at 160 then we're going to sell them provisionally. At 160, 180, 180, at £180 there, at 180 we have. At 180, 180 then for the first. £200, at £200, at 200, at £200 we have. At £200 then, at £200, at £200 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time, 200. We'll try for you. You coming on? Yeah. I'll do this one then. And lot number 510, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Armstrong Sidley. There she is. Look, the vendor has provided quite a bit of information there for you. Look, and now it has got pre-select gearbox in this one, meaning you don't use the clutch as a clutch, and it's set up just nice. She's set up lovely. Take your foot right off, acts as an automatic. Beautiful look. 2.3 overhead valve, straight six, nice and sweet, lovely, lovely. There we go then. You tell me where we're going to be then. We're going to be 3,600, 3,700, 3,007, 3,008, 3,800, 3,800, at 3,800, at 3,800. Who wants 3,900? At £3,800 then, at 3,839, 3,009, at 3,009, 3,009 and 4,000, £4,000 we have. At £4,000 then, at £4,000, at £4,000, that's my one. At £4,000, not it matters. At £4,000 we have. At £4,000 then, who wants 100? At £4,000 we'll talk. At £4,000 then, is that it? At £4,000 for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time at 4,000, 4,1, 4,001, you only just, at 4,100, at 4,100, 4,2, 4,002, at 4,002, 4,200, it looks terrific value to me, it really, really does. At 4,200, at 4,002 and 3, 4,3, 4,003, at 4,003, it's a lovely car. At £4,300 we have. At 4,300, who wants 4,4? At £4,300 then we're going to sell it provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time at 4,300. 43, we'll try for you. Oh dear me. They haven't been read out yet.
Mon Dieu.
Oh.
Right.
Is that mine or yours?
That's your one.
Thank you.
Right then guys, moving on to lot number 511, the Michelin sign. There we are, nice little sign, Michael, well done. Where are we on that, you tell me? 30, 40, 50 pound we have there at 50. 50 pound then, at 50 pound bid, at 50, at 50 pound then for the little Michelin sign. 50 pound then at 50, 50 pound then, at 50 pound then, are we all done? At 50, 60 pound bid, at 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then, 60 pound we have then, at 60 pound then, 60 pound, are we all done? 60, at 60 pound then, 70 pound I have at 70, at 70 pound, thank you, at 70, at 70 pound, nice little sign, at 70 pound, at 70 pound bid, at 70 then, at 70 pound then, are we all done and dusted? At 70 pound, are you sure? At 70 pound then, hammer's coming down, off she goes, at 70 pounds, excuse me, that's it. And moving on to 512, the BMW 120, convertible, look at this. Now then, owner bought it for his wife, she's not 100% comfortable with the manual gearbox and she'd much rather drive an automatic, there you go. So we've got some bids on here, Will. We have got £1,500, we've got 16, £1,700 at £1,700 bid, 17. Looks a very modern car for that, doesn't it? £1,700, £1,800 then, at 18, £1,900 we've got, at £1,900. What a super modern looking little car. £2,000, 2,1, 2,2, £2,200 we have, at 2,200, at £2,200 I'm going to sell it, at 2,002 and 3, 2003, she's on sale, at £2,300 it's going to go, at £2,300 then off she goes at £2,300, it's gone, there it goes Ash. 513 is the Willis Jeep. Metal sign, there we are, Michael's got it there, little cheap and cheerful sign. We have got £40 and sold, £40 and sold and gone. At £40 then, at £40 then, she's going to be sold at 40, 50 says young Mark. At £50 then, at £50, at £50 then, £50 we've got. Young Mark at 60, thank you. £60, you're out, Marky. £60 we've got. £60 bid. At £60 bid then, 70 says Mark, at £70 says Mark at 70. At £70, £80 on the net. £80 on the internet, Mark. £90 says Mark at £90. £90 we've got, £100 internet bid at £100. £100 we are. 110 says Mark at 110. 110. £110, 120. 120. At 120. 120, 130. 130. £130 then, 140 we've got at 140. 140. At £140 then off she goes, internet bid at £140 with Mark the underbidder. Sold at number 514 is the Jaguar 240. This looks a lot of car for the money. Nice bit of information there supplied by Mark. Beautiful Mark II in white red leather. There we are. Owned by two members of the same family since 2016. Tells you all about it there. We've got a very low commission bid there, Will. I know I wasn't even going to bother taking that if I'm honest with you. I think that's a bit low really. There you go there, but we have one there we are. £10,000 we've got at 10,250, 10,5, 10,750, £11,000, 11,000 and a quarter, 11,255, 11,5, 11,005, 750. 11,750, £12,000 bid. Tyne and Weir, 12,000 internet bid. £12,000, 12 and a quarter, 5, 12,5, 750, 12,750, at 12,750, at 12,750, 13, 13,000, £13,000, at £13,000, £13,000, 13,250, Tyne and Weir, you're back in, 13,250. 13,250, 13,250, 13,250. We slowed up a bit now. 13,250. Still a cheap car that. I don't know if it will come at that, to be honest with you, Tyne and Weir. At 13,250, it's very provisional. 13,250, 13,500. Thirsk, 13,500. 13,500. I think it was very sensible. It's guide at 15 plus, to be honest. At 13,500. 13,005. Again, 13,750. Same applies. A bit tight at 13,750. 13,750. Very provisional. Must be a £15,000 car, that, guys, mustn't it? 13,750. 13,750 we are at 13,750. 13,750. We'll put you down provisional then, sign and wear, but it is provisional at 13,750 then. Hammer's coming down. You're out first. Tyne and Weir are in at 13,750. Very provisional at 13,750. 515. The Texaco sign, Michael. Here we are then. The Texaco, £100. Straight away bid, £100 we've got. £100 then at £100 bid, £100 then at £100. At £100, £110 at 110. At 110. At £110 at 110. 110 then, £110 then, are we all done? At 110 then, Hammer's coming down, that's provisional at 110. 516 is the Land Rover Defender. Here we are, the Land Rover Defender. Again, sensible on the money and guide, look at that. Looks a nice clean truck. Right, where we're going to be on that, you tell me. £10,000 and away, thank you, 10,255. 10,5 at 10,500. At 10,500 and 750 then, at 10,750. At £10,750. At 10,750. At £10,750. At 10,750. At 10,750. He needs more than that. You'll have to have a word with the girls upstairs in the office on that one. I daren't ring him with that. He wants a bit more than that. 517, an assortment of oil and air filters. Bit of a mixed bag. £40 and sold and gone at £40 then. £40, that's a cheap bundle, isn't it? £40 then, at £40 I'm going to sell them, at £40 then they're on sale, off they go, at £40 they're going to go. Sold. 518, the Yamaha. Oh yeah, TTR 125, this is a fair machine, look at that. Looks a nice clean bike. Again, £1,000 bid, £1,100, thank you, 11, £1,200, cheap bike that, at £1,200. At £1,200 we've got, at £1,200 then, at £1,200 are we all done at 12.50, 12.50, I'll take a 50 at 12.50, at 1,250, at £1,250, at 12.50, looks a real fancy bike for 12.50, at 12.50 then, at 12.50 then, are we all done and dusted at 1,250 then, provisional at 12.50. 519, the steel production sign, reproduction sign there, caravan. Oh, I see, there you go, Michael's got it there, there we go then, caravan sign there, with a bend on, look straight to the wall, 2 screws and away you go, and off we go, £40, £50 bid, at 50, thank you, at £50 then, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 bid, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 then, are we all done at 50, at £50 then, £50 then, are we all finished at £50? Lot number 520, the Daimler SP. This is how stupid people are. Got an absentee bid here of £900, another one of 1,000, another one of 2,000, and even slightly more, well, they still need locking up, £10,000. Yeah, we all know it's a £20,000 car, £900 absentee bid. What is the point of that man getting out of bed? Honestly, what is the point? What use is that man to the world? Honestly. Daimler SP250, there we are, £16,000, that's more like it, 16,000, 16,250, 16,500, 16,500 and 750, 16,750, £17,000, at 17,250, sits over there, oh yeah, Nick's got it on the camera, £17,500, at 17,500, at £17,500, at 17,500, £17,500, at 17,500, 17,500, that's still very provisional, at £17,500, at 17,500, 17,500, that's still that's a £20,000 car, 17,500, 17,500, I'll submit it for you, but I think you're going to have to end up giving a bit more than that, £17,500, 17,500, £17,500 then, at 17,500, we'll submit it at 17,500. Very provisional, 521. Pufina sign there, reproduction sign, that's a nice little size as well, haven't we? We have got £30, £40 bid at 30, at £40 then we've got at 40, thank you. At £40 then, at £40 then, at £40 we have. At £40 then, nice little sign then at £40, and we all done at £40. 522, the BMW 318 Ci. They are another little convertible BMW, which looks really good value. Look at that. What a good value little sports car, little convertible car for the summer. Look at it, BMW 318 Ci. You can't really fall off at that sort of money, can you? Looks a right level little car. £1,000 bid, 1,000, £1,100 then, £1,100, 11, 1,100 then, £1,100 then, £1,100. Look at that for nothing. For a convertible BMW, £1,100, £1,200 bid at 1,200. At £1,200, at £1,200 then, at £1,200, at 1,200, at £1,200 then, are we all there at 12? At £1,200, £1,200. Cheap as chips, aren't they? 1,200. At £1,200 then, are we all done? I'll take a 50 if it helps. If not, £1,200 we'll submit. At £1,200. At £1,200. £1,200 then, are we all done at 1,200 for nothing? At £1,200. Submit it. 523, boiler gauge, identification plate and red X gauge. There we are, a mixture of little gauges there. Where are we going to be on that? £10 bid, thank you, 10, £20 then, at £20 then, at £20 then we've got, at £20 then, at £20 then, 20, at £20 then, at £20 then, are we all done at 20, at £20, at £20 then, £20 then, at £20 then, and the plate as well at 20, £30 then at 30, at £30 then, at £30, are we all done at £30? 524, the Mercedes. Now this is the Mercedes van. Now this is the one you've all been waiting for. Now what a time warp of a van. Lovely, lovely van. You'll never wear this van out. So this van's been in storage forever. Lovely little van. Lovely, lovely, lovely little van. There we are. Super, no low mileage van. Cracker. Right, what we're going to be. We've got some bids here. Are you ready? Are you ready, Josh? Are you ready? You were born ready, Josh, weren't you? Born ready, says Josh. We've got 35, 6, 7, 38, 39, £4,000. We have got 4,001, 42, 43, 44, 4,400. At £4,400. At 4,004 we've got. At 4,004, 45. At 4,500. At £4,500 bid. At 4,005. At 4,500. At £4,500. 46. 4,600. It'll make hell of a van. 4,006, 47. It's so nice and tight inside. It's just like, as it should be. What's it done? Something like 10,000 miles in it or something crazy? 11,000 miles. There you are. 4,009, £5,000. £5,000. At £5,000. 51. £5,100. Little crew cab Mercedes. At 5,001. £5,100. At 51. 51, 52, 52, 53, 54. You never wear it out. 55, 5,005, 5,500. At £5,500 we have. 5,500, 56, 57, 57, 58. No electronics, no messing about. Just start and go. 5,009. 5,900, £6,000 bid, 6,1, 6,001, at £6,100, £6,100 bid, at 61. It's on sale, I'm going to sell it, £6,100, could be the last van you ever buy, £6,100 then, are we all done? At £6,100, hammer's coming down at 61. Sold at 61. 525 is the Sinclair US Motor Gasoline enamel sign. There we are then. Cheap and cheerful little sign. Where are we then? 10, 20, £30 then, £40 I've got. At £40 then, at 40, £50, thank you. At £50 then, £50. Are we all done and dusted at £50? Are you sure? At £50 then, £50, off we go. Cheap little sign then at £50. 526 is the Peugeot 205 style diesel. 205 style diesel. There we are, little diesel Peugeot 205. 22,000 mile diesel 205 Peugeot. Look at that. I'm just looking now. MOT runs out next year, February 2027. There we go. Look, the little diesel Peugeot 205. What a little sweetie. Look at her. Right, off we go then. 15, £1,600 at 16. At £1,600 bid, 1,600. At £1,600 we've got. At £1,600. £1,600, the little Peugeot 205 diesel. £1,600 then. At £1,600, are we all done? At 1,600. At 1,600. It'll go on forever, the little car. 20 odd thousand miles, did I say? 22,000 mile diesel Peugeot 205. £1,600. At £1,600. 1,600. Are we all done at £1,600 then? At £1,600 for nothing. At £1,600. At £1,600 then at 1,600. £1,600 then at £1,600. Are we all done at £1,600 for nothing? At £1,600 for nothing. 527. It's not the size of your putter sign. There we are. Oh dear, dear, dear. I'm not even going to go there. Don't even start me. 40, 50, £60 we've got. At £60 then. At £60 then. At £60. At £60 then. At £60 then. At £60 we've got. At £60 then. At 60 then. Hammer's coming down at 60, £70 we've got. At 70. At £70. At £70 then. At 70 then. At £70 then. Off we go. At £70 then it's going to be sold. It's gone. 528 is the 1932 Douglas. Look at that. What a time warp that little machine is, isn't it? Look at that. We've got some interest here. You've got some interest there, Josh. We're already at £3,900. At £3,900. At £3,009. What a lovely machine. Look at it. It's just an absolute picture, isn't it? Just what's hanging on the wall. At £3,900 we've got. It's on sale at £3,900. At £3,900 then. On sale at £3,900. At £3,900 then it's going to go. At £3,900, £4,000 bid. At £4,000, £4,000. What a beautiful looking machine. At £4,000 then, Hammer's coming down, be warned, it's going to go. At £4,000, 4-1. 4,100, 4-2. Saltburn, 4-2. At 4,200. At £4,200 then. 42 then, are you sure? Fair warning, Hammer's coming down at 42. Get ready with that button, Josh. £4,200. Tom, 529, the Sierra. Oh, Sierra, but the RS Cosworth sign. On display there says Michael. There we are, Cosworth light up box, it says there. Where are we? £160 then, 160, 170. 170 then, £170 we have. At 170, is it on display there, Michael? At £170. Oh, 170. Oh, yeah, that nice one there. Oh, gosh, that's a big one there. £170 then. At 170. At £170 then. Are we all there at 170 then? Hammer's coming down at £170. Are you sure? And moving on to 530. 530 is the Rover 3 litre. These are a lovely car, aren't they? There we are. The nice big Rover there, beautiful driving car. Where are we on that? You tell me. My system's just loading up a bit here. Here we hang on, press it again. Hang on. There we are. We have got, wait for it, £5,000 bid, 5,005 and a quarter, 5.5, 5,005 and 750, 5,750, at £5,750 for the Rover, at 5,750, at 5,750. Are we there, Josh? At 5,750, we're there. At 5,750, thank you, at 5,750. 5,750. But there's some sensory price cars this afternoon, isn't there? At 5,750, £6,000 we've got. £6,000. At £6,000 then. At £6,000 for the Rover. £6,000. £6,000 then. At £6,000. £6,000 then. At £6,000. Are we all done at 6? At £6,000 then. At £6,000 then. We'll submit it at £6,000. Are we there? At 6,000. We'll get an answer for you as soon as we can. 531. Already had one of these in today, haven't we? £180 we've got. 180, 190, £200 bid. At £200 we've got. At £200 it's on sale. It's going to be sold. At £200 we've got. £200 then. At £200, are you sure? Off she goes at £200. We're going to sell at 200. Sold. 532. The 54 PSA. Again, look, dead sensible on the money. Dead sensible on the money. £1,500. Now that is sensible. 15, 16, 17, 1800, 19. At 1900 then. £1,900. How cheap are these got to be? At 1900. £1,900 we have at 1900. £1,900 then, 19, £2,000 bid, at £2,000, at £2,000, £2,000 then on the BSA at 2,000, at £2,000, we'll submit it for you, at £2,000, we'll see what they say, at £2,000, 21, £2,100 we've got, at £2,100, 2,100, £2,100. Such good value, aren't they? They are. How cheap have they got to be? £2,100 for a bike that would have made £3,500 just not long back. £2,100 then. Submit it at 21. We'll find out what they say. At £2,100, 22, 2002. I'll take a 50 if it helps. 23 we've got. 2003, 23. £2,300, look at that. How can you begin to make that for £2,300? At 2003, then Hammer's coming down at £2,300. Are we all done at 23? Provisional at 23. Right, 533 is the Don't Stop Riding metal sign. There you go. Where are we going to be on that, you tell me? 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 we've got. At £100 and sold at 100. At £110, 110. Gonna sell it. At £110, 120. At £120 then 120. 120, 130. £130, 130, 140. At £140 and £50 at 150. 160. At £160. At £160 then 170. At 170, 180. £180 and sold at 180, 190. £200 then at 200. £200 and 10. 210. £210 at 210. 210 then, are we all done? Hammer's going to drop down at £210. Off she goes to Cheshire. Sold 534, the Subaru GX Sport. Here we are. Good value for money car again. And we've got 1,000, we've got 11, we've got 12, we've got 13, 14, 15, £1,600 and sold. £1,600 then it's going to be sold at 16. At £1,600 it's on sale, £1,700. At £1,700 it's going to go. At 1,700 it's off, it's going. At £1,700 then, 1,800 we've got. 1,800. 18, £1,900, 19, £1,900 and £2,000 bid. At £2,000. £2,000 then, £2,000, are we all done? I'm going to sell at £2,000, I'm going to pull the lever, it's going to go, 21, at 21, 2001, £2,100 and 22, 22, 2002, 2003, 2,300, 24 we've got, 2004, £2,400 at £2,400 then. At 24 then, Hammer's going to come down 25, £2,500 at £2,500 then. Are we all done at £2,500 then? Off she goes then at 25, 26, 26, 26, 2006, 2007, £2,700. 2,700, £2,700 we've got at £2,700 then. Are we off and done at £2,700? Be warned, get ready with that button, Josh. Sold 535. The Quickies the Quickies pump and polish sign. There we are then. Again, where we're going to be. 3 bids on here, £80. £80 bid. Excuse me, £80 we've got. At £80 we have. At £80 we have got 90. At £90 and sold at 90. £90 and sold at £90, £100 then, and sold at £100 and 110. £110. At 110, 110 and 120 we have at 120. 130. £130 then at 130, 140. 150. £150 bid. 160. 170. 180. 180 we have at £180. 180. £180 then. Hammer's coming down, then it's off to Cornwall by the looks at £180. sold. 536, a 1955 Triumph. Here we are. Or the bits of it, or remains of it, or some of it. There you go. It's a bit of all sorts there. There you go. £500 anyway. At £500 we've got. At £500 it's going to be sold at 550, 600. At £600 and £700 bid. At 7. At £700 then. At 7, £800. At 800 we've got. 800, £900 bid. At 9. £900, I'll take a 50 if it helps. At 900. At £900 then. £900, are we all done at 900? Hammer's coming down at 950 we've got. 950. 950, £1,000 bid. At £1,000 we have at 1,000. £1,000 bid. At £1,000 then. At £1,000 then. Hammer's coming down at 1,000. Be warned, it's going to go. Get ready, Josh. It's off. It's gone. 537 is the Shell Repro Takanamite sign. Nice sign that, Michael. We have got loads of bids on it. 100, 10, 20, 130, 140, 150, 160 I've got. 160, 170. At £170 then, 180 and sold at 180. 180 then, £180 I'm going to sell. At 190, £200 bid. At 210, 220, 220, 230, 230, 240. £240 then at 240, £240 then, 250, 260, 270, 270, at £270 at 270, 280, 290, 290's gone, £300 gone, 310's gone, £310, 320, at £320 then, 320, 30, 330, 40, 340, 350, at £350, at £350 then we have at 350. £350 then, 360, 70, 370, 370 I've got, 370, £370, 380, 390, £400 bid, at 400, £400 I have, at 400, at £400, at £400 then, Hammer's coming down at 400, he had 10, 410's on the screen here, Dave, 410, 420, 420 with Dave at 420, at £420. At 420 then, 420 going once, twice, third and last time, 430, 430, at £430, 440 says young David, at £440, 440, 440 we've got, you're all out, Dave's in, £440 then and 50, 450, 450, at 450, 60, yeah, 50, 60 we have, 460, at £460. At 460, £460, David's bid, not now, 470, thank you mate, you're a star. 480, Dave, do you want 480? Yep, he does, 480 he says, there we are, £480, 480, 480 we've got, 480, 490 in Perth, 490, 500 he does, £500 bid, at 500 we've got, 500, Hammer's coming down then, 510, 510, 520, Dave, was that a bid? 520 he says, 520, 520, £520 we have at 520 then. Hammer's coming down now, it's going to go to David's bidder at 520, be warned, it's going. Gone, Dave, 520, 538 is a Ford Escort Cabriolet, a very nice, very smart Escort Cabriolet, may I add. There we are then, 1991 Escort Cabriolet. MOT'd until this cracking car, isn't it? 21 stamps in the service book. MOT certificates and some invoices supplied. Metallic red with a red hood. It is an eyeful of a car. Nice thing. Where we're going to be? Who's going to start me at £3,000? Josh, get it down to 3,000. Surely someone's going to jump in for a little Escort Cabriolet in this condition at 3,000. £3,000, £3,000, thank you at £3,000, 31, 32, at 3,002, 33, 3,003, at 3,300 then, at 3,300, at £3,300, at 3,003, lovely little car, very, very clean and smart little car, at 33, £3,300 then, at 3,300 then, are we all done at 3,3, at 3,003, £3,300 then, are we all finished at 33, lot number 539, the standard Repro enamel sign. There we are again. We have got 10, 20, £30 bid, £30 bid. Nice little sign, that's cheap enough at 30 quid. At £30 then, at £30 we've got. At £30 then, at £30 then, that's cheap enough at 30. At £30 then, at £30 are we all done and dusted at 30, £40, internet bid at 40, internet bid at 40. Internet bid at £40 then, at £40 then, at £40 off to Newark at £40, hammers coming down at £40, 50, £50 we've got, £50, £50 we have, at £50 then, at £50 then, £50 then, be warned it's going, at £50 then, off she goes at £50, gone, 540, MGB GT, here we are, a very sensibly priced MGB GT may I add, we have got stainless steel exhaust, new fuel tank, rebuilt overdrive. There we are. We have got, where else have we got? Car comes with a heavy certificate. Hasn't been used much in the last couple of years, hence the car being here now. There we are then. So, where are we going to be on that? That must be 1,500 quid's worth, mustn't it? Must be. Get it down to 15, Josh. There's got to be someone for £1,500 for a little MGB GT, hasn't there? Surely. Cheap enough at that. Cracking cup of tea. Yep, anyone at 15? I can't go much lower. Josh, we'll have at 14, but I can't go any lower than 14. 15, Cornwall, thank you, £1,500. It might not come Cornwall. How many C's in that? But it's a start, isn't it? £1,500, at £1,500, at 15, £1,600, at 16, at 1,600. £1,600 for a little MGB GT at 1,600, at £1,600 then at 16, £1,700 bid at 17, £1,700 at 1,700, £1,700 can't be near at 17, I'll take a 50 if it helps, at £1,700 we've got. 1,700 at £1,700. £1,700, we'll submit it for you then, we'll see what we can do at £1,700. Cheap little car, 541, the Royal Enfield sign, Michael, have you got it there? Yep, there we go then, little Royal Enfield sign again, sensible on the money, 10, 20, 30, 40. £40, £50 bid, 50, £60 then, at £60 then, nice little sign as well, go anywhere that. At £60 then, at 60 then, are we all done at 60? At £60 then, at £60 then, at 60. At £60, cheap little sign, and at £60 are we all done at 60? 542 is the little Mini Deluxe. Ah, this is a clean little car. Yeah, nice little car. Nice little car, there we are. 1966, good year, for obvious reasons. And I'm not into football. Previous owner kept the vehicle until his passing. Oh yeah, it tells you all about it there. Hughes made a nice job there of supplying bits and pieces. The engine is, the mileage is 28,000, the engine is original. Yeah, look at that, that's a nice little car, isn't it? That's a bonny little car. So where we're going to be on that, you tell me, £8,000 a start. Don't think it will buy it, but £8,000. 8,000 then, 8,250, 8,500, 8,500 and 750, 8,750. At 8,750, 8,750, £9,000. At 9,000, £9,000 for a 66 little Mini. £9,000 at 9,000, £9,000 then at £9,000. Are we all in at 9? £9,000, £9,000, £9,000. I think the market's realigned again this last 24 hours. £9,000. Cheap little car. 9,000. I think we'll have to put that in the timed auction, that one, Ash. In the meantime, if you've got some interest in the little Mini, please have a word with the girls upstairs, but I think it's got to start with a 1, and I don't mean 1,000. 543, the Vespa service sign, Michael, light up sign. Oh, down there, I see a light box there. There are we then. Where are we going to be on that? 20, 30, £40 then, at 40, £50, thank you. At £50 then, at £50 then, at 50. At £50 then, £50, are we all done at £50 then? At £50, just waiting for my screen again, at £50. Are we there? At £50 then, thank you, at £50. 544, Mercedes-Benz CL500. Oh, there's a lot of car for the money. A lot of car for the money. I can always tell, can't you? There you go, because look at the interest I've got here. I have got, where are we going to start? I've got 2,000, 2,4, 2,6, 2,8, 3,000, 3,2, 3,4, 3,6, 3,8, 4,000, 4,2, 4,002 here, Josh. 4,200. 4,200 pound I've got. 4,200 pound. 4,446 I've got, Josh, please. 4,600. At 4,600. At 4,600 pound. I'll take 4,8. Gotcha. 4,008. 4,800 pound. I'll take the 4,8. I'll do 100 pound if it helps anyone. 4,8 we've got at the moment. If you were here today, you may well be shouting out an extra 100, so I'll do that for you. Look, I've got 4,8 now, which I'm going to sell at 4,800, unless anyone wants 4,9, it's going to go at 4,800 pound. Then off she goes. It's going to be sold. Bosh, off it goes. And lot number 545 is the Scania sign. Michael, come on, Michael. Where are we with this? There you are. Look at that. Nice Scania sign. I know. Look at it. Lovely jubbly. We have got, where are we? We've got 40, 50, 60 pound bid. At 60 pound then for the nice Scania sign. At 60 pound we have. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound bid. At 60 pound bid for the Scania sign at 60. At 60 pound. At 60 pound then. At 60 pound then. Are we all done at 60? At 60 pounds, 60, where's that coming? 70 pound then at 70. At 70 pound bid, at 70, 80 pound, 80 pound then, 80 pound we've got. 80 pound, look nice hanging in the back of the truck. 80, 90 pound, at 90 pound. At 90 pound then, at 90 pound we have at 90. 100 pound, at 100 pound, just mount it in the back of your truck there, look nice when you look through the windscreen. At 100 pound, 110 pound. At 110 pound I'm going to sell. At 110 pound it's on sale then. At 110 pound, hammer's coming down, be warned, get ready with at 110 it's going. It's gone. 546, the Ossa. Here we are. Again, sensible money on the Ossa. I've got 1,200 pound there, Will. Thank you. At 1,200 pound I've got. A 1,200 pound bid there. At 1,200 pound then. At 1,200 pound. That's a provisional bid at 1,200. I'll take a 50 if it helps anyone. If not, I will submit the 1,200 pound I've got there on the screen. At 1,200. At 1,200 pound then. At 1,250 pound. At 1,250. At 1,250. 1,250 pound. Cheap little bike at 1,250 pound. At 1,250 pound then. 1,300 pound. At 1,300. 1,300 pound then we'll submit. 1,350. We're getting there slowly. At 1,350. At 1,350. At 1,350 pound. What a cheap little bike. At 1,350 pound. I'm sure it'll come. I'm going to submit it for you at 1,350 pound. If you're all done at 1,350, then hammer's coming down. We'll submit it. 547 is the Mrs. Drip. That's a big sign, Michael. There we are then. Again, got some interest here. We've got 60, 70. 80 pound bid, 80, 90 pound then, at 90 pound are we all done at 90? At 90 pound then, at 90 pound then, at 90 pound, there's a big sign that, at 90 pound are we all done? At 90 pound then, we'll pull the lever, cheap enough at 90 pound then, off we go at 90 pounds. Lot number 548 is an absolute stunning, Nicholas, get that camera on there, absolute stunning Tyrium Dolomite. Oh no, Tim, you're on it. Tim, Josh, Nick, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we'll go for Tom, eh? Shall we try Tom? I know. To be fair, you ought to come up and do this, really. Because I just asked Father to come up and do this if we can, ladies and gentlemen, because it is such a lovely, lovely special car. I think it deserves just a little bit of that background from Father. So bear with me a moment. I haven't read them out either yet. Just do the backstory on that because it's a stunning car, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's yeah, thank you for that. It's a lovely, lovely example. I picked up myself from John at Long Eaton, Sandy Acre, Nottingham. Described on the phone and one or two pictures as being stunning. When I got there, it's one of them examples that it is stunning, absolutely stunning. I'll be perfectly frank. I'll get to a lot of places. And they are extremely good, but they're not maybe as good as they're described, but this one is absolutely superb. It's a 2-litre engine version, which is the one you want. It was restored by Royals of Darlington in 1990 at a cost of, I think, £75,000. Is that right, Gregor? Gregor, yeah? £75,000 in 1990. Now, those of you who don't know Royals, they were one of the best restorers in the country, certainly one of the best, if not the best restorer in the north of England. Very sad for them, they couldn't keep going, and for various reasons and what have you, but the fact of the matter is they were too early. If they'd have been restoring cars to that level and that quality now, they could have been charging the 75 and 100,000 pound, and they'd have had an order book as long as your arm. But in them days, 1990, it was very difficult to expect someone to spend 75,000 quid on a restoration. It just shows you how the job's changed. So there you go, can't speak highly enough of it, absolutely fantastic. Wherever you look, it is absolutely concours, simple as that. Lots of interest, quite rightly, loads and loads of interest in it to start me. Where are we going to be? In your hands completely. Totally in your hands. 30,000? 30,000 I've got. There you go, straight away. 30, 1, 2, 32, 33, 34, 35, 35,000 pounds, 35,000 pounds. I know, Mick, absolutely, wherever you look, stunning. The door's shut, better than a Golf. Not as good as a Golf, better than a Golf. 35,000, 35 we got then, 35 when I'm submitting it then, 35,000. Where's 6? You'll never find another one like it. 35,000. Go in then, 35,000. All done then, 35,000. That it? 35,000. You're missing an absolute steal. 35,000, 36, 36,000 I've got. 36,000 pounds. Absolutely for nothing. More on my sheet, more on reserve, but we're trying, we're talk. 36,000 pounds. Alan's bid on the telephone. We'll submit it, 36,000. An absolutely stunning concours car. 36,000 pounds. That it? I'll take 500 if it makes you feel better. If not, I'm going to submit the 36,000 pound. Alan's telephone, going to be submitted then for the first, submitting for the second, third and last time, very provisional. Tell him Alan from me. Stunning thing, can't find them, gonna have to find a bit more money. 36,000 for a third time, going provisional, 36, well done, thank you. And of course, Alan, make him aware, would you, that Bangers and Cash Tea will probably want to follow it up. Alan, remind him that, nudge him or something. Good show. 549, Rolls-Royce Hucknall Grinder Micrometer serial number 1. There it is. Mick's got it there now. There's a rarity, if you know how to work it. Whereabouts? 100 I've got. You know how to work it, I know. 100, 100 pound, 110, 120, 130, 130, 130. Be 100 years before you come across another one. 130 pound, 130 pound, all done then 130 pound. 130. Going then 130 pound, I can't do it. I've got more on my sheet. 130 is the 40. Are you sure now? Can't do that one. The pass on, I hate to pass, but unfortunately we got to. Loads of interest in this. Lot number 550 was a 59 matchless. Don't know what she is, looks like a G3 to me here, but I don't know, I've got nothing more than that on here. Start me on that then, whereabouts, is that £1,000? It is, £1,000 I've got, 1,000, 1,100, £1,100, only 1,112, 1,200, 13, 14, sorry, 1,300, on the telephone 13, internet you're out, 14, 1,400, 1,400, I'm selling it, 1,400, 15, 1,500, 1,500, 1,600, internet Cruton. 17, 18, 1,800, Mark's phone, £1,800. Internet, you're out, sir, but thank you for your bidding. £1,800 on the telephone. Do you want 19? Lovely machine. 1,800. How much cheaper are these old bikes going to be? 19. 1,900. Do you know, Will? They're actually creeping up, aren't they? But only just a little bit. They'll romp on, you wait and see. £1,900, you're out, Mark. Do you want 2? £1,900, 2,000 he does, £2,000, £2,000. Mark's telephone, £2,000. Internet, you're out, sir, £2,000. Can I say 2-1? £2,000. On sale and going then, £2,000. Are you done? Going to be sold then. Mark's telephone, £2,000 for the first, second, third and last time with the internet under bidder. 2,000. Mark, you got it. Assortment of air filters and throttle cables, £40 away, 40 £40 and going then, 40 £40, are you all done then, £40? That it then, £40, last time looking round, £40, are you sure it's done, it's a 50? Didn't think how much it would cost you when I bought them, £40 only in the way then, £40 and going, 40 552, 1982 Honda. What we got here? Let's get moved on a bit. Hang on. We'll be there in a minute. Here we are. Yep, 1982 Honda. Lot 552. We're doing masses of interest here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bids here with me. Whereabouts then? 800 quid. I've got 800 pound away. 820, 840, 840, 840 pound. 840 pound and sold and away. 840. 840. Is that a bid, mate? There we go, 840, got it. 840 and away and sold then 840. On its way, 860, 860. Where are we, mate? 900. Mr. Bolton, 900 pound I've got. And it's sold. 900 pound is the 20. 900 pound and going then. Is the 20 anywhere? 900 pound, 920 there is. Droitwich, 920. 900, you know what? Well, I don't think I've ever been there, you know. Have you been there?
I have, and they've got a really lovely, it looks like a French chateau where they run car rallies.
Do they?
Yeah.
Do you know, I can't say I've ever been there. Look out for that. 920, Droitwich, 920 and away and gone then, 920. Oh, look out for that. I don't know. I can't say, I would remember that name, and I don't think I've been there. 920 and going then, on sale and selling 920. All done then for the first, second, third, and last time, 920. Air raid shelter, enamel, repro sign, Mick, 553. That's a nice little sign. Oh, that's a lovely little sign. Just ideal for the toilet door. Absolutely perfect. Get yourself sat in there when the raid comes. Trump will have his way. You'll be having bombers over here soon, you idiot. Lot 553, air raid shelter, and away we go then. Off we go, 50, 60, 60, 70 pounds, 70 pounds. 70 pounds, you never know when you might need it with him in power. 70 pounds and away and going then, 70. Are you all done then, 70 pounds? Going to be sold, 70 pounds. Last time looking round, on sale and going, 70 pounds. 70 pounds, there you go.
It's called the Chateau Impany, 19th century great to list of French style.
I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I think you find that Carol's, was it?
Yeah, and they have, I think every year they have like a car.
Do they? A rally?
Yeah.
Do they? Oh, I have to look out for that. Lot 554, 1961, Aerial Arrow SS. SS. Looks like a gold arrow to me, but anyway, whatever it is. There we go, start me on here. What are you going to be? £1,000, that's for now. £1,000 away, £1,000 and going then. £1,000, who's got 11? £1,000 only. Oh, wanted one of these when we were 16-year-olds, you know, Will, because they smoked a lot, and then leading link forks went up and down when you de-accelerated and all the rest of it. You know, 1,100. We all thought we'd have one. £1,100, £1,100, £1,200 on sale and going, £1,200. I drove one round Thorndown, got off it. I couldn't wait to get off it. My arms are aching and all the rest of it, yeah. Never bother getting on again. Oh, yeah, dreadful things, dreadful, dreadful. £1,300 going then, 1,300. £1,300 away. 1,300, what's that mean? £1,300. Have we got him?
Yeah, that's 9.
Yeah? Yeah, so let's get that, yeah? £1,300. What's that mean, I wonder? Oh, is that money? Is it? £1,300. 30 euros, you think? Looks like it, doesn't it? I've got a euro bin here, I think. I'm not too sure. We'll take that. £1,300, £1,400, £1,400. £1,400 away going, £1,400. £1,400 with me, 14, 15, £1,600 with me, £1,600, £1,600 and going then, £1,600, 16, £1,800 with me, £1,800, £1,800, £1,800, Mr. Smith, £1,800, all done then, £1,800, I'm going to sell it, £1,800, that it? Last time looking round, it's going to go to Mr. Smith, £1,800 with the internet being the underbidder, none. Steel reproduction, double-sided caravan holiday sign. Oh, I like that. Oh, look at the content in that. But it looks like an old Cheltenham. What a lovely old thing. Look at that, beautiful. Whereabouts then? Come on, £50, £50 away, and we're going then, £50, £50, 50, 55, 55, £60, 60, £60 and going, 60, £60 and away and done then, £60. Are you sure you're all done? £60. Last time looking around, 65, 65, 65, 70, £70, £70 and going then, £70, £70. Waiting for you, £70. Are you all done then, £70? On its way then, £70. Last time looking round, fair warning, going to be sold, £70. And on to the 556 Ford Escort 1300E. Now, it's a beautiful car, Mick. Beautiful car. Absolutely beautiful car. Looks like lovely condition. It's clearly got upgraded headlamps and upgraded front bumper. And lovely car, beautiful car, super thing. Here we go then, lot number 5, 5, 6, some bids with me. Ooh, I don't know whether I dare start here. 10, 5, 11, 5, 12, 12, 5, 13, 13, 5, 13, 5, 14, 14, 14,000 pound, 14,000 to 1,300 E, 14, 14,000 pound, who's got 5? 14,000 pound, 14 only, who's got 5? 14,000 pound, 14,000, beautiful little cars, but I did these sell. I remember selling these, Will, but they just flew out the door.
My grandfather used to have one of these.
Did
I
he?
always remember years ago. Yeah, and it was
Lovely little car. Beautiful inside. I'll tell you, you didn't have them in stock more than a day. They were gone. 14,000, 14,000 pound, 14. Going then, 14,000 pound. All done then. There should be a phone call from Mr. Hemingway.
45.
Oh, right, got you. Okay, mate, yeah. I thought you'd cocked up again. 14 and a half, 14 and a half, I'm joking. 14 and a half, 14,500, 14,500, 14,500, Mr. Hemingway, 14,500, in Stoke-on-Trent or very near, 14,500. Long, long way away, but I'm going to submit it, 14,500, been asked to submit the best bid, 14,500 and away and going then, 14,500 for the first. Very provisional, do not hold your breath, Mr. Hemingway, because you'll die. 14,500 provisional for the first, second, third and last time. 14,500. 557, Aladdin pink paraffin, repro sign. Just a single-sided one, mate? Yeah, they're the ones you want, of course, aren't they? We all know that. We're 35, 45, 45, 45, 50 pound, 50. 50 pound the pink paraffin, 50 pound. 50 pound, 50, 55, 55, 55 pound, 60, 60 pound. 60 pound away then, 60 pound. 60 pound the pink paraffin, 65. 65 pound Newark, 65. Are you all done then? 65 pound. Gonna be sold to Newark. 65 pound for the, that's cheap. 65 pound for the first. Original, 60. Did it say repro on there? It don't, does it? Nah, that's not a repro, is it, Mick? Nah, she's right. This is a repro. It's a bloody old repro, I'll tell you that. 65 pound. 65. Look at the back of it, Mick. Does it feel nice and thick? Oh, that's an old repro. That's a repro. Good one. 65 pound and going then. 65. Here's the 70. Be sharp. Cheap that. 65 pound. All done then. Gonna be sold. 65 pound. Cheapest sign of the day. That. 65 for the first, second, third. Sold. Hang on, we get this up to date. And then we got some solds here. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Right, we got some solds. Just bear with me a second, we'll just get this up to date. We got some provisionals that have of course been converted into outright sales, which as the lads keep saying, we convert about 95% of all the provisionals that we do. What do you think's gone with that, mate? Is it, has it gone?
Just been slow, I think.
Is it? Right, okay. And, oh yeah, there we go, look. Right, lot number 393, a Land Rover light illuminated sign, sold. Lot 337, a Hudson soap enamel sign, sold. A Ford Hill Climb car, lot number 406, sold. And lot 371, a Ferrari sign, sold. Lovely. They're all done, put to bed, sold and going to new owners and new homes. That's lovely. And here we have a 558, which is an MGB GT. New owner to apply, no V5, it says new owner to apply. The new engine number appeared in the, yep, all the rest. Well, you've seen all that, there it is. Whereabouts then? Oh, that's different, isn't it? Oh, look at that. All bulbous arches, all the bits and pieces on that one. That looks the business. Right, where are we going then? 2 grand I've got here. 2002, 4, 6, 26, 28. 2,800, 2008. What a lovely hill climb car. 2008, fill it up, come on, 2008. £2,800. Wouldn't even like to think about doing it for that, would you? 2,800, who's got 3? 2008, that it then? Gonna go, £2,800. £2,800, that it? £2,800, I'll take one if it helps you, 2008. And away, £2,800, I can't do it, I've got more on the sheet. As we say, we hate to pass, but that's gonna make more money in the time sale or next auction. Would you agree, Mick? There you go. 559, which is Mr. Drip, SO metal painted sign, big sign, oh no, not too big. Kitchen wall sign, Mick's got it there, look. Nice sign. Where 50, 60, 70, 80, 80, 90 pound, 90. 90 pound, 90 pound, fill it up, come on, 90 pound. Oh, here's a big one. Oh, it's a big one you got there, Mick, isn't it? 90 pound away, 90, 90. No, that's the big one, look at the size of it, nearly as big as Mick. 90 pound and going, 90 pound. 90 pound away there, 90 pound, are you all done there? 90 pound, 100. 100 pound in Cornwall, 100 pound I'm selling it provisional because I've got more on the sheet. 100 pound. But I'll try for you. 100 pound and going. Here's the 10 anywhere. Be sharp. 100 pound. Cornwall. Gonna sell it provisionally. 100 pound for the first. 100 pound for the second. Third and last time. 100. And here we have a 1958 Rover 105, which is her down there. I think it's that one. Are you filming it down there? I think so, maybe. I think I was looking at it earlier on. That's the one down there, Mick, is it? What a lovely car. What a nice car. This is way undervalued, this car. It is that one down there that, yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, is it a 105R or an S? 105S, manual. Lovely, lovely car. Beautiful car. Looking at it earlier on. 4,900 quid, 5 grand, absolutely for nothing. 5,000 pound, 5,001, 5,1, 5,001, silly money, 5,100, gorgeous looking car, 5,100, gonna sell it, on sale, believe it or not, 5,1, 5,2, perfect for the season coming up, Will. Beautiful car, 5,003, 5,4, get yourself a set of cross pliers on it so you can turn the steering, you'll be all right, 5,5, 5,005, beautiful motor, 5,5. Going then, 5,500. On sale and going, 5,6. Sheffield, 5,7. 57.
Might see it as Mathewsons life in...
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, 5,007, 5,8. Yeah, we don't mention the live event in August as much as we should. But a big event coming up in August over at Harrogate Showfield. And so come and join us. Get a ticket ball. I think only about 20 quid or something. I don't know, but not a lot of money. Come and join us and see us all. Do a bit of filming, we will, or something or other. I don't know. And rally cars and all the rest of it and that. Be a lot of cars there. Well, a lot of people, I think. 6,100, 6,100 pounds. Sold and gone then. 6,100 pound. All done. 61. Gonna be sold then. 6,100. Probably the bargain of the day. 6,100. 6,2. 6,002. 6,200, 6,3, 6,300. Charlie, would you have a look at the lot number on that white Jag? I've just had a phone call from a friend of mine who wants to buy it and he thinks there might be some confusion. Will you go and sort it out quickly, if you can? 6,300, 6,300 and away then 6,003. 6,300. On sale and going then 6,300. Gonna be sold, that's it. Last time looking round, fair warning, on sale and going 6,3 for the first, 6,3 for the second, third and last time, gonna be sold. 63, thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. Yeah, Charlie, he desperately wants to buy it, but he's out in the wolds of Cumbria. Not the wolds, the wilds of Cumbria. Lot 5, 6, can't get a signal out there, would you? He's worried to death he might miss it. I think he has. Will you go and check it tonight, mate? Because there's something, he thinks there's something gone wrong with the price. I'm not too sure. He wants to give a load more. 561.
What's called not spots.
That's what, mate?
Not spots.
Not spots, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, not spots. That's a good one. 561. Subaru illuminated sign. Mick, where is it, mate? Down there. Is it working, Mick? Perfect, Mick said, perfectly working. There we are then, 80, 90 pound, I've got 90, 100. 100, come on all you Subaru specialists out there, never mind about main dealers, specialists, get this up in your workshop or your showroom, definitely. 120, 120 pound, 120, on sale and going in 130, 130, 140, 140, 150, 150, 160, 160. Yeah, check it out, Charlie, I think you'll find there's something wrong with the money. 170, 170 pound, 180, 180 pound, 180 and sold and going in Stowmarket, 180, on its way then, all done then, 180 pound for the first, 180 for the second, third and last time going to Stowmarket is not, going to Derby, 190 pound, Derby's the bidder, 190, Stowmarket you're out, come in then, come back in then, fill it up, 200 pound anywhere, 190 is going to Derby. £200 Stowmarket, thank you. 200. £200 going down to Suffolk. Lovely Suffolk. Nice down there, Will. I like it down there. Nice coastline.
I used to do the horse auction down there at Tattersall.
Did you? I bet that was interesting. Oh, it's nice. I like it down there. It's sort of like civilised, you know. £200 and going then. 200, 210. 200. So is Derby like. I mean, you can't beat Derby, can you, on a dark night? 210. £210 away and going. 210. Are you all done then? It's going to be sold. 210 to Derby for the first, second, third, and last time. 210. 210. 562 2004 Ford Mondeo ST220. Is that a flying machine? Will be pretty quick. That's it? Oh, well, we think there might be another set of wheels, is there? We didn't mention it to you. Yeah. Oh, right, okay. We think there might be a set of standard wheels, I don't know. Anyway, ignore that because, you know, we don't want to get ourselves in trouble. Right, 3,000, 3,200, 3,400, 3,600, 36. Sold and gone then, 3,600. Go for it, Will. There you go. 3,600 and away and gone then, 3,600. £3,600 all done, then I'm going to sell it. 3,600, 3,007. Oh my God, another bid coming here. 3,007. £3,700 it's away and gone then. 3,700. Are you all done? Is a 3,800. That it then? 3,700 being sold. There you are. You've got the bidder and the underbidder there. £3,700 and away and going. 3,700 for the first, second, third, and last time. 37. 563, a large repro, mobile fuel metals. Oh, God, that's a big one. There it is. The lads are holding it up there. That's a big sign. Look at that. Nice one. Where's that then? Come on. That's worth £100 of anyone's money, I know. Can you look at the size of it? Look. £100, £100. I've got 100, 110, 120, 120, 120. 120. Who's got 30? Look at the size of it. £120. £120 and going only. 120, 130. 130. 130, come on, where's 140? 130, 130 and going away, £130, that all done, you sure you're done, 130? That's too cheap, lads, 130, £130, who's got 40? 140, £140, I've got more on my sheet, come on, 140. Next bid, I'm going to sell it here, 140, 140 and away, then and gone then, 140, selling it provisionally only. £140, I'll put it on sale at the next bid, 140 and away then. All done, 140, 140, 150, sold, 150, sold and away. Hornsey, £150, 150, 160, 160. Festiniog, I know that bit, I don't know the first bit. 170, 170, Cheshire. Poor people, eh, Will? They must be clubbing together to get this. 170, what a poor area. 170 and away, going and 170. £170 sold and gone, then are you all done? 170 for the first. 170 for the second. Third and last time, 180. Festiniog again, that's the railway, isn't it? Down there?
It is, yeah.
£180, £180, I've got to go down somewhere that way. Sorry, mate? Well, yeah. Well, you get about, don't you? 180, £180 and gone, then 180. £180 away, then and gone, 180. Last time looking round is going to Festiniog. It's not. It's Croughton, Cheshire again. They rates up a bit more money. £190. 190. They must have got a neighbour to chip in. £190. Going then 190. All done then. 190. That it? Can we sell it, Mick? 190. You sure? 200. 200. Festiniog. 200. Going then, £200. Going to sell it then. Last time looking round, fair warning. Festiniog's the buyer. £200 for the first, second, third and last time. £200. Going to Wales. What do you reckon then, mate?
Yeah, sorted it.
Have you?
Yeah.
Something wrong, wasn't there?
No, we sorted it all.
Have you?
Yeah.
Tony bought it.
Yeah.
Good. Right, now then, I better read these out. Some provisionals that Charlie's converted to outright sales. Good boy, he's doing well in there, that lad. 420 is a 2004 Morgan Roadster. Sold 315 is a Sunoco oil sign. 385 is a Husky motor oil, saw that, nice. 443 a Ford GT40 clock. And 461 Ford V8 parts sign. Nice one, all sold. And 564. Everyone should have one of these. Wow, can you ever wear these out? No, you can't. 1991 Yamaha Townmate T80. I think they're a two-stroke, aren't they? Shaft drive. Shaft driven, that's it. Yep. There you go then, start me on that. Yeah, oh, you can see from here. Start me on that, where's it going to be? In your hands, I know it's worth £1,000, because I've got that more here. £1,000 away, £1,000. £1,000 and going then, £1,000. £1,000. The Yamaha, the Townmate, £1,000. 1,000. Do you think they're two-stroke, Mick? I think they are, you know. I think they are. £1,000, £1,000, £1,000 and going, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,200, 50, 1,250, 1,250, 13, £1,300. £1,300, I've got more on my sheet, can I say 50? £1,300 and going then 13. Everyone should have one of these, and a Honda 50 of course. £1,300 and gone then, £1,300, can't do it, I've got more on my sheet, £1,300, timed auction one I think mate. Mrs. Drip, reproduction enamel sign Mick, Mrs. Drip this is, Mrs. Drip should I say, 565, that's the one mate, 565 Mick, yep. Nice size one, look at that, how about that, whereabouts then? £80 we got, £80, 80, 90, £90, £90, 100, £100, 100 and going 100, 100 who's got 10, 110, 110, £110, £110 going then, £110, Mrs. Drip, 110, nice size, look, Mick's holding it up there now, 110, all done then, 110, looks like one of your old girlfriends there, Mick, doesn't it? 110, 110. You've been out with worse, I know. £110. Going then, £110. Are we all done then? 110. Can't do it, I've got more on my sheet. Very provisional, 110. Rolls Royce Spirit, lot number 566. Driven this car 3 miles myself. Magic carpet, Nick. Magic. Everyone should have one of these before they die, shouldn't they? I mean, dear oh Lord. What a car for the money. They're just for nothing. Absolutely for nothing. 1983's years, lot number 566, £4,900, 551, 52, 53, 54, 55, 5,500, £5,500, 55, 5,500, 5 absolutely for nothing, 56, 5,006, £5,600. Who's got 7? 5,7 I've got, 5,007, how much cheaper they got to be, 5,8 she's gorgeous. Rosewood, 5,9, thank you. Rosewood with that nice, very nice light colour interior, £6,000 I've got. On the telephone, £6,000. Beautiful wood, lovely carpets, immaculate in the boot. All these sound deadening in the bonnet and that is all nice. How much, Charlie? £6,000 we got. £6,000, 6,1. 6,100, Charlie's bid, 6,100. Giveaway, 6,2, 6,002. Until you've driven one of these, you've never driven anything. 6,200, 62. Are you all done then? 6,200 is going then, 6,2. Where are we going? 6,3, sorry, 6,5, 6,500, sorry, 6,6, 6,600, 6,600 I've got. It's sold.
This is what you call an auction.
That's what you call an auction, absolutely, yeah. 6,7, 6,007, Dave's phone, 6,8, 6,800, £6,800. 6,009, 6,009, 7,000 I've got, £7,000. David's phone, 7,1. On sale and going, 7,1. Drive one of these, please, 7,2. Before you peg it, drive one. 7,2, 7,3, 7,300, 7,3, 7,4, 7,400, 7,5, 7,500, 7,5. All done then, 7,6. 7,600, 7,7, 7,700, 7,7, on sale and going, 7,700, 7,8 back in, 7,800, 7,9, 7,900, and away then, 7,900, 8,000, 8,000, £8,000, 8,1, 8,100, 8,001. It's got here finished in coral. It's not coral. I think you'll find it's rosewood. I don't know where that come from. Where are we up to? 78182, 8,200, 8,200. Yeah, stamps in the book. 83, I got you. 83. The stamp 84. The stamps and the service history are upstairs in the office. 85, 8,500, 8,500 pound. 8,013 stamps in the book. 8,006, 8,006, 87, 8,700 pound. 87. 8,700, 88, 8,800, 8,009, 89, £8,900, 89, And selling 8,900. You want to fill it up? 9,000, he says. £9,000. 9,001. 9,1. 9,100. I wonder how much they 9,2. I wonder how much they'd be new if they were equivalent sort of model. It'd be over 150 grand, wouldn't it? 9,3. 9,300. Bound to be over 150 grand, I'd have thought. 9,4. 9,400. 9,5. 9,005. 9,5. 9,6. 9,600. Andrew's phone, 9,006. Sold and away and gone, 9,7. 9,007. 9,007. 9,8. 9,008. 2 Rolls Royce men there, 9,009. 9,900. 9,900. 10. 10,000. 10,000 pound, 10,1. 10,100. 10,1. 10,100. All done then, gonna be sold. Thanks for letting me know. Your bid, 10,100, yep. 10,100. All done, 10,100 for the first. 10,1 for the second. Thank you, gentlemen. 10,1, third and last time. 10,1. 10,1, you got it. Underbidder Andy, eh? 4 alloy wheels from a 2013 Caddy van. Lot 5, 6, 7 we're doing. Whereabouts then? We're 30, 40, 50, 60, 60, 70 pounds, 70 pound, 80, 80 pound. 80 pound, 4 of them, 4 alloys from a Caddy van. 80 pound. Look nice going back on a Caddy van, wouldn't they? 80 pound. 80 pound away and gone, then 80 pound and done. Are you sure you all done 80 pound? Can I say 90? 80 pound only. 80 pound is the 90 anywhere, 80 pound? No, 80 pound only. That's it, I've got a bit more on my sheet on that, so I daren't do that one. I've got this next one though that I think you're going to buy because I like these. It's Mitsuka, which is I think it's basically, it's really on like a micro, isn't it, Mick? It's like micro running gear more or less, isn't it? And made to look like a Mark II Jag, of course. And we've had a lot of them. And they've always done very, very well. I rate them. You know, auto, power steering, all that business. Lot 568, 1997, Mitsuka. I've got £3,000 here, £3,000, one we use, 3-1, 3,100, £3,100, £3,100, where's 2? 3,100, that don't look dear, does it? £3,100. Very, very specialist little vehicle that go. We're on the show field, these, 3,100. We have one come to our show every year, always causes massive interest. Most people can't work out what it is, will we know? They ain't got a clue what it is like. It's so funny to watch them all go around it like. 3,100. They think it's been put in the wash, like, in the washer. We're 3,100 at Mark II. 3,100 going then, 3,100. All done then, £3,100 only, 3-1, 3,100. I've got more on my sheet. 3,001 is the 2 anywhere. 3,100, I think it's for the timed auction, this one. 3,001 only, 3-1. Timed auction, 569. Box of mostly 1/8 scale die cast models. Where are they, Mick? 569, is that it? There you go, 5 Mick's got on there, look, start me on that, 50, 60 pounds, 60, 60 pound, oh dear, 60 pound and away, 60. Lovely mate, thank you. 60, that Jag all works out okay, you sure? 60 pound and going then, 60, 60, 70, 70 pound, 70, 70 pound away, 80, 80 pound and going, 80 pound, can I say 90? 80 pound only, giving you a fair warning, 80 pound, 90 I can. 90 pound and going then on sale and going, 90 pound. We could sell them, mate. 90 pound and gone then, all done then, 90 pound, I'm going to sell it to Whittam, down near Colchester. 90 pound and going, 90 pound and away and going, oh, not now. Oh, Festinio again. 100 pound, 100 pound, Festinio, 100. 100 pound away then, going to Wales. Are you all done then? 100 pound, 110. Whittam again, 110. 110 pound, 120. Wales, 120. 120. That it? 120. That it? 120 and going then. Last time looking round, 120 to Wales for the first, second, third and last time, 120. 120.
Just did a quick search on that Rolls Royce, and back in the 1970s it was 26,000, and today that would be between 370 and 400,000.
370 in today's money?
Today's money.
Would it really?
Yeah.
Oh, dear me, that Spirit there we just sold, Will just said, in today's money that would equate to 370,000. Oh, made me feel faint. 370,000. Dear, oh dear, that's a lot of money, isn't it, really? Just shows the way things have gone, doesn't it? Now, if this is the one I'm thinking of, this Rover, oh, I missed it now, is it that one in that shed there? Pickering 2, they call it, do we now? Is that, yeah, I think it is. I was looking at it the other day, was over there with somebody, but what a lot of car for the money, isn't it? What a lot of motor, honestly. And we couldn't work out quite really what it was, so I don't know too much about it. Is it petrol or diesel, you think? Petrol, I think it might be. Yeah, don't know. Anyway, no matter. Anyway, here's what it is. Supercar. Loads of interest in it, as I just said. And I've got loads and loads of bids here. And I've got to start here with Mr. Loudon at £3,000. £3,000, I've got £3,000, who's on my sheet, so he obviously came in before the internet. I'm sorry, sir. £3,100, £3,200, on sale, £3,200, going to Jarrah, £3,200, it's on sale and away, 3,300, sorry Josh, didn't see you, 3,300, 3,004, internet, Jarrah, 4,434, 3,004, all done then, 3,004, 3,600 he says, 3,600. There you go. That'll tell you how good a car it is. 3,006. Jerry, you're out. 3,006. 3,700. 3,007. Other phone. Second phone. 3,700. Going next. 3,700. This phone's out. Jarrow's out. Alan's in. £3,700. And away and going then. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. On sale and away and going. £3,700 for the first. 3,700 for the second, third and last time Alan's phone, 37, thank you. Now we got the Triang Puffer Toy Train. Lovely, isn't it? 571. She's great, isn't she, Mick? Isn't that lovely, eh? Yeah, look at that, super thing. Come on, who's got 40 quid for it? Who's got 40 quid for the little train? Come on, the little grandson or something, I love that to bits, wouldn't he? Who's got 40? Whereabouts then 30, I've got £30 away, 30 and going then 30. £30 and sold then, £40 I've got. County Durham, £40. £40, I'm going to sell it here, £40. Going then, £40 for the little train. It's not actually a little train, Mick's got it there, look, it's a big train. £40 away, lovely bit of kit. £40 and going then, all done then, going to sell it, County Durham's the bidder. £40 for the first, second, third, and last time, £40 for nothing. 572, a 59 Norton Manx Racer. Got a bit of a cafe racer here of some description, ain't we? Look at her. How about that? Lots of interest here. 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, 3, 4, 5,400, 5, 4. £5,400, look at that. 5,400, what a machine. 5,400 and away then and going. 5,400, can I say 5? 5, 5, I can. 5,500. A lot of machine that, isn't it? 5,500. 5,006. Two phones going here. 5,006. Andy, you're out. 5,600. Mark's the buyer. 5,600. 7 I've got. 8. No, you're out, Mark. 57 over here. 57. Do you want 8? 58 he does. 5,800. 5,008. I'm selling it provisionally. I've got more on my sheet, but we'll put a deal together, I'm sure. 5,900, 5,900, Andy's phone, 5,900. 5,900. Do you want to fill it up, Mark? 5,900. What do you think? 6,000 he does. £6,000. Selling it provisionally, £6,000, Andy, you're out, 6,100. 6,001. 6,100. Is the 2? Andy's phone, 6,100. Selling it provisional, Mark. 6,500 on sale and going, 6,500, thank you for your bidding, 6,566, 6,006, with you all the way, Mark, 6,6, 6,7, 6,700, £7,000, £7,000, absolutely, £7,000 and going then, 7, 7,1, 7,100, 7,1. And away, 7,500, 7,500, 7,500. Do you want 6? Are you sure? 7,500 on sale for the first, 7,500 for the second. Internet, you're out. Telephone this site's out. Last time looking round, 7,500. Man, Mark's man, who's a Norton fanatic, 7,500. Well done, Mark. Just a few, just to read out again, they've been working hard in there with the provisionals. Lot 471, a Pratt's dual fuel can, sold. Lot 488, the Malaguti, sold. Lot 430, the Renault 25, that's unusual, isn't it? Sold. Lot 499, the Dinatro sign, sold. Lot 410, the Vauxhall Vivaro, sold. Lot 481, the Ferrari sign, sold. Lot 452, a Subaru, sold. All them provisionals converted by our professional team in the back room. 573, 4 petrol cans, 4 of them. They look like that lot down there, I think, Mick, are they? £80 gone, £80, £90, £90 away, £90, all 4 of them, £90, £90 only and sold and gone away, look, all them 2-gallon cans, £90. £90, can I say 100? £90 going in, I'm selling them £90. £100, £100, I've got 100. £100, I've got 100 just before that, Will. £100 I've got here, £100, internet you're out, sorry about that, but I've got £100 here. Do you want 10? £100 going then, going to be sold at £100, are you sure? £25 each only, cheap enough surely. Got the tops on them, look. £100 away and going then, 100 for the first, second. Yes. 110, Limerick, 110, Ireland, £110. Going to be sold then, 110 for the first, 110 for the second. Third and last time, 110. Ireland, thank you. 574, 1992 Losaland SE Turbo. These are brilliant value. By crumbs, they look a lot of car. They very often make less money, you know, Will, than a plug-in MG, don't they? I can't believe this. Anyway, it doesn't matter because there's massive interest here, absolutely massive interest. Look at that. Right, where are we going then? £3,000 I've got, 3,2, 3,4, 3,6, 3,600, 3,600, 3,7, 3,700, 3,007, £3,700 away then, 37, £3,700 going then, £3,700 on sale and going then, 3,700, 3,008, 3,009, 3,900, let me just sit down a minute, sorry, 3,900, there we go, 3,900, who wants to fill it up? £3,900 and selling it away, £3,900, going then, 3,900, are you all done then, 3,900, that it, 3,900, 4,000, £4,000, sold and away, 4,000, are you sure you're done? Gonna sell it, £4,000 for the first, £4,000 for the second, 4,100, £4,100, and away and going then, £4,100, that it, 42, Norwich, 42, Norwich, 42, 4,200, and away and going, 4,200, going to Norwich, 4,3, 4,003, 4,4, 4,400, Norwich the buyer, that it, 4,400, away and going, 4,400 for the first, 4,4 for the second. Fair warning, going to be sold to Norwich, 4,5, 4,005, 4,6, Norwich back in, 4,600. Going Norwich way, 4,600 away and gone then, 4,600, that it, all done then, 4,006 for the first, second, 4,7, 4,007, 4,8, back to Norwich, 4,800, £4,800, Norwich to buyer, 48, 4,800, that it, going to be sold then, thank you for your bidding gentlemen, 4,800, Norwich to buyer, make no mistake about it, fair warning, going to be sold for the first, second, third and last time, 48, 48, Norwich, internet underbidder, 576, 2010 Mini Cooper Graphite, that's nice. Is that right? Oh, that one, got a wrong one. There we go. Texaco sign, let's do that one first, shall we? Lot 575, Texaco gasoline motor oil, double-sided, illuminated sign. That's it. Is it working, Mick? Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Super thing. £100 I've got, £100, £100 away, 100 for nothing. £100, 110, 110, 7 oaths, 120, 120, 130, 130 and going on 140, 140, what a lovely sign. Double-sided as well, Mick, eh? 150, £150, how do we do it? How do we get these lovely signs and sell them at this daft low prices? It's amazing, really. Everyone should be bidding. 180, 180, 180, internet. 190 internet. 200, no. Internet, I'm sorry sir, he just got in on the phone, did our Dave, so I'm sorry, I've got to do that one floor. Internet, can I say 210? Go on, just to pee him off. Can I say 210? There you go, £210, £210. Do you want 20? 220, 220, 220. On our telephone, 220. Internet, you're out, sir, but I thank you for your bidding. £220. Going on the phone, 230. Stowmarket. Big money down there, you see. Horsey people down there. 230, 240, 240 pounds. 240. There it is. 200. Oh, what's going on, Bill? 240 on the floor, mate. 240. Dave's bid, 240. 240. Internet, you're out, sir, but you're welcome to come back in. Here's 250. Stowmarket again. What are you ring? Think, Dave. Another tenner. 260. 260 pounds. 260. 270. 270. 280. 280 pounds. 280 on the telephone. Stowmarket, you're out at the moment. Do you want to come back? 280 on the telephone. 280. I think if you bid 300, you'll probably get it. 280, 290. Internet again, 290. 300, 300 he says on the telephone. £300. We shouldn't laugh really, it's a serious business. There's some man's money we're laughing about here. £300 and going, 300, £300, but he'll have plenty, so it won't matter him. £300 going on the telephone, 300. Stowmarket, you're out. Thank you for your bidding, gentlemen. £300 on David's phone. £300 for the first, 300 for the second, third and last time, 300. You got it, Dave, 300. Are you coming on?
Yeah, if you want a break.
Oh, you can do. There you go. I've read them out, but I haven't them, look.
All right, okay. I thought you might be ready for a break. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Right then, we're on the home straight for today then, ladies and gents. And we're on to 576. There we go then. 2010 Mini Cooper Graphite. There you go, look. Nice, bright, smart little car. We had a great year campaigning in one of these last year. So, there you go. Yes, right then, here we are. Where are we going to be then? We have got £800 bid, 9,000. We're whizzing up on this screen here, Will, to 3,000, please. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 we have. At £3,000 then. At £3,000 bid. At 3,031. 3,001, that's a bit of luck. At 3,100. At 3,100 have we 3-2 we have. At 3,002. At £3,200 then. At 3,003. 3-3. 3-3. At 3,300. 3,300 then. You want 3-4. £3,300 we have. At 3,400. 3,400. 3-5. 3-5. 3,005. I'm getting tongue-tied. At 3,005. 3,005 is the 6. At £3,500 then we're going to pull the lever. She's off. At £3,500 then for the first, second, third and last time looking round. 3-6. 3-6. Don't leave it till the last minute, ladies and gents. 3-7 at 3,007. £3,700 then at 3,700. 3,007, are you done? At £3,700 then for the first, second, third and last time at 3-7. 37, thank you very much. And we move on to 577, the child's hook and ladder push along car. There you go, look. There you go, hours of fun to be had. £50 and on sale from the word go. At £50 then, at £50 bid, at 50, at £50 we have. We'll take a fiver if it helps for them numbers on there, look, Will. At £50, £50 then, there's 55 if you want it. At £50 then, we're going to sell it. At £50 then for the first, second, third and last time looking round at £50, 55, 60, you see what I did there? At £60, £60 then, at £60 bid, at 60, do you want 65, be sharp? At £60 then for the first, second, third at 65, 65, at £65 we have, at £65 then I'm out, at 65 then for the first, second, third and last time at 65, Sold off down to Cornwall, thank you very much, good afternoon. And on to 578, the 2001 Toyota Hilux 2.4D, two-wheel drive. Don't see many two-wheel drives, Mick, loads of four-wheel drives. Hardly ever do we see a proper little two-wheel drive. Lovely little truck. There we are then. There we go. I want to say he's had that truck from new. Yeah, that's right, Mick. Yeah, but don't hold me to that. Don't hold me to that. There we are then. You've all seen it. We know that. £4,800 we are bid. At 4,800. At 4,800 is the 9. At £4,800 bid then. At 4,800. At £4,800 then. At 4,008. At 4,800. Have we had this truck before, Mick? We have, haven't we? Yeah, that's right. I know the truck. At £4,800 we're bid. At £4,800 then we're going to submit it. At £4,800 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at 4,800. You're missing a trick there with that one. And on to 579, car related. Yes. No, different truck. And on to 579, ladies and gentlemen, car related plaques mounted on a wooden board. There we are then. There we go, look. Where are we going to be with these then? We're going to be 20, 30, 40 pound bid. At 40 pound then, don't bounce it. At 40 pound bid. Is it right way up? At 40 pound we have. At 40 pound then on sale. At 40 pound bid. At 40 is the 50. At 40 pound then. At 40 and 50, 50 pound. At 50 pound then. At 50 pound then we're going to sell it. At 50 and 60. 60 pound then Newark. At 60 pound. At 60 pound then for the first. 70. 70 pound. At 70 pound. At 70 is the 80. At 70 pound then. Still going to sell it at £70 for the first, second, third and last time at £70. Sold at 70, thank you. And we're moving on to 580, the 1954 Armstrong Siddeley Sapphire. There she is, look, the 346. There you go, a very elegant car. Very, very elegant car, yes. There we are then. There's a large description on the car there, look. The previous owner re-imported the car from Romania in 2015, look, there you go, 2017, it was re-lacquered, the dashboard was re-lacquered, look, various upgrades, bits and pieces, 29 had some more paint work and bits and pieces, there you go, lovely. So there we are, we have, to be fair, Will, we've got £4,000 bid here with me, I'm afraid, pre-internet. £4,000 is my bid here. At £4,000 bid. At 4,041, thank you. At 4,001 and 2, 4,2. Perfect car for a bit of work, look, absolutely perfect. 4,3 and 4, 4,004. At 4,400 and 5, 4,5, 6, 4,6, 4,006. Doesn't look an expensive car, does it? Let's be honest, it looks good value. At 4,600. Who's got 4,7? Bradford. No, Bedford's got 4,7. 4,8. 4,8. Now it's Bradford, look. 4,9. Bedfordshire. 5,000. 5,000.
Has it got quite a big boot or not?
I didn't go in it.
No, it's just that someone thought you might use it to go down to Lidl.
Oh, down to Lidl?
Yeah.
Well, it's got a big back seat. It don't matter out the boot. At 5,100. £5,100 then. At 5,001 and 2. And on sale, excuse me, and on sale, ladies and gentlemen. How terrific value. Absolutely superb. At 5,300. At £5,300 bid. At 5,300, who wants 5,4? At £5,300 then 5,4. 5,004 at 5,400. And 5, 5,5, 5,6, 5,6 at £5,600. At 5,6 and 7. 5,7 at £5,700 then. At 5,008. 5,800. You're trying hard. At £5,800, 5,9. 5,9. 5,009 and 6,000, £6,000 at £6,000, £6,000. Who wants 6,1? at £6,000. 6-1, Bedford, 6,100, at 6,100, 6-2, 6-2, 6,002. What do we think, Bedford? At £6,200 then. At £6,200 and 3, 6-3, 6,003 and 4, 6-4, Bradford, 6,400. At £6,400 then, the hammer's coming up. At £6,400 then for the first. For the second, are you sure, Bedford? £6,400, 6-5, 6-5, 6-6, 6,006, 6,006. I'm sorry, one of you is going to have to lose out. At 6,600, £6,600 then. It's going to Bradford then for the first. For the second, third and final time at 6,600. Going off to Bradford. Thank you very much, guys.
Mr. Gowdy, that I should have on the floor. Doesn't want to bid on this next one. It's spent on.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. No problem. Thank you. Right then, and on to lot 581. There we are then. Mr. Drip, Happy Motoring, Repro sign. There you go. Look, lovely, aren't they? Aren't they great? There we are then. We've got 20, 30, 40 pound bid. At 40 pound we have. At 40 pound then. At 40 pound and 50. 50 pound there. At 50 pound. At 50 pound then and 60. 60 pound then. At 60 pound. At 60. Who wants 70? At 60 pound then. At 60 pound then. Are we done? At 60 pound then. Looking round for the first. For the second. Third and last time, we're selling it provisionally at £60. Thank you. And then we're moving on to 582. There we are then, a 2006 Fiat Panda Dynamic Multijet Diesel. You have to wait for the glow light. There you are. We had an email telling us you can't start it like a normal car. Must wait for the glow light. Diesel, there we go, starts on the bottom. There we are then, we have £1,000, £1,100 here with me, £1,100 then, £1,100 bid, and 1,200, £1,200, £1,200 we have, at £1,200, who wants 13? 1,300, 14 says Hartlepool, 1,400, at £1,400. At 1,400, who wants 15? At £1,400 then, we're going to sell it, it's on sale. At £1,400 then, are you sure? At £1,400 for the first, second, third and last time, and 15, 16, 1,600. I saw it. At 1,600. At £1,600 then, looking round then for the first, for the second, third and final time at 1,600. Sold at 16. Wait for the glow light.
Should we wait for the glow light for all diesel cars then?
Yes. Yes, you're supposed to, Will, yes. And on to 583, ladies and gents. Here we are then.
I have to bump start mine down the road.
You have to bump it off. Shell V Power Plastic Mounted sign. There you go then. Mounted round a bit of wood, look. There you go. Superb. Lovely. There we are. We've got £10, £10 bid. At £10 then, £10 only. At £10 is the 20, be sharp. At £10, £20 he says. At 20, 20, 30, £30. At 30, at £30, 40, £40 bid. At 40 and 50, £50. At 50 and 60, £60 then. At £60 there. At 60 and 70, £70. At 70, at £70 then is the 80. At £70 then, at £70 then the hammer's coming up. At £70 then for the first, second, third and last time provisionally at £70. Thank you.
I'm pleased that called up because it was my cock up in the first.
I noticed that. I wasn't gonna highlight that fact, yes, but anyway, I'll work with you, you know that. And we're moving on to 584, ladies and gentlemen, a 2008 Land Rover Defender 90. There she is, look. Now, it's registered up as a Hue edition, look. I'm not sure if it's a true, genuine one. It looks it. Make your own inquiries. It certainly looks it. It wants a rear cross member painting. Other than that, it looks a lovely motor. It really, really does. There it is. It starts on the bottom. It parks just there. Superb 2.4 TDCI, look. 124,000 miles. It had a clutch and such like. There you go, look. So, there you go. You've all checked it out, I'm sure. I'm sure. We have 11, 5, 11,500. 12,000 over there. £12,000 we bid at £12,000. We'll take 250 if it helps at £12,000. At £12,000 then at 12,250. 12,250 at 12,250. What do you think? At 12,250. At 12,250. It looks a proper bit of kit. At 12,250. At 12,250. There should be someone on the phone here. At 12,250 bid. At 12,250. At 12,250. What we got, Ash? At 12,250. 12,250. Sooty, meant to be on that phone. At 12,250 bid. At 12,250. At 12,500. 12,500. According to our notes, at 12,750. 12,750. At 12,750. Cancelled, that'll do, no problem. We didn't want to miss anyone, thank you. I knew there wouldn't be anyone there, you know. At 12,750. At 12,750 bid. At 12,750. At 12,750. Who wants 13? Be sharp. At 12,750. We'll take 100 if it helps. I know that makes it a funny figure, but there you are. At 12,750. There's £100 there if you want it. At 12,750. 12,750. Who wants 12,850? There you go. Hampshire wants 12,850. 12,950. There we are then. At 12,950. At 12,950. At £12,950. Then we're going to sell it provisionally. 13,50. 13,050. 150. 13,150. At 13,150. 13,150. At 13,250. 13,250 bid. At 13,250. At 13,350. We could be here some time. 13,350. At 13,350 then. And 450. 450. 13,450. 550. That might have been a rookie error, that. At 13,550. 13,650. 13,650. 13,650. We're all right. We've got plenty of time. At 13,650.
I heard you make a very good breakfast.
Oh, it's not a problem. At 13,650 pound. Then are we done? At 13,650 for the first, for the second, the third and final time at 13,750. 13,750. At 13,750. What do we think? 13,750.
What do you think?
13,750 for the first, still provisional for the second, third and final time at 13,750. There you go, Ash. 13,750. I hope you get it. Well done. And we're moving on to 585, ladies and gents, which is a doll's house. A doll's house. There you go then. Who's got £20 for a doll's house? Come on. Who's got £20? There must be £20. £20 for the doll's house. There you go. Who needs a doll's house in their life? Let's go. And there you go. Look, there you go. Leeds. There you are. £20 then. We got £20 bid at 20. At £20. Is it on sale? Actually, at £20 it's on sale. There we are then. £20 then. At £20 then. The hammer's going to drop at £20 then for the first, second, third and last time at £20. Sold at £20. There you go. Come and get it. And on to 586, ladies and gentlemen, which is a 2005 Fiat Ducato medium wheelbase camper van. There she is, look. Looks a nice, smart, bonny thing. There you go. You've all been down and seen it, I'm sure. £7,500 bid. At 7,500. At 7,506. 76 seated. At 7,006 on the telephone. 7,006 and 7. 77 and 8. 78 he says. 78 at 7,800. 7,800 at £7,800 there on the telephone. At £7,800. At 7,879. 79 at 79. 8,000 he says. £8,000. At £8,000 we have. £8,000 then who wants 8,1? £8,000 we have. £8,000 then, 8-1, 8-1, 8,001 and 2, 8,002, 8,200, at £8,200, what do we think? 8-3, down in Kent, 8,003 and 4, 8-4, 8,004, at 8,400, £8,400, 5, 8-5, 6, 8,006, at 8,006 and 7, 8-7, 8, 8-8, 8,008, at 8,800, 9, we're on sale, 9,000, at £9,000, at £9,000 then, on sale, buying it outright, £9,000 there, on the telephone then, at 9,000 for the first, for the second, third and last time at 9,000. Josh's telephone. And we're moving on to 587, which is a child's rally trike. There we are then. No reserve, ladies and gents, here to sell. There we are, we got £10, £10 and we're off. At £10 then, at £10 we have. £10 then is the 15 there is. At £15, 15, at £15 then is there 20. At £15, it's not a lot of money. At £15 then the hammer's coming up, then we're going to sell it. At £15. Sold at 15, and on to 588. Oh, look at this. Now then, 588 is a 1988 Mitsubishi L200. And I know it wants a little bit of welding around a couple of bits, but what a genuine truck. Oh, I'll tighten the fan belt up. Starts on the bottom, it sounds ever so sweet without the squealy fan belt. So I've done that for you. And what a real proper genuine truck. All in the back of the door. It hasn't had a hard life, that truck. There you go. £2,000 bid at 2,000, 2,500, 3,000, 3,500, 3,500, at 3,500, and I'll take a 250 if it helps, at 3,500, at £3,500 then, at 3,500, at 3,500, what's he think, Mark? At 3,500, 3,500, I can't really, at 3,500, at £3,500 then the hammer's coming up, we're going to sell it at 3,500, actually I will, 3,006 look, because of my numbers here, look, 3,006 I have here, at 3,006, at £3,600 then, at 3,600, is he sure? He can have 3,700 if he wants, at £3,600 then we're going to sell it, at 3,600 for the first, second, third and last time at 3,600. Sold to that man there, look, thank you. And we're on to 589, ladies and gents, we're nearly there. Auto light spark plug tin sign, just a little one, look, little wall filler. There we go. We've got £30, £30 bid, at £30 then, at £30 bid, at 30 who wants 40, at £30 then, at £30 then, £30 then, the hammer's coming up then, at 34, oh 35, I see what you did there, and 40 with me, at 40, 40 with you, 50 with me, I'll have 50 will, at £50 bid, at 50, at £50 then, at 50, at 50, is the 55, at £50 then for the first, for the second, 55 and 60, I'll have 60, at £60 then, at 60 is the 65, at £60 then here with me, at £60 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £60, £60, top right Ash. And on to lot number 590, the 2000 Golf GTI Turbo, there she is, look. 71,000 miles, 3-owner car, 3-door. It's a 3-door, this one. The car was driven 280 miles to the auction by the vendor. 280 miles. Lovely, no problem at all. There we are then. 2000, 21, 22, 23, 24, 2004 at 2,400. 2,400. We're asked, aren't we, every week, what's the next car that's going to go up in money? This is the type of car. 2,500. 2,500. It's this era. You know, if you think about it, it's got to be. At 2005 and 6 and 7. 2007 at 2,700. 28. 2008 at 2,800. 29. 2009. It's a GTI Turbo. It's the one to just use sparingly, innit? Let's be fair. £3,000 then on sale. At £3,000 we bid. At £3,000 then 3-1, 3,001, 2, 3-2, at 3,003, 3-3, 3,300, at 3,300 then, are we done? At 3,000, 4, 3-4, and 5, 3-5, at 3,005, 3-6, 3,006, 3-6. Clearly there's a few of you the same as me think they're going to go up in money. At £3,600 then. At 3,006 and 7. 3-7. 3,007. Are we done? At £3,700 then for the first. For the second. Third and last time at 3,700. 37. Thank you. And on to 591. Harley Davidson Child's Motorcycle. There you go, look, it's only a little one, little scale one. There you go, lovely, isn't it? Isn't that great? There we are then. We have 100, 110, 120, 120, at £120 bid. At 120, 130, 130, at 130. 130 is the 40. At £130 then, we're going to sell it. At £130 then, is that it? At 130 for the first, second, third and last time at 130. Sold at 130, thank you. And moving on to 592 E-Type Jaguar Series 1 bonnet. There she is, look. Wants a little bit of repair work, but the bulk of it is there. There you go. Start with that, build the rest. There you go. Yes. I know it's a good bonnet. It's a little bit round the bottom edge. No, there isn't a lot. No, it's good bonnet. There you go. Father picked this up along with some other bits and pieces, and he just came running across saying, whoa, whoa, it's a good one, it's a good one. It is a good one, you're right. There you are. So, there you go then. Where are you going to be? You tell me. We got 5, we got 550, we got 6, we got 650, 650, 7, £700. At £700 then, at 700, 750 he says. At 750, at 750, at 750. Can't be dear at that, can it? At £750 then, at 750, at 750. Who wants 800? Be sharp. At £750 then we'll talk. At £750 then for the first. Provisionally £750 for the second. Third and last time £750. We'll talk. And we're moving on to 593. There we are then, 2 handmade wooden toys. There we go. Oh, they're lovely, aren't they? Aren't they great? Brilliant, look. There we go, look. £40 on sale from the off. At £40 bid. At 40 is the 50. At £40 then. At £40 bid. At 40, 50, 50 he says. At 50, at £50. At £50 then. At £50. £50 then, we're going to sell them at £50 then for the first, second, third and last time at £60 at 60, at £60, at £60 then, 70, at £70 bid, at 70, at £70, at £70 then for the first, for the second, third and last time at £70. Sold at 70, you get it? Yep. And on to 594, here we go, 1975 MGB, there she is, look, Roadster, driven into the auction, I believe. There you go, the car was driven to the auction by the vendor, there you go, he's been using it, it's a very genuine looking car, it really, really is, she's lovely. There you go, look, you tell me where we're going to be then, we're going to be at that 5,000 there, Will, 5,000, 5,1, 5,2 he says, 5,002. At 5,200, at 5,200, at £5,200 bid, at 5,200 who wants 5,300, at 5,200 drove into the auction, 5,300 says Dave, at 5,300, at £5,300 then, where's 5,400, at £5,300 then who wants 54, be sharp, at £5,300 then Dave there on the telephone, you're out. at £5,300 then. We'll submit it, tell him it's provisional at £5,300 then for the first. For the second, you're missing a trick. Third and last time, 53. Provisional though, Dave. And on to 595. Ford Motor Company reproduction sign. There you go, Mick's got it there, look, little sign for you. I've got £40 at £40 bid. Sorry about that, quick mouthful of tea. There we are then, £40 then, who's got 50? At £40 then, and on sale at £50. £50 then, I'm out. At £50 we bid. At £50 then, at 50 is the 60. At £50 then, at £50 then for the first. £50 for the second. Third and last time at £50. There we go. And on to 596. Here we go then, 2002 Ford Maverick V6. I've been up and down the estate there, and it drives just as it should drive. It's lovely. There you go, 3 litre, 24 valve V6 petrol. Lovely, brilliant, on top of the job look. Superb. Where are we going to be then? We'll start with that 1,000 there. £1,000, it's a start. At £1,000. At £1,000 then, who wants 11? At £1,000 bids. Not a lot of money. At 1,000, 1,100, I should think so. £1,100 then, Mark on the telephone. £1,100 then, £1,100 bid. 1,100, who's got 12? £1,100 then, £1,100 we have. £1,100 then, is that it? We'll submit it. £1,100 then, provisional telling Mark. £1,100 then for the first. For the second, third and last time, 1,100. Mark's phone. And on to 597, Pure Drugs Reproduction Enamel Sign. There we are then, enamel sign for you, £60. At £60 then, it's £60 we have. At £60 then, who wants 70? At £60 then, at 60 is the 70. £60 then, we're going to sell it. At £60 then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time at £60. £60. And on to 598, the Hillman Minx. Here she is, look. Oh, what a little darling. What a little love. Isn't she? Columbo. Is that what you had?
Well, it's, I don't know where it's...
Before my time, that mate, before my time. Comes with a heritage certificate, folder full of receipts and invoices, lots of money spent on it, new mohair roof, and a new interior trim, it says there. There you go, look, 4 new tyres. Oh, look at that. It's the car that just keeps on giving. There we go then, where are we going to be? You tell me then. We're going to be with that 3,750, look, 3,750, at 3,750. 3,750 bid and £4,000 £4,000. Not a lot of money at £4,000. At £4,000, I'll take 100 if it helps you. At £4,000 then. At £4,000, £4,000 we have. At £4,000 then, 4,1. 4,001. 4,100. At £4,100 then. At 4,001, where's 4,2? At £4,100 then, what we're going to do? At £4,100 then, we're going to sell it provisionally for the first, for the second, third and last time at 4,100. Won't be a dear car if that one comes, will it? That's be fair. And on to 599. Here we go then. 1971 Sunbeam Stiletto. There she is. A stiletto look. Has a 998 engine in look. There you go. You've been down and seen it, I'm sure. Sits up the lane there, up the road. There you go. £1,900 look. £1,900 bid. At 1,900. At £1,900 then, who wants 2,000? At £1,900, great little project, £2,000 picture there, Alan, 2,000 on the internet, £2,000 bid, at 2,100 he says, 2,100, at 2,001, £2,100, 22, Gainsborough, good afternoon, 2,200, 2003, 2003, at 2,300, 24, Gainsborough again, 24, 2,400. At 2,400, does he want 5? He does, 25. 2,005 on the telephone. 2,005 at 2,600. 2,006, 2,600. Does he want 7? He does. 2-7 at 2,700. At 2,700 pounds then. At 2,008. 2,008 at 2,800. At 2,800 pounds then. 2,9. 2,9 at 2,009. Fill it up at 2,009. 3,000. 3,000 pounds, he says. At 3,000 pound we bid. 3,1. 3,001 at 3,100. At 3,100. At 3,100 on the telephone. At 3,100, what do we think, Gainsborough? At 3,100 pound then for the first. For the second, 3-2. 3-2. 3,002. Do you want 3? At 3,300 pound then on the telephone. At 3,300. At 3,300 pound then. Give your time, Gainsborough. At 3,300 pounds then for the first. For the second. Third and last time. Alan on the phone, thank you. And this is the lot we've been looking for, ladies and gents, which is lot number 600, a rally enamel reproduction sign. There she is, look. Where are we going to be with this then? We're going to be 40, 50, 60 pound bid. At 60 pound. At 60 pound then, who's got 70? At 60 pound then, here with me. At 60 pound. 60 pound then. At 60 pound then, who wants 70? At 60 pound then. 60 pound then, we're going to pull the lever. At 60 pound then, provisionally then at 60 and 70. 70 pounds. At 70 pound. At 70 pound then, do you want 80? Be sharp. At 70 pounds then for the first, second, provisionally, third and last time at 70 pounds. There we go. And then just before we sign off, we must just get through some of these. Lot number 495, Jaguar Mascot. Sold. Lot 510, Armstrong Sidley. Sold. Lot 532, a BSA. Sold. Lot 494, a Ford Capri. Sold. Lot 522, a BMW. Sold. Lot 450, a Corgi folding bike. Sold. Lot 454, a Dakar. Sold. Lot 460, a Kawasaki. Sold. Lot 484, Sierra Estate. Sold. Lot 490, a Sebring Healy replica. Lot 502, a Vauxhall Viva. Lot 504, a Subaru Forester. Lot 520, a Daimler SP250. Lot 530, a Rover 3 litre. You're surprised at all this, aren't you? 493, a bulb holder. 446, a Calibra. 526, a Peugeot 205. And 514, a Mark II Jag. Have all been sold. So I thank you all very, very much for your bids. And I thank you all for watching today. All you guys on YouTube that have sat there with nothing to do all day, well done. Lovely. Thank you all for your bids and participating. And we'll be back in the morning to do all of this all over again. Thank you so, so much. Good night. Sleep tight.
It's called home working.